Hi, I'm Margie and I'm a marketing major from UT.
Hi, I'm Ashley and I'm a finance major from UT.
And I'm Sydney and I'm an engineering major. And we're from Team Pocket Punch. Our first tip is to build a diverse team for your startup. So if you're looking for some other co-founders to help start your venture, you should look for a team with diverse skills. So I'm engineering and I help do the hardware for the product for Pocket Punch. Ashley is finance, which is a great tool for any startup. And Margie did marketing. So as you can see, having a diverse team can really strengthen your startup.
That brings us to tip 2. And so when you're starting a company, there's a lot that you don't know. And so you really need to utilize all the resources that are available to you. Luckily enough, here at the University of Texas, there's the Kendra Scott WEL Institute. There are a bunch of different resources as well. Additionally, take advantage of all the mentors you can get because they've done this before and they know that there will be challenges and road bumps ahead of you, but stay focused and stay on task.
And that brings us to our third point, to never lose sight of your mission. Of course, when you are starting a startup, there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of long nights, and you have to put a lot into it. And you have to, when you're putting in all that work, never lose sight of why you wanted to create this business in the first place, and never lose sight of your dream, because if you put in the work and you really put everything into it, you can make it work and you can make your dreams come true. And that's always important to remember.
We hope you found these 3 tips helpful from Team Pocket Punch. And with that,
Power to your punch! Hi, I'm Margie and I'm a marketing major from UT.
hi, I'm Ashley and I'm a finance major from UT.
And I'm Sydney and I'm an engineering major. And we're from Team Pocket Punch. Our first tip is to build a diverse team for your startup. So if you're looking for some other co-founders to help start your venture, you should look for a team with diverse skills. So I'm engineering and I help do the hardware for the product for Pocket Punch. Ashley is finance, which is a great tool for any startup. And Margie did marketing. So as you can see, having a diverse team can really strengthen your startup.
That brings us to tip 2. And so when you're starting a company, there's a lot that you don't know. And so you really need to utilize all the resources that are available to you. Luckily enough, here at the University of Texas, there's the WEL Institute. There are a bunch of different resources as well. Additionally, take advantage of all the mentors you can get because they've done this before and they know that there will be challenges and road bumps ahead of you, but stay focused and stay on task.
And that brings us to our third point, to never lose sight of your mission. Of course, when you are starting a startup, there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of long nights, and you have to put a lot into it. And you have to, when you're putting in all that work, never lose sight of why you wanted to create this business in the first place, and never lose sight of your dream, because if you put in the work and you really put everything into it, you can make it work and you can make your dreams come true. And that's always important to remember.
We hope you found these 3 tips helpful from Team Pocket Punch. And with that,
Power to your punch! Hi, I'm Margie and I'm a marketing major from UT.
hi, I'm Ashley and I'm a finance major from UT.
And I'm Sydney, and I'm an engineering major, and we're from Team Pocket Punch. Our first tip is to build a diverse team for your startup. So if you're looking for some other co-founders to help start your venture, you should look for a team with diverse skills. So I'm engineering, and I help do the hardware for the product for Pocket Punch. Ashley is finance, which is a great tool for any startup, and Margie did marketing. So as you can see, having a diverse team can really strengthen your startup.
That brings us to tip 2. And so when you're starting a company, there's a lot that you don't know. And so you really need to utilize all the resources that are available to you. Luckily enough, here at the University of Texas, there's the WEL Institute. There are a bunch of different resources as well. Additionally, take advantage of all the mentors you can get because they've done this before and they know that there will be challenges and road bumps ahead of you, but stay focused and stay on task.
And that brings us to our third point, to never lose sight of your mission. Of course, when you are starting a startup, there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of long nights, and you have to put a lot into it. And you have to, when you're putting in all that work, never lose sight of why you wanted to create this business in the first place, and never lose sight of your dream, because if you put in the work and you really put everything into it, you can make it work and you can make your dreams come true. And that's always important to remember.
We hope you found these 3 tips helpful from Team Pocket Punch. And with that,
Power to your punch!
Hi, I'm Margie and I'm a marketing major from UT.
hi, I'm Ashley and I'm a finance major from UT.
And I'm Sydney and I'm an engineering major. And we're from Team Pocket Punch. Our first tip is to build a diverse team for your startup. So if you're looking for some other co-founders to help start your venture, you should look for a team with diverse skills. So I'm engineering and I help do the hardware for the product for Pocket Punch. Ashley is finance, which is a great tool for any startup. And Margie did marketing. So as you can see, having a diverse team can really strengthen your startup.
That brings us to tip 2. And so when you're starting a company, there's a lot that you don't know. And so you really need to utilize all the resources that are available to you. Luckily enough, here at the University of Texas, there's the WEL Institute. There are a bunch of different resources as well. Additionally, take advantage of all the mentors you can get because they've done this before and they know that there will be challenges and road bumps ahead of you, but stay focused and stay on task.
And that brings us to our third point, to never lose sight of your mission. Of course, when you are starting a startup, there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of long nights, and you have to put a lot into it. And you have to, when you're putting in all that work, never lose sight of why you wanted to create this business in the first place, and never lose sight of your dream, because if you put in the work and you really put everything into it, you can make it work and you can make your dreams come true. And that's always important to remember.
We hope you found these 3 tips helpful from Team Pocket Punch. And with that,
Power to your punch!
thank you for being here at the start of something very special, the Kendra Scott Institute at the University of Texas. And now it's my great honor to introduce Kendra Scott.
Our mission is to strengthen the next generation of courageous, creative female leaders. We have an amazing day ahead of us, an incredible panel of powerful women for you to get excited about. Wherever you are and what you achieve and you want to do, we want to help you get there. Tonight, we are making history, and the future of what Texas women leaders will look like will change forever because of what we're going to do here. Thank you all so much, and hook 'em horns!
I'm a junior studying business honors in MIS.
Hi, I'm Amy, a junior studying business honors in finance.
And we're the co-founders of 1000 Thread, which is a location-based clothing rental platform.
Our first tip for entrepreneurs is just to jump right into it. Don't wait until you have a final product or service in order to test and promote your idea. The best way to learn is just to do.
Our second tip is to really get to know your customer. And this is something really important to do, especially if you don't have a product yet. And you can do this through interviews, surveys, and just any conversations you can have with your customer.
Our last tip is to keep on persisting. As women in entrepreneurship, we know the struggle of people not being able to see the need in our target market. You'll be told no so many times, but you are the real expert in your problems, and so keep on persisting.
Thanks for listening. Join the thread and hook 'em.
Around the world, women are connecting and evolving their businesses through the Dell Women's Entrepreneur Network. Celebrate your journey and navigate success with a global community of entrepreneurs and mentors who are sharing their inspiring stories at our live events and virtual webinars. Whether you own a startup or a scale-up, we know that doing more takes the right tools too. As a DWEN member, you'll have access to funding resources and tailored tech to keep you moving forward. It's your moment to own it. Join at dwen.com today.
Welcome to the first ever Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute Women's Summit. It is crazy to think that it is November 17th and we are here today with, so much to share with you, so much to empower and inspire you with. We are coming at you live from the brand new Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Student Lounge, where we just saw about 150 students walk through the space and see it and feel it for the very first time. This is an exciting day. It is a day that we have been planning for a long time, and I am so happy to introduce myself to you and to share a day full of inspiring women leaders. I am Leslie Robinson, the program manager for the WEL Institute, and with me I have...
Hi, I'm Samantha Bryant. I'm a senior at the University of Texas, and I'm the Student Advisory Board President for the WEL Institute this year. We're super excited that you guys are here. We cannot wait for you guys to experience all of the events and speakers that we have for you today. Just a little rundown about the format and what you can expect for the day. It's a choose your own adventure style, which basically means you can come as long as you can stay for. If you need to leave for classes, if you need to leave for events, that's totally fine. Just hop on when you can, stay for as long as you can, and then make sure to come back and watch all of the watch whenever content that we have available to you in Hopin over the course of the day. We also just want to make sure that you know that there's a lot of content that you can engage with outside of what's happening live on your screen right now. So make sure to check out the Empower playlist that the WEL Institute has on Spotify. And then you also can look at the Inspirations tab on the WEL Institute's website and go to Downloads and be able to get inspiration pages, coloring book pages, be able to access all of the additional content that we have for you guys there. And then you also can use the hashtag KendraXWomenSummit on all the social media platforms. If you tag us, if you took any pictures while you were in the space this morning, if you want to take pictures of your virtual setup today, tag us in that using that hashtag, and then we'll be able to feature your content on some of our social media channels as well, which is a great way to be able to continue to engage with other WEL Institute members and students across the course of the day. And then we will have a couple of polls in Hopin on the side during the chat during the day. So make sure that you chat in your answers to the polls and make sure that you are on Slack. We have a Slack workspace for the WEL Institute. That's where we're going to be doing prize giveaways. We have a whole link for people to introduce themselves, for you to make connections and network as well during the course of the day. So make sure that you're in those channels as well, so that you can make sure that you stay up to date on all the announcements and events that we have throughout the Women's Summit.
So much has happened behind the scenes, or really honestly behind the screens. And so we wanted to just take a moment and recognize that we're in this virtual world, and we wanted to bring this to you. And there's been some mantras that I've been saying during COVID, which is thankful and grateful, thankful and grateful. So for sure today is a grateful day for me. And also this moment and this welcome is a chance to really give thanks to all of those who have had, a hand in not only today's event, but also in the WEL Institute. But also, another mantra is patience and grace. Patience and grace, right? So when we do not expect any technical difficulties, we do want to recognize that we have 8 hours of content that's streaming across this main stage, which is phenomenal. And we have backup plans in place. So if by chance we lose you, you lose us, we will communicate how to get back with the content in the Hopin chat that's over on the side of the screen. Also, we hope that you're engaging with us on the Slack workspace. And then we, also have email to send you where we can get you back up to date with that content. So we will keep everything crossed that technology works, but know that we've got backup plans to get us through this day of panels and speakers and inspiration. So I also wanted to tell you about the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute. We are interdisciplinary in that we live at the University of Texas at Austin. And as I mentioned, as of today, our brand new home, our student lounge just opened in the College of Fine Arts, but we have 5 different campus partners. So I definitely want to recognize the College of Fine Arts and also Macomb School of Business, Undergraduate Studies, the Cockrell School of Engineering, and also the College of Natural Sciences. And so though we're interdisciplinary, we're really focused on empowering women to lead and encouraging the world to follow, which you'll hear us say so many times, because truly that is our vision and our mission. And a lot of great things that are happening because the WEL Institute was built for students and by students. So I am thrilled that Samantha gets to join me on stage and now to tell you a little bit about her role with the Student Advisory Board.
Sure. So I'm so thrilled to be part of the Student Advisory Board and to be able to lead with SAB this semester and this school year. SAB is basically the student voice within the WEL Institute. So our primary responsibility is being able to give feedback to the WEL Institute on programming and events to make sure that the perspectives and needs of students are being considered. So if there's anything for students out there that you are wanting to see the WEL Institute do in the future, Student Advisory Board may be a great place for you to be able to express your voices, get experience working with other entrepreneurs, get experience being in an entrepreneurial space and surrounded by like-minded individuals. One of the really cool things that Student Advisory Board gets to do is we have a blog that can be found on the WEL Institute's website. It's called Embolden because we want to make sure that everybody can be bold in whatever activities and whatever perspectives you're bringing to the WEL Institute. So you can check out all of the content is written by students, for students. Our blog team within the Student Advisory Board does an amazing job and has just really been able to support a lot of content. And speaking of content, like I said earlier, the WEL Institute does have social media channels on all of the major channels: Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. You can find us everywhere. And so Student Advisory Board has the honor of getting to be able to create a lot of that content. So if you go to our Instagram, we've been doing reels lately, and all the reels have been created by Student Advisory Board students for the WEL Institute, are being shared across the UT campus community, which is amazing. We also get to have a program called DIVE, which stands for Diverse and Inclusive Ventures and Entrepreneurship, that Student Advisory Board hosts to be thinking about how can we be building a future of female-focused leaders? How can we be bringing entrepreneurship and diversity into conversations around entrepreneurial ventures, around just thinking about how we can make more diverse environments? So that's something that our team has been working on a lot this semester for both college students and high school students. And then I know Student Advisory Board can be a time commitment commitments. We also work really closely with Student Council, which is a new initiative that the WEL Institute has started this year. And it's really, again, another space for students to be able to give their perspectives, to have ideas, to be able to represent their thoughts to the WEL Institute community, to our board of directors of the deans of the colleges that Leslie just listed a moment ago. So we'll be recruiting again for Student Council in the spring. So make sure that you stay tuned for that information and you can get involved. And maybe someday you'll be sitting in this chair talking to everybody at a future Women's Summit.
I love it. So I want to also mention that we have an empowerment campaign that's going on, and this is something that I love, is to hear the different perspectives from students and community members and campus partners about what empowerment means to them. So if you go to our website, ksinstitute.utexas.edu, we have a brand new digital download corner that is on the inspiration section, and you can download some cards and fill out what empowerment means to you. And so this was a great exercise that I actually did with some of the students on Friday to hear what empowerment means. But for me, empowerment means, you know, finding the beauty and the necessity in failure, but also, you know, understanding when it's time to pivot and just yell plot twist, right? And understanding that those journeys and those twists. So we hope that you will join us in our empowerment campaign. And so one thing that we couldn't do without our sponsors, and I want to mention, is just be able to put on events like this, but also all of the curricular and co-curricular programs, workshops, internships that we have. And so I do want to take this moment to recognize the summit partners that we have, which of course, you know, thank you to Kendra Scott, and also to Dell Technologies and the Dell Women's Entrepreneur Network, or DWIN for short. And you will hear from both of these sponsors throughout the day through panels and content and prizes galore. So thank you to our summit sponsors. We also have, you know, a really strong campus community here at UT Austin, and so did want to also make mention of some of those amazing partners who interacted with today, either in a watch whenever session or are hosting panels on our main stage. So thank you so much to, you know, the Launchpad at UT Austin. We have student orgs that are involved, so shout out to Genesis and also to our TEDx UT Austin student orgs. We also have, you know, Texas Innovation Center and other Austin community members like Women in Austin and also Div Inc. So thank you to those. Something exciting that's happening tonight after our main stage closes at 7:30 is we are hosting a virtual civic dinner with the topic being around empowering women to lead. So yay for those 100 students who are going to be continuing the conversation after the summit and who are getting delivered to their doors throughout the day Tiff's Treats cookies, which is so exciting. So I know that mine got delivered and I'm waiting for those when I get home. But thank you to those campus partners. Thank you to those content partners. Thank you to those community partners. We really couldn't do this. And I know that, you know, there's also been really surprising prizes to go along. So Samantha, do you also want to mention who's been part of the Women's Summit with prizes?
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys have been following the WEL Institute over the past few weeks, like Leslie mentioned, we have a ton of giveaways that are happening over the course of the day. I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. Join the prize giveaway Slack channel if you haven't already. That's what we'll be announcing giveaway winners all day. But special thanks to Dell and being able to give us a laptop to give away to students. Also thanks for Balfour for giving away a Kendra Scott class ring, to Drunk Elephant for the makeup trunk that we'll be giving away, for Tiff's Treats for all of the gift cards that people have gotten, and for the cookies that are being delivered to people. Also special thanks to Erin Coden, Other Than Candies, Austin Women Magazine, Young Women's Alliance, UT and NYC, and of course, last but not least, for Kendra Scott.
So I mentioned earlier that the WEL Institute is very much for students and by students. And so I really want to take the moment and the time to recognize our fabulous internship team. I call them my shoe army. But, you know, Eva, who is our programs intern, has really, really done a fabulous job bringing today, and especially the civic dinners, to us tonight. Also, you know, Jessica, with, beautiful, I call it her sparkle wand, but beautiful design work for the whole summit experience. Also, Jacqueline, who is heading up our social media, so, watch all the different platforms. She is going to be rocking it all day long with a whole entire social media run of show. Tessa, who is in charge of our special projects, and of course you, Samantha, who is our student advisory board president. You guys are a dream team, my Wonder Women, so thank you so much for your work to get us today.
Oh my goodness, Leslie, we are all so thankful for you and for your amazing leadership, that we can even be part of the WEL Institute family. It's really been an honor for all of us. So thank you for everything that you do for us. Well, I want to tell you guys just a couple of ways that you can continue to get involved with the WEL Institute beyond the Women's Summit, though events is definitely one of the easiest and best ways to get involved. If you go to the WEL Institute's website at ksinstitute.utexas.edu, you can subscribe to the mailing list that we have there, and then you also can make sure that you stay up to date on all the content as it comes out right to your inbox. You can also make sure that you're on the Slack workspace, like I said before, and follow us on all the social media platforms. Our handle is at KS Institute UT with capital UT. And then you also, like I said, can come to events. We're having our Alumni Advisory Board Empower Hour, which is about finding mentors in a startup space on the Monday that we come back from Thanksgiving break, November 30th from 5 to 6 p.m. So you can make sure to come to that event, get to learn more about some of the alumni who are part of the WEL Institute community, and just get to meet other students and other community partners through that event as well. And then you also can continue to check out the WEL Institute through virtual booths that are going to be available on Hopin today. You can learn more about the Student Advisory Board there and a lot of the other organizations and partners Leslie mentioned earlier.
So much to tell you, so many ways to get engaged with the WEL Institute, and I definitely do want to take a moment. Even though registration has closed on campus for UT Austin students, we are so excited about the WEL Institute sponsored courses that we've been able to provide for both undergraduate and graduate students. So this upcoming spring 2021, we have 2 courses that are being taught. So get on the wait list. They have wait lists if these sound of interest to you or they work in your schedule. But we're so excited to announce a brand new class with Cockrell School of Engineering, which is STEM Innovation and Technology, which is being taught by Dr. Van Truscott. And then also the ever popular, back for its 3rd time, our Textiles and Apparels course with Professor Jessica Chiarla, that is focus on accessory design, development, and merchandising. So I know that one is very, very popular, and we're so happy to be able to offer it again in the spring. But stay tuned because there's more to come in fall 2021 as well. And we also can't wait for the segment later on today where we hear from Professor Kendra Scott and also Professor Jan Ryan on the course that they're currently teaching this fall semester on women in entrepreneurship. So I know that this is kind of the thankful and grateful portion of the show, but there are so many different partners. We've already named so many, but I do also want to take the time to recognize Red Velvet Events and the team that they have put in place to bring you this virtual summit. We are all learning as we go, and they have been amazing with bringing this experience. So we love you, team Red Velvet Events. Also, we have a website partner in Too Good Strategy, and Tiffany has been working so hard to be able to have us announce something really big on Thursday. So stay tuned for that announcement, but it has something to do with the content that you're going to see today. So we love you guys at Too Good Strategy. And then also, right above us, this is a production for sure. We are so happy to have ATXs helping us with the streaming of this event too. So thank you to the crew that's, I think, literally up above me. So many different people to bring this to you, and just want to recognize the hard work of each.
Yeah, and like Leslie said, the fun of the Women's Summit definitely doesn't end here. We want to hear about how all of you guys are enjoying your experience today. If you run into any problems, all of our teams would love that feedback, and we want to give you the opportunity to do that. As you can tell, at the WEL Institute, we love being able to incorporate advice and incorporate feedback and making our processes better and bigger for next events that we'll be holding. So there will be a course or a survey that will be going out about the summit starting tomorrow. tomorrow. So if you registered, which if you're watching this, then you did, congratulations. You'll be able to get an email about that and just be able to have that survey completed by this coming Friday, November 20th at 5 p.m. It's a pretty short survey, again, just to kind of hear about your thoughts, your experiences, what you like, what you didn't like, what you think that we could be doing for future women's summits. The WEL Institute's really excited for continuing to bring events like this to all of you. So just being able to give us a bit of an idea of what we should work on in the future and what you guys really liked about this Women's Summit, so we can make sure to do it again and find ways to continue to grow on the events, the speakers, the panels that are happening today. We also, with that survey, are going to have 10 lucky participants who are going to win who are entered to win a drawing to win the Kendra Scott Charlotte Huggy and Cuff or Kendra Scott Longhorn Charm. So if you need incentives to fill out the survey, you may be able to get some free bling, which would always be great to be able to spice up any outfit going into the spring semester or into your winter break.
But wait, there's more. Like I feel like everything keeps coming, and we so appreciate to kick off and introduce and welcome y'all to the Women's Summit. And I alluded to it just a little bit before this, but if you didn't know, Thursday is Women's Entrepreneurship Day, and so we did want to celebrate that day and celebrate our female founders and have the content and the momentum of today on 11/17 live on. And so follow us, join our listserv. We do have a big announcement that's going to be so exciting to carry you through Thanksgiving break and also winter break with the content that you're going to see today. So stay tuned for that, and just make note that Thursday is Women's Entrepreneurship Day. And the International Educator in me also just wants to give a shout out to it being International Education Week. We always say empowering women to lead, but also encouraging the world to follow. So what's amazing is that though unfortunately we're not here in person to deliver this event, what it has allowed is a broader global reach. And so we have 19 countries that are actually logged in right now in the Women's Summit. So I just think that is amazing. So howdy to everyone around the world who's tuning in right now.
Yeah, that's incredible, Leslie. I love it.
So I'm just kind of looking at the time. I know that we've got such a full, exciting day, and I know that Samantha, you have a Q&A with Kendra coming up so soon in a couple of minutes, and I am so excited for that. But I also just kind of wanted to have a little Q&A with you.
Yeah, I'm excited.
You act like you don't know what these questions are, but they're questions I ask you all the time. And I know that they're questions that students are always asking you too, but what are you most excited about finishing out 2020 and finishing it strong? And then what is 2021 look like, and what makes that, the next year so exciting too?
Yeah, I think 2020 has been a year of a lot of unexpected incidents for everybody, to say the least. So I'm really excited just to see how 2020 wraps up and just how I have been able to endure, how we as a UT community have been able to endure and be flexible in this season. I'm just excited to continue to see that thankfulness and grace that a lot of people have extended to each other continue to grow and continue to be developed, especially over the next few weeks as we close out the semester strong. Just knowing that we've been able to continue our education where we may not have thought that was possible, or we weren't sure how that was going to look even 6 months ago. So excited for that. And then looking forward to 2021, I'm graduating, which is really sad, but it's also really exciting because just thinking about my last semester, knowing that it will be a great time for me to give back to the WEL Institute, to the UT community as a whole, and just be able to really make my kind of final mark on the university as I am getting ready to leave. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah. I am not looking forward to that, but excited for you. I know that it's always a mix of emotions. And Samantha, I know you get this question. I heard actually a couple students in this space this morning ask you, but what is it about the WEL Institute that you get pumped about, or what is the meaning of it to you, and why you've chosen to be so involved in this senior year for you?
Yeah, I love the WEL Institute so much. I love all of the people, all of the students that I've gotten to work with. Again, shout out to Student Advisory Board, shout out to Student Council because y'all make working with the WEL Institute so special and so unique, and I encourage everybody who's interested to get involved in either of those roles in the future, just because it's amazing to see so many students who are so passionate about being able to pursue diversity in entrepreneurship, being able to empower women to be leaders in business, leaders in entrepreneurship, leaders in whatever spaces they want to go into. That's just been really special for me to see, because I don't think that we get that positive reinforcement nearly as much as we should. And just being able to have a space that encourages women, encourages other people of all identities to be allies for everyone, and be able to have that idea that we all are coming together to raise each other up. I absolutely love about the WEL Institute, and it's made my job and all of the other interns so excited just to be able to see how that's continued to grow and continue to shape what the WEL Institute has already done and where we will be going in the future.
Yeah, I love the saying, empower women, and you
Yes.
did that so well. So we did it. We welcomed everyone to the first ever Women's Summit. So what is next on the schedule? What is coming up?
Yeah, so coming up next, I will be doing a live Q&A with Kendra Scott herself. So we are going to have a short welcome video, so you guys stay tuned, and everybody in the studio will be able to let you watch that commercial, and I will be back with Kendra after this short break. See you guys in a little bit.
Welcome.
Welcome everyone. I am so excited for the Women's Summit virtual experience. The WEL Institute campus, community, student board, and alumni advisory board have been working so hard behind the scenes to bring this summit to our next generation of future female leaders.
Thank you for being here at the start of something very special, the Kendra Scott Institute at the University of Texas.
Our mission is to strengthen the next generation of courageous, creative female leaders. Wherever you are and what you achieve and you want to do, we want to help you get there. The future of what Texas women leaders will look like will change forever because of what we're going to do here.
We're the academic board of the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute.
We are moving forward with our second year of innovative and creative coursework, programming, and mentorship.
Despite this unprecedented time of uncertainty and virtual learning, our students are hungry to develop into the business and thought leaders who will steer our country towards connection and economic success,
creating a truly unique cross-disciplinary pathway for female trailblazers.
The seeds you have planted are already growing strong.
Our goal today is for you to leave feeling empowered, celebrated among a vibrant and diverse community, and equipped with important tools and resources to excel in your careers.
I'm excited to introduce the first annual Women's Summit.
We are actively confronting the obstacles women often face.
We are strengthening the next generation of courageous, creative female leaders who will help change the world.
We are empowering women to lead, encouraging the world to follow.
Join us as we virtually bring together students and founders
for a day full of empowerment, inspiration, and networking.
Focused on equipping, building community, and empowering.
And equipped with the important tools and resources to succeed.
We empower women to advocate for themselves, to find the space to make their impact. We teach them not only to believe in the impossible, but how to fight to make it a reality. And above all, we want you to know that if you work hard, lead with passion, and treat others with kindness, anything is truly possible. So sit back, relax, and enjoy today's featured panelists. Reach out and connect, and together we can empower women to lead and encourage the world to follow.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute Women's Summit. I'm here with Kendra Scott, and I'm so excited to dive into a live Q&A with her, brought to you with some of the questions from some of our students on Student Advisory Board and Student Council. My name is Samantha. I'm the Student Advisory Board President of the WEL Institute. I'm a current senior at the University of Texas, double majoring in business honors and marketing. So I have been in Austin my entire life. Kendra Scott has been an idol that I've grown up admiring for a really long time. So Kendra, I'm super excited to get to sit down and talk with you today.
I mean, what a day, right? I woke up this morning and I think I told you I had like butterflies in my stomach. It felt like Christmas morning. I think, we have been for so many years planning this institute and what it could do to empower women and create these future leaders, and talked about this Women's Summit idea to bring a day full of amazing women that can inspire us and lift us up and really see that anything is possible. And so we have such an incredible lineup today of inspiring female leaders, and I'm just thrilled. And we're sold out. We have 19 countries. What a day. What an amazing day. And you are so good at this. I'm like, you can have your own talk show, Samantha. I'm super impressed. But we are, we are here. I remember, September when we launched the Institute last year, getting on that stage and being able to see the students. And I think for me, the hardest part of today is that I'm not getting to look out into the audience and see their faces, but I can still feel their incredible energy and the excitement and the enthusiasm around what we wanted to build. Here we are a little over 12 months later, and all of the things that we had hoped to achieve, we did, and so much more. And this is just the beginning for the WEL, right? This is just the beginning.
Yeah, this is just the beginning. And like you said, oh, what a day. What a beginning.
What a day.
Well, I'm so excited to get to talk with you. Like I said, our students within the WEL Institute community have been looking forward to getting to kind of pick your brain and ask you a couple of questions. So I'm really excited. I have a really short list of questions that we've curated from them. And I would just love to be able to hear your thoughts on some of the things our students are really curious about knowing from you.
I can't wait. Let's go.
Awesome.
Bring it on.
Great. I love the energy. The first question is, what are some of the most significant challenges that you faced as a woman in business in general? And then also, what are some of the most significant challenges you faced as a female entrepreneur specifically?
Look, entrepreneurship is difficult. Starting a business is not easy, right? And I think early on, I had to understand and have the humility to realize that you can't go after everything alone, and you don't know everything. And to be able to ask for help, to have mentors around you that can support you was really important to me. But then also thinking about, you're starting a business, and I always say you want to do something unique. You have to do something that you love, that you're passionate about, and you've got to be filling a white space in the market. You've got to be doing it disruptively. And that's really important. But for me as a female, when I started, it was a different time, right? I mean, almost 19 years ago is when I started Kendra Scott. And, I would walk into so many boardrooms or meetings and no one in there looked like me. I remember going in and trying to get funding. And here I am, this Southern girl from Texas in New York City who has this idea about a jewelry brand. And they just looked at me like, what? And I knew what was kind of in their head, that they're thinking she's not smart enough or she's not this enough. And I knew that I'm like, they don't know me. And my job is to go in there and show them who I am. And it was almost sometimes taking those no's or the doors gently being shut, not in your face, but behind you, and using that as a fire to fuel you. And I think that became this thing for me, is that I know that I have a great idea. I know that I'm capable. I know that I'm going to work hard, and I'm going to use that no as fire in my tank to go forward and not give up. And I'm going to show them that I can do it. And I think part of, what we're wanting to incorporate within, what we're doing in the women's is that how do we get that confidence? How do we get that ability to dust our knees off, even if we have no's on us, or, we're not getting exactly what we had hoped for that day? How do we continue to push forward and let our dreams manifest themselves?
Yeah, I think resiliency is a skill that's definitely learned, but it takes practice and it takes time. So I applaud your resiliency, how you've continued to turn those no's into yeses and to learn from those gentle closed doors.
Thank you. Yeah, not always so gentle, but most of the time they were pretty gentle.
Yeah. Well, in kind of the same vein of being able to think about confidence, some of our students were curious, what advice do you have for a female entrepreneur who wants to start her own business but has that self-doubt? How can she overcome that and actually build that confidence and combat uncertainty?
Well, let me first tell you, I have self-doubt every single day.
still. And I think people think, oh, you're this, you're Kendra Scott, you built this amazing company. And I still doubt myself at times. I wake up every morning and I'm running a company bigger than it was the night before. I'm going through things that are uncertain. I woke up in March and was told, we have a pandemic, and now I had to figure out what to do. And those are very scary and uncertain times. So I think what's really important is for everybody to realize it's okay to, one, not be okay. It's okay to not be perfect. There's no such thing as perfect, and there's no such thing as a perfect time. I started Kendra Scott right after 9/11, just a few months later. It was a very scary time in our history. My business, I almost lost it during the recession and was able to then turn it around. So I want people to understand that there's going to be a lot of peaks and valleys. And, there's never, even with I think if I hear some people, they are so planned out. It's like, I'm going to do this when I'm 20. And then when I'm 26, I'm going to get married. And when I'm 28, I'm going to have my first baby. And I look now and looking back at my life and I'm like, oh, sister, just don't worry about that, right? Look at where you really want to see your dreams, your goals go. And if you want to do something, if you have an idea, do it. There's no time like the present, right? And surround yourself with people that believe in you. There were a lot of naysayers around me when I started my business. There's a million jewelry designers. What's going to make you, different? All of these things telling me why I couldn't do it. And I think I had a few people in my court that saw that potential. They saw that fire in me. And so surrounding yourself with people that see you, that really see you, and that lift you up on that days when you're feeling like, oh, I don't know if I can do this, or this is too hard. Because I'm telling you still, I have a lot of those days. And I want you guys to know it's okay to feel that way, but make sure you're surrounding yourself with people that are going to lift you up, not bring you down.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good, Kendra. I'm literally sitting here getting fired up hearing that. Because I think it's true. It's hard to tell ourselves sometimes it's okay to not be okay, because no one really has it all together. And I think COVID-19 has really showed us that everybody's having to be flexible. Everybody's dealing with something and processing something. So
100%.
Yeah, that's an amazing reminder. Well, for the reason why we're all here today talking about the WEL Institute and the amazing initiative that you have started when working with the University of Texas at Austin. And we're just curious, what inspired you to start the WEL Institute at UT? I know you mentioned it a little bit, but if you could dive in more about what inspired you and what you're hoping to see the WEL Institute grow to be over the next few years.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been in Austin now for a long time. I was going to tell you how many years, but then that would age me. So, but I've been here a long time, and this city, the University of Texas, has been such a big part of the DNA of the Kendra Scott brand. I have had interns working for me since day one, working with me, who are now vice presidents and directors within our company, and started with me, as interns, and just saw what an incredible gift that we have together to be able to work together. And when I could enlighten and see these women and give them the opportunity that they could do anything, that I wanted to be able to show them other women that also looked like them in all facets and all different careers. And I remember very instinctively when I, first started my first business, which was a hat company, and I was 19, I remember, thinking to myself, I didn't have a lot of resources around me, and I didn't have a lot of examples of strong women. But there were few here and there that I would meet. And I remember I just wanted to be like a sponge, just soak it all in, right? And I remember just thinking about how powerful those moments were to have those mentors, to be able to see women doing things that seemed, almost impossible at times. I was an artist, and I remember someone telling me that, oh, you're a creative, so you can't be a CEO or be in business because you're left brain, right brain, that's just how it is. And here I am, CEO, founder of $1 billion brand. And it's because I just needed the tools. I needed the bridge to my left brain and my right brain. I needed the tools to understand that entrepreneurial mindset. And anyone can be taught those tools in any field, anywhere. And I wanted to be able to give those tools, that tool set, to women everywhere. And the best way that I thought that we could do that was by building this institute. And so for us, this is cross-disciplinary. Any woman can be part of this, anything that you want to do. And it's not just about, when you hear the word entrepreneurship, you think build a business. Wow. For me, it was that entrepreneurial mindset that if you want to be a teacher, why can't you be the superintendent of schools someday? Let's give you the toolkit to empower you to live your best, most happy, healthy life.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I think that that's been really well achieved in the WEL Institute because, like, yes, it is the Women's Entrepreneurial Institute, but it's also the Entrepreneurial
Leadership. Yes.
Yeah, able to build those skills. Oh,
yeah.
God.
I was going to say, for me, it's so important that word leadership was a really big, important word to add in there for me. I kept saying how important that was because being a leader, with you're working in a company or you're working in a large organization, the power that you can have of influence to be a leader within that organization and how you can move that organization to have this really amazing ability to see where they want to go. And as a leader, you can help take that team there. So leadership was a really big part for me. And I think every single woman that will walk through our institute or be inspired by our workshops or take one of our classes or see some of our great content will have tools to be able to be incredible leaders when they leave the University of Texas.
Yeah, that's awesome. Really building the next generation of leaders, of female leaders now.
Yes.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much, Kendra, for all of your insights, for all of your advice. I hope everybody at home was taking notes. I definitely have a couple of mental notes that I've been making during our conversation. So I really enjoyed getting to talk to you today.
Well, you're a rock star, Samantha. We have the biggest, most amazing day. I can't even tell everybody, like, you have got it. If whatever you can do, I know we don't want you skipping class, but I'm telling you what, this is going to be quite a day of content and some amazing, inspiring leaders. So I am going to be glued all day watching as well. And so excited for this day. We did it.
Yeah, we did it. It's happening.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited. And like Kendra said, that we have a whole bunch of new content coming for you guys next. And I'm really excited for our next panel, which is going to be a year in review with UT's president, Jay Hartzell, and Kendra Scott. So you guys can take a look. We'll have it queued up for you guys next.
All right.
See you later.
See you in a bit.
So hello and welcome. It's an honor to have the chance to talk with you again, Kendra, and to be part of this first Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute Women's Summit. And I was hoping as we pause and celebrate and reflect and think about what a ride we've been on and where we're going to go, maybe you could help us think back about some achievements you're especially proud of from the Institute's first year in action. How's that sound?
Sounds great. I mean, there's just, obviously, this is such a huge day to be celebrating a year and the years that went into first the idea and getting it to where it was, but to, launch the Institute last September, to host 2 courses this spring, then to have, 3 more this fall has been absolutely amazing. We've been providing students with so much good content, some great interactive workshops. And of course, we're in the process of building the actual institute itself that will be open, soon. So many accomplishments that we've been able to achieve, and just to see that the excitement, throughout the university and then throughout the nation. I mean, we've had national recognition when we launched this institute, and how people are just so excited to see what we're doing at the University of Texas. And truly, I couldn't be prouder.
Oh, it's great. Great to hear.
Jay, as founding dean of the WEL Institute and now the president of UT, how have you seen firsthand the Institute's impact on campus?
Thank you. It's been awesome and it's been huge. And it hit me, when I was dean of the Macomb School of Business. And, one of the things you and your gift and this institute have done is really bring together people from across our campus. And we don't often come together in this way. And so just as a force for cross-campus collaboration, I think the Institute's been tremendous already. And it gives us a chance, I think, to shape our students and prepare them for the future in ways that no one unit could do in the same way as we can together. And I think today's summit, or the summit that we're recording in advance of, is going to be one of those great examples where the WEL Institute will bring together people from all across campus, different walks of life, different perspectives, different kinds of talents, all in an effort to support our student leaders. And I've been on campus now for 20 years as a professor and 25 years total, and we've all learned, and we've seen this Austin story and this UT story of the role of entrepreneurship, and both in the shaping of our city, our state, our economy as a nation. And it's really seen that we've all seen the influence of it in what we do. And now we get to see the influence and the impact on campus, which has just been a lot of fun. And I think, your institute, it plays a vital role in empowering women to become entrepreneurs and business leaders. And the creative approaches that we're taking to student instruction, immersive experiential learning opportunities, connections, and using our amazing alumni base, you put those things together with a schedule of guest speakers, and we really get a chance to transform the fabric of our institution and create unprecedented opportunities for women students, which I think is just tremendous. And I think there's really no limit to where we can go from here. And what we can do with your peerless vision and a belief in our university. And I look forward to seeing the partnership grow even more in the future.
Absolutely. I think we've only scratched the surface, which is so exciting. And both having that visionary mindset and really being able to take that to the University of Texas. And I think, what we've accomplished in just 1 year, I can't wait to see what we accomplish 3, 5, 10 years from now and see the successes that these students have after they go through this program.
Yeah, I agree completely. And looking ahead, what about year 2, say? What do you see coming up in the next year that gets you fired up about where we're heading?
I'm so excited. First of all, I think there's nothing like this out there. That's one of the things I always think is so exciting, is that, we're being disruptive. We're doing something where we're really shining a light on the opportunities that we can give to women and giving them that opportunity to have an entrepreneurial mindset, which I think can give them great success in anything that they do in their life, whatever career, if it's building their own business or not. Just having that entrepreneurial mindset is something that I'm so excited for us to continue to embody in these students. Being able to bring diversity of different women in their experiences and going across majors, which was such an important part of this. I think remembering in the early days, I was a designer and an artist in fashion, and I was told that I couldn't be in business because I had that creative brain. And I obviously have broken that mold. And so wanting to be able to show that we can build those bridges, that business classes aren't just for people in the business school, that you can be in any major and learn the fundamentals of that entrepreneurial mindset that can lead you to great success. So I'm excited to see more students being able to get involved in this program and then having access to it, even if they're not in the classroom themselves. So being able to, take all of this great content, learn from other women that look like them, and for one time be maybe a majority in some of these business type of classes where in a lot of cases they may not have been previously. So, I think there's just so much exciting opportunity. And again, widening this net, not just beyond the 40 acres, but to really influence women across the country by what we're doing here in Austin at the University of Texas and at the WEL Institute. So super excited for the future and really excited to just see more and more students be able to get involved with this program.
Yeah, I agree. And I thought about it both. You mentioned a lot of us are split. We have my creative side is not your creative side. I'm more the business side. And then you get some people can explore now the business side of their mind and their talents and their skills. And then we'll also be able to bring together students who maybe may excel on one side or the other and get them in situations where they can feed off each other, which I think will be really exciting.
Unbelievable. I mean, the thing about what I've already noticed that these students, it's that, they can see things in each other that they may not even realize. And they're bringing, like you said, they're bringing those things out and they're collaborating in ways that have never been collaborating before. And there is so much enthusiasm and excitement and being able to, now teach a class and be part of that process for me has been, I think, one of the biggest gifts, to really have that kind of one-on-one interaction with these students that have just so much drive and passion and ideas. It's really something for me that's been beyond any expectation I could have had.
So the professor gig's going well so far. You're okay with it?
I love it. I joke a lot that, Professor Scott, it was a big deal. And I think for me, what's been most enjoyable though, is I'm learning, I'm the teacher, right? I'm the teacher, but I'm learning more from the students than I think that they could possibly ever learn from me. They inspire me daily. And again, their ideas and their want and desire to learn and to be better and to grow and develop is something that I've just been awe-inspired by being in their presence, and truly such a gift for me to be able to be part of that process.
Yeah, I get it. There's nothing for me like the little fear I always had going in the classroom to be ready to teach something, right? Get you ready to you really have to know it to feel comfortable going in, and then you never know what can happen on the fly in a classroom setting.
And we're Zoom classing. So it's a very different setting than probably typical, but I get to see all of their faces. And as I'm talking to them, getting to see their head nods, or in some case, their eyes well up with tears, or them fiercely writing notes. And again, I don't know what a typical classroom setting is like to teach him because I never have had one before, but there's something that even this process, there's such an intimacy, right, that you get with your students in this Zoom environment. It's a smaller class. It really, I think it's also a testament to the University of Texas on how we've been able to pivot and be agile in this COVID world. Here we are presenting a virtual summit for our Women's Entrepreneur Leadership Institute, and the excitement and enthusiasm around that has been profound. So so many things to be thankful for.
Yeah, I agree. And you mentioned in this virtual environment what we're doing, but clearly a big part of what we're excited about that you're letting happen and enabling and pushing us forward on is the physical space. What will be the new home for the WEL Institute in the Doty Fine Arts Building. And so, we're excited about that. It will give a presence, a place for students to gather in the Institute Student Lounge, which, thanks to your generosity, is going to be this new, I think, amazing place. Not probably the same design standard as some typical UT buildings. I think we may have had to up our game a little to keep up with where you envision this going. But I think having that kind of a place, once we can safely do these kinds of events together in person again, I think is going to be just a real hallmark and a huge advantage for the program. And give a chance for students to have those kind of collisions with each other and find ways to work together as they go on their own journey. What about the space motivates you? How did you think about the space as we went forward with this?
Well, I've got 108 retail stores across the country, and I think creating a space that inspires people, that makes people feel at home. My offices are very much like my home, and I wanted a gathering place, a place where these students could come together, work together. And again, like what we just talked about, being able to have those opportunities to, do these amazing workshops, bring in other female leaders to inspire them, having events that help drive them forward, even if they couldn't be in one of our classes, that they still have the opportunity to be part of the Institute, be part of what we're doing, and have all of those experiences available to them. And their location is part of that. It is probably going to look different than some of the other spaces, but we wanted it that way. We put a little bit of a feminine touch on it. It's got the Kendra Scott touch, but it is still going to feel very homey, right? And a place where we want our students to go. I love that it's located in the Fine Arts Building. As an artist, again, here we are putting an entrepreneurial leadership program for women inside of the Fine Arts Building. The dichotomy of that for me was really special because it is my two brains being able to kind of come together in this amazing university setting. So we are so excited to welcome students there when we can, and know that it'll hopefully be a place where they can come to, one, relax, one, to learn, one, to grow whatever their journey is and where they're wanting to head, and know that they have the support of the WEL Institute there to really be there for them during that journey.
It's great to hear. And I think a lot about, we're in the talent business and we get really talented people to come together, and the physical environment is important because it's a magnet for that talent. It also inspires us. It gives us a home away from home in many cases. And I think it's going to be fun to watch the impact of that. And another way you've had an impact and helped shape us has been, you've been involved on the UT President's Austin Innovation Board, where we've brought together some amazing business leaders from around our beloved city, and have you help us shape how we interact with Austin, how we partner together to help our students, to help our research, to help our teaching. And I'm kind of curious if you could talk a little bit about how you found the connection to that board, and how you kind of found your way from that board, and does that influence other ways you've engaged with UT Austin?
100%. I mean, it's been, such a dynamic group of Austin business leaders to be able to, when we used to be able to sit around a conference room, now we sit in Zoom calls together. But regardless, it really is exciting to see there's so much innovation in this city. Austin has become this just mecca for entrepreneurs. And the other amazing thing about Austin and Texas in general is how business leaders really hold hands and work together and want to help one another. And I think what was so great is that the University of Texas really harnessed that kind of spirit, the spirit that we have here in Austin, with these very diverse, from medical to retail to the CPG to you name it, right? We've got everybody around that table, and really understanding the impact that the University of Texas has and the students there. We've been having interns from the University of Texas since I started my business 18 years ago. Many of those interns are directors in my company, VPs in my company. They've grown and developed. And I think, again, really understanding that connection to how the university and these amazing students can get this great experience with such a diversity of businesses, and how we can really support that and support each other in that process. And so it's really been, it's been a great thing to be a part of. And I think we are all creatively thinking about how we can merge those types of experiences that we've had as entrepreneurs and business leaders with the students at the University of Texas in creative and innovative ways. And again, doing things that other universities may not be doing, and harnessing the creativity and innovation of Austin, Texas. We are in one of the fastest growing cities in the world for a reason. People are moving here for a reason, and there's a spirit about this city that is so dynamic, and a big part of that is that also that center hub of UT.
Yeah, thank you for that. I agree, and I've thought a lot about what makes us special as a university, and whatever list you come up with, really quickly you get to the fact that we're in Austin, Texas.
Yes.
And that's something that's really hard for other universities to replicate, which we appreciate. But I think it's up to us to work with people like you, firms like yours, to take advantage of that for our students. And when I got out of UT, people wanted to be here, but there weren't the same kinds of jobs and opportunities here that there are today. And so we can now provide these kinds of experiences and opportunities for our students that really we couldn't have done 20 plus years ago like we can now, which is really, I think, exciting for us and for them.
Well, and the city is not stopping its growth anytime soon, Jay. So, you think about Austin 20 years ago, I can't wait to see the next 20 years and the impact that exciting growth and all of these amazing people that are coming into our city and really making it flourish even more, and how that'll affect the University of Texas is something I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, me too. There's a balcony outside here on the tower, and I just counted the other day 24 cranes that are in operation building things around our city. And you think about, as all that kind of thing comes online, and just the tremendous thing we're going to get to go along for the ride and be part of it. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's amazing.
Well, one of the things I hope has been fun that I wanted to come back to, you keep finding new ways to, I think, be impressive and make an incredible difference. And the latest thing I know is about Shark Tank.
Yeah.
So, it's congratulations on getting to that position and your time as a guest there. I've heard, and seen just great things from that. Could you talk a little bit about your Shark Tank experience? What did you learn from it? And were there anything you took away from that that you now think might translate over into your Women in Entrepreneurship class at UT or your institute?
100%. First of all, it was a pinch me moment to be sitting there in the tank with all of those powerful, amazing sharks. And I think, one of the things that when I got on that set, my stomach was flipping, my hands were shaking. And I remember thinking, back to the girl that started my business out of her extra bedroom with $500 and a dream. And here I am 18 years later, sitting on the set of Shark Tank as a investor. It really was one of those moments that I thought, okay, really anything is possible. And when you set your mind to it, when you have a great idea, you surround yourself with amazing people, you're not afraid to be disruptive, and you just continue to go each day, even when it's hard, anything can happen. And so for me, being in the Shark Tank, I think was a great example, I hope, to other women, because, I was the only female judge that was a reoccurring shark for season 12. And that was also a big responsibility for me. And I really wanted to also support other female founders. And so I was excited to be able to meet so many dynamic female founding businesses during my time in Shark Tank. It was so much fun. I remember, that day, it's a long day. It's 14 hours we taped, and I actually have some more episodes coming up, but it didn't feel long. At the end of the day, Jay, I was like, that's it? We're done? I don't want it to be over. And, the other sharks who do this all the time are like, boy, girl, are you kidding me? But it was such a wonderful day. And I was so inspired by these entrepreneurs because I know what it felt like to be in their shoes. And I think I had a very unique position, in the tank, because I know what that is like to start a business out of a bedroom or out of your garage, and how to bootstrap it and how to take that and to build it to something like mine is today, and to be able to help these entrepreneurs, not just with funding, but to be able to mentor them and be part of their entrepreneurial story in some way. I think for me was the most fun. And here we are in a very kind of scary time in our history and an uncertain time. And to see that entrepreneurship is still alive, and the fire in their belly and the excitement about their businesses when they walked into the tank, I just felt, again, I just got revived to know the American spirit, that entrepreneurial spirit, it's not going anywhere. And just like Shark Tank trying to figure out how to film in the middle of a pandemic, entrepreneurs across the United States aren't going to stop having great ideas and going after their dreams. So that was the best part for me to be on Shark Tank, for sure, was to see them.
It's great to hear. I know that for me, one of the things that I keep coming back to in these crazy times we're in is just coming back to the hope that we all feel. And it sounds like Shark Tank gave you a ray of hope when you get to see the young energy and the drive and passion of the entrepreneurs in that kind of a setting.
It really did. And I think anybody that watches, any season of Shark Tank, you see that. But I think right now in these times, I think it's especially important to see that hope, that love, and that there is still this unbelievable community that wants to support entrepreneurship. And that was something amazing to be a part of. Like I said, I love it. And I have a couple more episodes, Jay, so you got to watch.
I'm in. I love it. And and also I would say, we take some pride in having you there representing our university, our city, our state. And so thank you for doing it. Congratulations on that, among all the other accomplishments you've been having. And I really can't overstate how delighted we are to celebrate with you the anniversary of the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute, and really to join in with you and looking ahead to what is going to be a lot of exciting things to come for the benefit of our students, of our university, of our city. And we know that we didn't get to celebrate in person, but I think we did send over something, a little special repair. You have yours
Oh
with
my
you?
goodness! I just walked in with a cake. Are you kidding me? You sent a cake over? Look at this.
Right?
Oh my goodness. And it's
So according to UT
here.
rules, I'm not allowed to light my candle. So apparently I can't have a fire in the president's office, but you can blow yours out, which would be fantastic.
I'm gonna blow it out. Thank you. I can't believe it's already been 1 year, and I can't wait for this next year and many years more. So here's to the WEL.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thanks a lot, Kendra. Welcome, and thanks for all you do. And to the summit, it's going to be a great summit. I can't wait to see all of it I can see, and to watch you on Shark Tank, and then watch some amazing women's entrepreneurial leadership students go out and change the world.
This summit is going to be fantastic. There's going to be so many exciting things for everybody to be involved in, unbelievable speakers and panelists. So get ready for quite the summit, and so many exciting things in the future happening. So here we go to another amazing year with Kendra Scott WEL Institute. I'm super excited. Thanks,
That's right.
Jay.
I look forward to seeing you blow out two candles next year. So thanks a lot, Kendra.
Woo! All right. Thank you. Hook 'em
Thank you.
horns.
Hook 'em. Hi, Kendra. So good to see you again.
So great to see you. What a great video.
That's right. Well, and the 1 year anniversary of the Kendra Scott WEL Institute was an important milestone for the fall. And in the middle of this roller coaster year, the WEL Institute was a bright spot for the university. And I know we got to celebrate with a cake during our discussion, but we also have a few friends who wanted to join in and express their own congrats.
Wow.
Kendra, congratulations. I am so happy for you. And this couldn't be happening to a more deserving person. Congratulations on the unveiling of the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute. We as a city are so much better because of your contributions. Not only as we as a city are better, but we as women are better. You continue to put your actions behind your words. You continue to support women as they excel in their and ascend in their own professional endeavors, no matter their choices. And we're all better for you having been in our lives. So thank you. Huge congrats. You deserve all the adoration, all the love. I'm so happy for you.
Congratulations, Kendra, on the opening of your Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute at the University of Texas at Austin.
Congrats, Kendra. I was so excited to hear about this amazing program that you're starting for women at the University of Texas. And I have to say, I'm so honored to know you and so proud of all this amazing work you're doing. Go, ladies!
Kendra Scott, Gail King here. You know I adore you. So why am I here? Because I want to offer my congratulations to you, Kendra Scott, for your WEL. We know what that stands for, Women Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute. Only you could do something like this in the middle of COVID. You know we're having a pandemic, but that doesn't stop you. Why? Because you're a badass. I remember the first time I interviewed you and you said, when you see the word no, what it really means is on, reverse it, game on, and that's what you do 1,000,000 times a day. So I just want you to know I'm cheering you on. Somebody told me once, you want to be a woman in power, then empower other women. And that's what you do. You go, Kendra Scott. I can't wait for us to catch up. We got lots to discuss. Bye.
What up, Kendra? Just want to say congratulations on the Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute at UT Austin. I have no doubt it's going to be incredible. You're going to help women of all ages start businesses, build businesses, because that's what you do. And I found that out on Shark Tank. You're pretty damn good at it. So congratulations. And I hope to see you soon. We need to have you back on Shark Tank. You were really, really good. Congrats, Kendra.
Congrats, Kendra. I'm so excited. It's the official unveiling of the Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute, something that all of us have needed, and you are taking the steps to actually make it happen.
I'm really excited for this next generation of women and women-led businesses. Thank you for everything you do.
This is your colleague, Doug Dempster, wanting to share with you the latest development from the Institute, which you know about already. It's this wonderful earring set designed by our students in Professor Chiarla's course from Textiles and Apparel in the College of Natural Sciences. And mine just arrived yesterday in the mail. And I now have a beautiful set of earrings designed by our students. And I'm thinking that any fashionable dean would want to wear these earrings.
Oh my goodness.
It's a look on me, don't you think?
I think they look great.
Welcome, Kendra.
Hey Kendra, it's Lauren and Jason, and we want to just say the biggest congrats on your new institute. We're so proud of you. And I know for me, you encouraged me so much as a woman to start my business and really thrive in business. So I'm so grateful.
Yeah, we think you're an incredible leader. All of these great women who learn from you are just absolutely going to be blessed because you have so much wisdom. You are the quintessential entrepreneur who's made it, and you want to help so many people. So congratulations, Professor, as well. We're sending all our love.
We love you.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, that was shocking. I had no idea. You guys don't surprise me often. But and I'm like in tears. I didn't wear waterproof mascara. I didn't know I would cry today. Oh my goodness. What wow. And all those people really are really dear to me. And it just means a lot to hear those words. And I think when we were thinking about this institute and I was talking about it with some of those people, I remember having a conversation with Gail King before we had even gotten it started, telling her what I envisioned and dreamt of, and her words of just go for it. If anyone can do it, you can do it. And that's an example of women empowering other women. And to hear those voices is really, really touching. And I'm thankful because it's all of those women and men who lift each other up to be better every day. And it was amazing to see that. And I'm going to try not to bawl my eyes out now.
It's a pretty good group. You got a pretty good group to come by and say thank you.
Yes, we do. And they really, truly, I think all those people and so many are really excited to be involved with the Women's Entrepreneur and Leadership Institute. And I know we're going to have voices like them and so many others that are going to be able to inspire our amazing students. So exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. And I wanted to come back just a little bit, if we can, go back to what we've all been going through. And we've all been facing a bunch of crazy business decisions. Go back to how we've all had to deal with this year that has been unlike any other. And if you go back, if I put back my old Dean of the Business School hat on, and we talk a lot in business school about being agile and pivoting and having to make changes, and whether it's business leaders or running an organization. And so could you talk a little bit about what you've seen from the Kendra Scott as a business side, and how have you had to rethink things, and where are you today in that process?
First of all, you're right. This is a year. I think 2020 will definitely have an entire book in the history books instead of a chapter. It'll have its own book because it is really something that I think none of us could have anticipated. And being pivoting and being agile have been the words we keep saying within our organization every day. And we're waking up a lot of mornings saying, okay, we don't know what today is going to hold. We don't know what we're going to have to do, but we're going to have to be agile. And we're going to have to just see, there's a hurdle. We're going to have to figure out together how we overcome it. I think one of the things that's been really amazing to me is, first of all, I have I believe the most amazing team on the planet. I'm a little biased, but I am so lucky to work beside such creative, thoughtful leaders within my organization who have been able to all get around a Zoom table together and figure out how to really collaborate and think from the customer's perspective. And I think that's what we've done every day. Is a lot of times companies will try to think about where they are, but they forget where their customer is. And what we've really tried to do through this year is, where is our customer? Where is she today? How can we better serve her?
What does she need from us? And staying true to our core values as a company. We are family based. So my Kendra Scott family, my customer family, really focusing around them. And then thinking about, okay, let's be innovative throughout this. And, I think sometimes the greatest business outcomes or happen when there is struggle, when there's something that forces you to be uncomfortable, because you can just kind of run along, running your business day to day. Things are great, things are normal, but then something shakes it up. 2020, we got shaken up. In March, I had to make the decision of shutting down all my stores. I got, fortunate to be asked to be on the governor's strike force. And, realizing that we had 75% of all retail workers, 3.5 million in the state of Texas, were furloughed between March and May. Those are staggering numbers, Jay. And to think about how we can be creative to be able to get people back to work, but more importantly, how do we do it safely so that our community, that our family, that our friends, everyone is staying safe during this unprecedented time. For us, we were able to shift a lot of our business to e-commerce. We saw an increase, 350% increase in our e-commerce. And so some of our retail workers were actually able to work and help us fulfill those orders for our customers. So we were able to shift what they were doing typically into another job while we're kind of figuring out how to handle this. We immediately launched curbside pickup, which was really exciting. We were able to use, virtual try-on, where you could be at home and virtually try on earrings since you couldn't physically come into our stores. And so I think, the example of just being able to be, thinking about, okay, what can we do to make this easier for her? And we really have customers also that we've built a relationship with. They are part of our family. And, for the last 18 years, we have a really strong bond with our customers. And when something like this happens, you really see and feel that bond. And our customers have been there for us just as much as we have been there for them.
Yeah, it sounds like you've had to make some tough choices, and at the same time trying to find where the opportunities are. And, that you think about redeploying your teams in ways that's the pivot, right?
Yes.
And then the other thing that I know that we're all talking about is how to be resilient, how to have hope. And that resiliency, I think, is such a powerful tool that we have in our toolkit right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we all are just thinking about this going, look, 2020 is we're going to be over soon. But I think there's so many lessons, good lessons that we can take from this year. And there's lessons of community too. I think I've seen such incredible compassion throughout our community, especially here in Austin, and business leaders working together to support one another as well. So it's an incredible thing to be a part of, and so excited that we also have the Women's Institute. We actually have the space that's about to be back, and hopefully soon we can all connect in that space. So really, really amazing. Thank you, Jay, for allowing me to be part of the University of Texas family. It's just been such an incredible gift, and I'm clearly just so passionate and excited to see where the future takes us. So thank you for that.
Oh, it's our pleasure. And, it's such a privilege to get people like you with your talent, your passion, your energy, your drive. I think it's going to make us all raise our games. I feel like I get on the screen with you, I have to kind of step up a notch because I'm used to being the nerdy academic on these things. So
you're far from the nerdy academic. You're so cool. Come on.
No. But realize, that all of this, in the end of the day, you're going to have such an impact on our students, and our ability to shape the future women entrepreneurial leaders of tomorrow is really dictated by the tone that you're setting for all of us, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Thank you so much. Well, we're excited. We've got a big day ahead. So, okay.
We do, and I know we have some perhaps some to build on. Yes, right?
Giveaways. I almost forgot the giveaways, Jay. They're all waiting. They don't want to hear. They're like, come on, just give us the giveaways. Yeah, we have some giveaways. I've got this Longhorn charm. If you can see that, how cute it is. And this always benefits University of Texas, which is super exciting. So anytime one is purchased, we go give back, but we're actually giving some away today. So we can have students modeling it. And then hopefully you need to tell everybody to go buy it so we can support more programs at UT. So do you want me to get started? I'm going to give away the charms. I have 5 winners. Okay, we've got Lily Gilmore. Congratulations, Lily. We have Katrina Fitzpatrick, Sydney Fisher, Anna Hong, and Aisha Din. You all get a Longhorn charm. Congratulations. And I think you've got some too. You're giving away that cool cuff. I don't have it on today. The cool cuff set that, we got to see earlier.
That's right. That's right. I get to give away the Chiarla Huggy and Cuff set that was designed by our UT students in last semester's first Kendra Scott WEL course, which incredible work by the team and a lot of fun to see what they come up with. So I get to announce my winners. And so I've got Gia Poblete, Melody Shao, Presley Hoyle, Kelsey Gillig, and Kazal Magal. So congratulations to the 5 of you as well.
Amazing. Amazing. Well, thank you again, Jay. Thank you congratulations to all the winners that won some fabulous jewels. It never hurts to get a little bling, to wear. And again, thanks for your time today. Thank you for all of your support of the Women's Summit as well, Jay. We really appreciate you.
Thank you on behalf of all of Longhorn Nation, Kendra. Thanks from us. And I hope everybody has a great experience at this year's summit. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how this evolves and also how much fun this will be in person when we actually get to do it that way in the years to come. So thanks a lot, Kendra. Take care. Hook 'em horns.
Thank you. Hook 'em horns.
I'm a junior studying business honors in MIS.
Hi, I'm Amy, a junior studying business honors in finance.
And we're the co-founders of 1000 Thread, which is a location-based clothing rental platform.
Our first tip for entrepreneurs is just to jump right into it. Don't wait until you have a final product or service in order to test and promote your idea. The best way to learn is just to do.
Our second tip is to really get to know your customer. And this is something really important to do, especially if you don't have a product yet. And you can do this through interviews, surveys, and just any conversations you can have with your customer.
Our last tip is to keep on persisting. As women in entrepreneurship, we know the struggle of people not being able to see the need in our target market. You'll be told no so many times, but you are the real expert in your problems, and so keep on persisting.
Thanks for listening. Join the thread and hook 'em.
Around the world, women are connecting and evolving their businesses through the WEL Women's Entrepreneur Network. Celebrate your journey and navigate success with a global community of entrepreneurs and mentors who are sharing their inspiring stories at our live events and virtual webinars. Whether you own a startup or a scale-up, we know that doing more takes the right tools too. As a DWEN member, you'll have access to funding resources and tailored tech to keep you moving forward. It's your moment to own it. Join at dwen.com today.
Hi, my name is Ariel. And I'm Diogene. And we're the co-founders of Remain. One business tip that we could give new entrepreneurs is to never give up and to create systems and structures around your workflow. You can't eat an elephant whole, so you've got to eat it one bite at a time. Creating systems and structures and learning how to prioritize is really helpful when beginning your entrepreneurship journey.
When creating your business, it's very, very important in the beginning to find a target market and community that you want to serve. It's important to do this because purposeful work is going to push you along this journey, because it'll be very difficult and you'll be up very late sometimes, but as long as you have that passion and that drive for this community that you want to serve, you'll be all right in the end. If you want to follow us further on this journey, you can visit our website at www.remain.co.
We are Remain, and we believe that with the right tools and the right knowledge, you can achieve anything. Hook 'em.
I can honestly say that Women in Entrepreneurship is one of my favorite classes so far at UT, because not only do we get to learn from Professor Ryan and Professor Scott and the amazing experiences from the female founders that they bring in, but also so much from each other as peers and the vulnerable conversations that we're able to have. And I can definitely say I leave every single class feeling so inspired and so capable to be able to go out and change the world one day.
Hello everyone, my name is Mallory Thomas and I'm in Women in Entrepreneurship, and one of the things I absolutely love about the class is the incredible students I get to work alongside of. There's so many empowered women and everyone has such amazing ideas, and it's just so great to meet so many new people and make really awesome friends.
Hi, my name is Gabby, and my two favorite things right now about the Women in Entrepreneurship course are, first off, our incredible professors, Jan Ryan and Kendra Scott. Not only are they incredibly kind and inspiring and supportive, but they have been so generous with their time and with their knowledge. And I feel very, very lucky to be taking a course by both of them. And my second favorite thing I would have to say is the environment we've created within the class. We are all from different majors and different backgrounds, so getting to hear everyone's opinions and ideas in a very safe and welcoming space has been an incredible learning opportunity and has been very empowering to me as a young woman.
Something I've learned from my Women in Entrepreneurship course is how to become customer obsessed. Kendra Scott shared that in order to surprise and delight the customer, you must rely on more than just data. You must engage and interact firsthand, which is why she reads every single message that comes across social media.
I think I'll come out of this class being more cognizant of the unique issues women face in startups and use that information to think about how we men can empower women in the workplace and in the startup world.
Thank you so much, Kendra, for making all of this possible.
I'm so thrilled to be here teaching this class here at the Women's Entrepreneur Leadership Institute.
Ready, team? Empowering women to lead, encouraging the world follow. Hook 'em.
Hello, I am so excited to introduce my co-professor and my dear friend, Jan Ryan. Hello, Jan.
Hey, Kendra. How are you?
We have had so much fun teaching this class together. It has just been an incredible experience to teach our women's entrepreneurship class, and the bond we've made already with all the students. Like, I just love them, and I love just seeing them grow throughout this process. It's really been amazing.
Some amazing outcomes. You're absolutely right. It's been awesome. And just the fact of being able to introduce students to the first time to an entrepreneurial journey that actually is uniquely a woman's point of view. What does she experience with risk, with raising money, and then strategies to overcome those obstacles? But before I talk about some moments in the class, let me first of all just say, can you believe it's just been a little over a year since, remember, in September, we launched the Kendra Scott WEL Institute at the Bass Hall, and here we are.
It's beyond, and to think of how the world changed, right, so much in that time. But every single thing we had set out that we wanted to accomplish, and it was September 24th, I remember us being there, and really laid out our plan for what we wanted this institute to be. And we've accomplished that and so much more, even in the midst of a pandemic. And that is truly because of you and so many others at the University of Texas, where we said, we're not going to let a little pandemic get in our way. We are women and we're strong and we're going to make this happen. And boy, wow, what an amazing year, and so much to celebrate today on our first summit.
And surreal to have you now as a professor of practice in the College of Fine Arts. So one of the things that I wanted to say first that I loved was being able to shape the introduction of a live case study into the class. You know, a case study of one of the nation's most iconic brands, Kendra Scott. But it's hard enough, Kendra, to even find, as a professor, find a case study featuring a woman's story. Anyone will tell you it's almost impossible, let alone giving our students a front row seat to a live situation still playing out. And as you mentioned, through a pandemic. But hearing directly from you, and also Tom Nolan, president of Kendra Scott, Mindy Perry, your CMO, Cheryl Mills-Knight in strategic projects, Sheena Wild, who leads philanthropy. That was just very, very special. So I wanted to know, how did your executive team like interacting with students? Tell me how it was for them.
Well, first of all, what an incredible opportunity for, clearly the students had these amazing leaders, but for them to be able to engage and educate and really have this open dialogue where the students could ask them any questions that they were on their minds, things they were curious about, things where they were curious about how we were handling in the midst of a pandemic, and being able to get that real time information and perspective from leaders within, one of the biggest retail brands in the country. And like you said, I'm one of 20 women who founded a billion-dollar brand in the United States, only 20. And so it's pretty exciting that we're here in Austin and we're able to bring that perspective to the university. And really, I think our team, they're such a diverse group of brilliant minds. And what I really wanted these students to understand is it's not one person that makes a company. And as an entrepreneur, when you start a business, one of the most important things you can do is bring together a group of amazing people that are much better at the things that you're not good at. And I think things entrepreneurs need to realize is, look, I'm good at certain things, but there are other things that are not my expertise, that I'm not, going to be as strong in. So I want to surround myself with brilliant minds who those things are the things that they really excel at, and really show that to these students, how important it is that the team really is what makes it magical. And I always say, my name is on the brand. I'm the lucky one that gets that, but the DNA of the Kendra Scott brand are all of our amazing Kendra Scott family members that work together to create this little baby who's now, I think we've established it's like an adolescent, but the long way still to go with this brand. And it's been really fun to have the students be a part of that.
I so think that came through. Absolutely. We've also had to do some myth busting in this class.
Yes, yeah.
Entrepreneur, what does it actually mean to be a leader? And sometimes we have to deal with things on the inside. And this is where you and I just really bonded in helping people understand that their ability to have self-awareness is critical for being an entrepreneur. But things like fear of failure, which is a very interesting topic for women. Women report actually being more afraid of failure on average than their male counterparts, which is kind of crazy. Boys are encouraged to fail and fall and flounder all in the name of learning, but girls tend to strive more for perfection, which we also see with our students as well. Tell me a little bit about your, what I really loved was the response our students had to your failure story, but how did you feel about how we introduced failure into the class?
Well, I think it's such an important topic. And I even said this earlier today, is no one is perfect. There is no such thing as perfection. No, the best laid plans can be disrupted. Look at 2020. All of the plans we had from a company, from a budget perspective and what we were going to do, we completely had to put those aside and shift and be agile in today's moment. And I think it's really important as women, and I almost don't like the word failure in a way, because for me, I look back on my life and the things that were hard. My first business did fail, but it really was, for me, a foundation, a bridge to get me to the next place that I was going. If I hadn't gone through running that little retail hat store and the struggle of trying to make payroll and how I was going to handle my margins and all the things I learned through that, I wouldn't be sitting here today with you talking about business and having the summit, because I needed that failure. I needed it. It was a gift, truly, that was a bridge to get me to where I was going. I think, as women, it's scary, right? After that, it could have been very easy for me to say, that's it. I'm never going to get in business again. I failed. It's over. And what I really told the students is that you have to go back and go, there may be a reason that I had to go through that. I don't know very many, or if any, entrepreneurs that haven't had either a small or usually a very big failure, or many of them, prior to their successful venture. And so it's entrepreneurs taking a risk, is learning from the things that have been difficult and using those lessons
as a way to start a strong foundation to take you forward in your life. And then again, to surround yourself with great people, because, you know, when those failures happen, if you can have great people around you that can also help lift you back up and help you dust off your knees, and just be prepared that there's something better waiting for you, having that mindset of there's something there that's waiting for you. You just have to be ready for it. And just because this didn't work out doesn't mean that that next thing, the better thing, isn't around the corner.
And it takes practice. Failure does, you know, to build that muscle, doesn't it? Yes. I think one of the favorite classes for many, though, was when we spent time talking about self-advocacy and owning your strengths as a woman, and why it can be so difficult for women to talk about themselves and affirm what's going on within their own lives. I think one of the great ahas, though, coming out of that from our female students' perspective, is that they're not the only ones struggling with this. You know, we were able to understand and listen to each other talk, and it was just like a light bulb going on that, hey, everybody goes through this. We have to learn how to reframe it in order to support the visibility of our company and our teams, which is something that's critical to an entrepreneur, but also to learn a strategy to support other women and bring them out, which then can become a virtuous cycle.
Well, I think, you know, I loved that class so much because I created a utopia at Kendra Scott. We are over 95% women, thousands of women across the country. And I wanted to create an environment that women were supporting women. We use the word, you know, empower a lot. We say empowering women to lead, encouraging the world to follow. We are saying those things because we need to empower one another, and we need to support and root for one another. You know, I joke all the time that I am the principal at Kendra Scott, and we don't allow bullies. We want people to root for one another, to lift each other up when they're down. And I think if we can get that mindset in women, that you don't need to bring someone down to feel powerful, but when you lift them up, they will lift you up as well. We have all been given a unique fingerprint for a reason. We need to celebrate our differences. We need to celebrate what makes us unique, what makes us special, and really having, you know, the students in our class look at themselves and say, tell me about you. I want to know all the things that make you so incredible and great, and helping them realize that the things that they may have thought that were really, oh, I shouldn't share, are the things that make them special. The things in our life that were hard, or the struggles that we've had to overcome, make our story ours. And it's okay that it may not be perfect, because again, what we just said is there is no such thing as perfect. So I think all of us owning that, you know what, we have all lived a diverse, different life, but that's what makes me unique. And I want to start sharing that with confidence in that this is who I am. This is how I got here. And I'm not afraid of the bumps and bruises along the way. I'm going to share them with you. And I'm going to be there for you when you need a friend. I'm going to be there to help you see the light inside of you. And I just loved this class. And like you said, there was a light bulb that went off, and it was truly phenomenal.
So you and I, girl, could talk about this forever, but I know they need this to wrap up. They don't really want just us talking, but
we have so much great content.
Encourage everyone to check out the class, Women in Entrepreneurship, ITD 350. We're offering it again next fall. And also check out the resources of the Institute, curricular and co-curricular. I want you to be aware and beware of the comfort zone, because that's where your dreams go to die. I want you to join us, increase the possibilities for your future. And Kendra, I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Jan. It's been so fun. I love teaching with you. The fact that, you still, when you say Professor Scott, I still am like, who is she talking about? It's been an absolute pleasure. And I can't wait. We have such an amazing day continued ahead. And thanks for chatting with me. And we'll see you in class soon. Hook 'em horns.
Hook 'em.
thank you for being here at the start of something very special, the Kendra Scott Institute at the University of Texas. And now it's my great honor to introduce Kendra Scott.
Our mission is to strengthen the next generation of courageous, creative female leaders. We have an amazing day ahead of us, an incredible panel of powerful women for you to get excited about. Wherever you are and what you achieve and you want to do, we want to help you get there. Tonight, we are making history, and the future of what Texas women leaders will look like will change forever because of what we're going to do here. Thank you all so much, and hook 'em hard!
My name is Evie, and I'm a junior studying business honors in MIS.
Hi, I'm Amy, a junior studying business honors in finance.
And we're the co-founders of 1000 Thread, which is a location-based clothing rental platform.
Our first tip for entrepreneurs is just to jump right into it. Don't wait until you have a final product or service in order to test and promote your idea. The best way to learn is just to do.
Our second tip is to really get to know your customer. And this is something really important to do, especially if you don't have a product yet. And you can do this through interviews, surveys, and just any conversations you can have with your customer.
Our last tip is to keep on persisting. As women in entrepreneurship, we know the struggle of people not being able to see the need in our target market. You'll be told no so many times, but you are the real expert in your problems, and so keep on persisting.
Thanks for listening. Join the thread and hook 'em.
Around the world, women are connecting and evolving their businesses through the Dell Women's Entrepreneur Network. Celebrate your journey and navigate success with a global community of entrepreneurs and mentors who are sharing their inspiring stories at our live events and virtual webinars. Whether you own a startup or a scale-up, we know that doing more takes the right tools too. As a DWEN member, you'll have access to funding resources and tailored tech to keep you moving forward. It's your moment to own it. Join at dwen.com today.
Hi, my name is Ariel.
And I'm Diogene.
And we're the co-founders of Remain. One business tip that we could give new entrepreneurs is to never give up and to create systems and structures around your workflow. You can't eat an elephant whole, so you've got to eat it one bite at a time. Creating systems and structures and learning how to prioritize is really helpful when beginning your entrepreneurship journey.
When creating your business, it's very, very important in the beginning to find a target market and community that you want to serve. It's important to do this because purposeful work is going to push you along this journey, because it'll be very difficult and you'll be up very late sometimes, but as long as you have that passion and that drive for this community that you want to serve, you'll be all right in the end. If you want to follow us further on this journey, you can visit our website at www.remain.co.
We are Remain, and we believe that with the right tools and the right knowledge, you can achieve anything. Hook 'em.
To me, a class ring is a symbol of accomplishment.
I think it's a tradition. It symbolizes how proud the university community is of you.
We spend 4 years studying, working hard. At the end of the day, we want something to symbolize our accomplishments.
I want other people to see my class ring and say, wow. I want it to be something that really reflects my personality, my academic achievements, but also just me as a person in a ring.
The ordering process was super easy. I went to balfour.com, searched for my school.
Then I went to the official college rings page and selected the Kendra Scott collection.
I was able to pick the middle tone, pick the stone I wanted to use, and really customize it to be something that I could wear every single day.
I really like to be able to use jewelry to accessorize and be able to add a little bit of bling to spice up everyday outfits.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, it's perfect.
It was literally exactly how I designed it online. It just sparkles a little bit more.
I'm speechless. It's really cool getting to see something that I've worked so hard for over the past 4 years, represented.
I really think that I'm gonna wear this forever.
Hi, I'm Margie and I'm a marketing major from UT.
Hi, I'm Ashley and I'm a finance major from UT.
And I'm Sydney and I'm an engineering major. And we're from Team Pocket Punch. Our first tip is to build a diverse team for your startup. So if you're looking for some other co-founders to help start your venture.
Everyone, and thank you for joining our Female Founders panel. Being an entrepreneur means so much more than simply starting a business. An entrepreneur is a leader, a game changer, someone who is not afraid to see the world differently. Every entrepreneur has a unique story, and with the Kendra Scott's Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute, we're committed to being a platform that gives a voice to those stories, and it encourages other voices to join in. I am so excited to be speaking with 4 powerful female leaders today. Emily Ramshaw, co-founder and CEO of the 19th. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you.
Nastia Lukin, who is a 5-time Olympic medalist. That's right, 5-time. She's an entrepreneur, a motivational speaker, and obviously an influencer. Chanel Jones, co-host of the 3rd hour of Today on NBC. And Maria Menounos, TV entertainer, founder of AfterBuzz TV, and host of the Better Together podcast. And also Tiffany Masterson, founder of skincare brand Drunk Elephant. I love your products, Tiffany, wearing some today. Thank you all for your time today. I'm so excited to have you all here to inspire all of these people that are going to be able to witness this amazing gift that you're giving us of your stories and sharing them. I can't wait for them to hear from all of you. And again, thank you for giving your time to inspire future female leaders. So thank you all so much for being here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
We're going to get right into, we're not messing around today. We're going to get right into it. So my first question is, I want to start with asking each of you a bit about yourselves, okay? I want to know about your journey. I want to know when you first considered that you were a leader. And that's always a kind of, people sometimes, I still sometimes hear that and I go, am I a leader? But when did you first realize that you were a leader? Maria, I'm going to start with you.
Well, let me choke on myself here first. Thank you, Kendra. I feel like, yeah, I kind of feel like you sometimes where I'm like, I'm a leader. Yeah, I guess I'm a leader. And I think if I trace it back, I probably was just kind of, you know, right out of the gate having to fill that role in my family because my parents were immigrants from Greece and they didn't speak English. So I was kind of the one that had to take on everything, whether it was translating, you know, writing letters to people, and even, you know, helping out financially and things like that. So my brother would get into some trouble. And at some point, my mom couldn't handle it anymore. So I would go talk to the teachers and the superintendent. And so I've always, when my husband first met me, he's like, you're like the boss of this family. It's crazy. And I'm like, well, I kind of had to be. I had no choice. So I feel like I didn't really think about it until you posed the question, but that's probably the origins. And from then on, I've always kind of run my own ship. Like I've been deep diving. I'm home in Connecticut right now. And I've been deep diving on all my old files, my notebooks from, you know, grade school. And I was always super organized, or trying to be at least. I really suffered. I struggled, but I tried. I was always involved in so many things, always trying and shooting for more, and always organizing things, like whether it was a Mother's Day luncheon in the church for 350 people, or producing movies at 19, and, you know, on a pretty high scale too, actually, where the films went to film festivals. But I've always kind of taken that role on. And now building my own show with Better Together, I'm kind of doing the same thing where I'm taking my experience that I had working at the Today Show, Chanel, and saying, well, I kind of want to do this my way. And so I am every single day. So my favorite part, and you'll love this, Chanel, I'm like, I want to pitch a story about menopause. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Go do it. Okay, cool. Let's go do it. That's my process now, rather than, yeah, that's a stupid idea. Try again. So anyhow, I feel like that's kind of where it started and where it's gone.
So amazing. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next.
Oh, go next.
I want to hear the continuation of the Today Show story. So,
Well,
yes,
no, it's so interesting that Maria mentioned her childhood. And honestly, I'm with you. I never really thought about it, but I think you're right. It starts early on, when either you're an older sibling, you know, I was an older sibling, so you almost feel like you have to take care of your younger brother when you're at school. You're looking out for your younger sibling. I have a little brother with special needs, so I think, you know, I was always kind of like a caretaker, if you will. And then growing up, I think what happens is when people depend on you and you get the little wins as, say, a third grader or a fourth grader, you start to believe, you know what, I am a leader. You almost don't even recognize that that's what that trait is. And so then I think about it, looking back, I'm like, I did run for student council president, or I did. And somebody was joking with me the other day somebody was joking with me on Facebook the other day. I was like, you're right. I was student council president 8th grade through like 11th grade at different places. And then senior year, I remember I didn't run because I didn't want to have to play in the reunions. But that's seriously, I think, you know, what you think about, you bring about. And then before you know it, you almost project that you can be that person, right? So, and then you lose it along the way, right? And then you have to remember, wait a minute, I'm a leader. I can do this, especially with women and in the workplace. And
you may go off to a university or you go into the workplace and you almost forget who you are. And you're like, wait a minute, no. I am a leader. I am a voice at this table. So a lot of us are like remembering who we are, if you will, and kind of exerting that power again. And then like Maria says, you get to the point where when you're in a newsroom, for example, and you say, hey, I have this great idea. I'd like to go, for me, I was like, I want to talk about women in fertility, or I want to talk about small businesses and how they should be able to, we should help them in the midst of COVID. They don't go, well, they go, okay, go for it. So it feels good to finally be in a place where you feel like you can exert some influence for good.
That is so amazing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll hop in there to sort of extend the sort of newsrooms theme. I mean, mine's a little more modern day, honestly. I was great at being a number two. I knew that I was an excellent executor. I knew that if somebody else had the vision, I could execute it. And so I spent the last 11 years as the editor-in-chief at the Texas Tribune, a nonprofit news organization in Texas. And 4 years ago, I was on maternity leave when Donald Trump was elected the first time around. And I thought in that moment, maybe it was the hormones talking, but like there's been so many headlines around electability and likability. And to me, those were headlines that were like fundamentally rooted in sexism. You didn't see those same headlines about men. And I thought in that moment, we need a national newsroom of record for women. We need a nonprofit newsroom at the intersection of women, politics, and policy. And then I went back to changing diapers and being covered in spit up and like trying to keep a human being alive. And all of those thoughts rushed right out the other ear. And then 4 years later, honestly, we had more women than ever on the 2020 stage, more women of color in particular on the 2020 stage. And the words electability and likability weren't as prevalent, but the words, is she too ambitious? Does she want it too much? Were front and center. And those to me were terms that didn't just feel sexist. They felt fundamentally tinged in racism. And in that moment, I just decided I had a vision, of building this new national news platform, of encouraging women across the ideological spectrum to get more deeply engaged. And in many ways, I was motivated by fear. Like, I think I have this great idea, and what if somebody else has this great idea before I do, and they're brave enough to act? And I always thought I was the number two and not the one with the vision. And so we took the plunge and we launched this new platform in August in a pandemic with a newsroom, built overwhelmingly by women with small kids at home. It's been really magical. And if I hadn't had this sort of nerve, if I hadn't been propelled to believe that maybe I wasn't just a number two, that I could be a number one, none of this would have happened. So it's been a pretty inspired year, I think, probably for all of us navigating this moment.
And what I love you said is that you felt like you were the number two, and you took that plunge to say, I can be the number one. And that's courage. And that's bravery. And those are all instincts, right, of becoming a leader. Okay, 5-time Olympian gymnast, medalist. I have to hear your story. And then Tiffany, we're getting to you because my skin is glowing because of you. So we're going to get to you. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I feel like, both of my parents were gymnasts. My dad competed at the Olympics. My mom was a world champion. So ever since I can remember, I had amazing leaders, both as parents, as athletes, but also just as parents. But I was so fortunate to have so many incredible mentors throughout my childhood and kind of my upbringing throughout the sport, both on the competition floor and off. But I think it was really because I looked up to so many of my teammates and I wanted to do like what they did. I think it really clicked for me that I was a quote unquote leader, I guess, when the younger girls and the little girls started looking up to me. And, it wasn't just asking about how it felt to win an Olympic gold medal or, what do you have to do to get there? But it was also just like little things. What's your favorite color? What is my life like? And I think I was always that little girl that had that dream to go to the Olympics and represent my country and win a gold medal. And so I think when I was able to do that, I finally started realizing like, okay, now that I've done this, I now have a responsibility to this next generation and to be a role model and to hopefully advocate for them as much as possible on so many different, levels and areas. And so I think that's probably when I realized, and it wasn't necessarily like because I won a gold medal, all of a sudden I felt that way. I just kind of, throughout the process of, this next generation, essentially, they are our future. And so I was so lucky to have so many incredible people that I looked up to. And so I just have really always wanted to be that person for somebody else.
I love that. Okay, Tiffany, I can't wait to hear your story. You have to tell them how I got this glowing skin today.
Okay, so yes, your skin looks gorgeous. As far as being a leader, I never would have described myself that way in my whole life. I was the youngest child of 4, and so I sort of did what they told me to do and didn't say a lot. I was really shy growing up, but just the fact that I wanted to have children, I wanted to get married and have children. You become a leader that way automatically, but as I started developing my philosophy, started getting interested in skincare and ingredients, and started developing this philosophy that was way out of left field. I'd never heard it before, nobody else was doing it. And I just, you do kind of become a leader in that sense that, my whole purpose was to try to help people and to try to share my philosophy with the world. Like I was sitting with my best girlfriend saying, I found something that works. You're not going to believe this, and it was that kind of, but as you start getting people on your team, as you start building a community with your consumer, you do have that responsibility to lead, and I had to lead in the sense that I was teaching a philosophy that people had not heard of, and it was critical to the brand's success. So I became a leader, whether I thought that I would be or not, and realized I always had it in me. But it was just, I'm surprised as anyone that I ended up in this position, but so it's been great.
So what I love about everything that you all just said is that, at the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial and Leadership Institute, we really talk about an entrepreneurial mindset, and that you don't have to be necessarily a business owner. You can be an Olympian. You can be in the newsroom. You can go after, it's really manifesting your dreams. And when all of you, that common thread that I just heard is really that, right? It's that you had manifested, even from a child, right? Manifesting that you wanted to be in the Olympics someday, Nastia. You had these visions of what you wanted to do, and you did it with purpose. There was a purpose behind the things that you're doing, not just that you wanted to build a business or you had purpose in your heart, and that really drove that passion inside of you, even as young children, it seems, with a lot of you. And I know I was the youngest of 3 sisters, and I'm also running a business, but I am the leader in the family now as well. We've switched roles. And it just, I think, but that's in us. And it's the fact that if you can take that fire in you and then do something with it, that's what really that entrepreneurial mindset is. And looking at that dream and then creating that roadmap to get you there. And it's not always going to look the same as you think it's going to look, right, when you plan it out. So I'm going to ask the next question to Chanel, okay? So what did you feel like was the most important value, okay, of an entrepreneurial mindset that you learned early in your career?
Ooh, that you don't just have to do one thing. I remember I would say, I want to be a journalist, but I also want to dance. And then people would say, well, which one do you pick? Mm-hmm. And I've learned that I just interviewed Debbie Allen, and we were talking about the fact that, she was on Fame, and then she was executive producing, and then obviously she's known as a dancer, but then now she's, producing musicals. I mean, she's doing all of these things. It's all under a creative umbrella. But the more people I meet the people I admire, the common thread is that, sure, you have that passion, but then you use that passion to do other things. Like Kendra, obviously, I'm wearing your stuff all the time. But then listening to you talk, I'm like, yes, you're also Reverend. I'm like, you're also, you know what I mean? So we all have these gifts. And I think the beauty of it is, and I'm trying to teach my kids, like, you have multiple gifts and we can use all of them in different ways. Some of them may pay, others may not. But I think that's the beauty of this, is that when you find your gifts and your passion, you can find ways to use them, even if at the end of the day, let's say you're working a 9 to 5 and it's still not exactly what you want to do. You can still do your 9 to 5 and kind of work on that passion as well. You can do more than one thing, if that makes any sense.
I love that. No, I think it makes great sense. And I think you're right. Like, utilizing the gifts you've been given, I think is part of that, right? And my stepfather was the one that told me that. He said, use the gifts you're given to do something that you love and to make a difference, make this world better than you left it. And that really became a driving purpose for me. Who else would like to share kind of when they felt their entrepreneurial mindset early in your careers, where you had that idea of being able to manifest your dreams?
Well, it's funny hearing you say that, Chanel, because one of my biggest challenges, I think, was having that mindset of I want to do everything. And when your bosses at shows like the Today Show are like, wait, you want to act, you want to host, you want to direct, you want to make movies, you want to write books, you want to do all this stuff. And I was kind of one of the first people to keep pushing those boundaries and be on a magazine cover and be on nightly news and have a Pantene ad running and interview the Obama family. Like, they were like, what the heck is going on here? But it didn't make the journey easy, because I had to keep smashing those walls down and saying, I can hold my integrity line across all platforms, right? And so I had to figure out how to make everybody comfortable in every scenario, which was a lot, right? So if I was at nightly news and I was reporting, I would wear my hair in a ponytail, no makeup, and a black turtleneck, and keep it very simple, not about me, and do my job. When I was at the Today Show, co-hosting maybe the third hour or something, I would just have a lot of fun, and that's when I could throw a little more fashion in and whatever. But you can't let people tell you who you are and who you want to be. You can have advisors around you who you really solely like trust and know have your best interests at heart, because there will be people who want to derail you for their purposes. I had someone tell me once, you got to stop with all this magazine shit. Can I say shit? Okay.
Yeah, totally.
It's my favorite word in the world. Side note, my parents were janitors, so we used to clean nightclubs.
That word's allowed. Yeah, it's totally.
We used to clean nightclubs growing up, and I found a charm. My parents didn't speak English at the time. I found a charm that said "little shit," and I was so excited. I wore it to my second grade picture, and they didn't know what it meant. And then later they tried to take it back, and they tried to tell me I couldn't say it anymore. I go, it doesn't count. I've been saying it for years. Like, hello. Anyhow, now I lost my train.
I love that story now, so I'm so glad you shared it, because it's one of my favorites. I'll never forget it.
The point, I had someone try to tell me, go to magazine cover shit, and I went home and I was like, okay, this must be like real good advice. And I went home, my husband's like, no, this person's trying to devalue you because you're going up and they don't want to have to pay for you later. And I was like, oh. And building your own brand is just as important as the work that you're contributing everywhere else. And so the people who get it are great. Like, I'll never forget, I had Alex Wallace, who was the executive in charge of nightly news, and you might know some of these names, Chanel, and Steve Kappas, who ran all of NBC News. And they said to me, what makes you different also makes you special. And that's why we were the ones to get the Obama family exclusive. That's why you bring a different perspective to this. And so instead of limiting me, they actually did the complete opposite. They were like, okay, this is a little bit of a challenge. We're not used to this, but we're gonna figure this out. And I'm grateful for people like that, because otherwise you have a lot of like feet choking you at your neck and trying to hold you down before you can take off. But I'm me. I'm big. I want to do it all. I want to have fun. I want to sink here, swim there, whatever happens, happens. But it's really challenging out there, because a lot of people are going to tell you what you can't do.
Add on to like both of you guys, I think I was so lucky, as I kind of talked about, to have such great mentors, and Kobe Bryant was one of them. And I remember him specifically telling me, like, stop putting yourself in a box, right? Like, I'm sure you go into a meeting or anywhere you go and you probably are thinking, or even people think like, oh yeah, she's the blonde gymnast in a pink leotard and a matching pink scrunchie. Like, what else does she know? She only knows how to flip and on a balance beam. And I was like, oh yeah, like I definitely feel that way sometimes, it's like when you achieve a certain amount of success or an accomplishment in one area of life, then that's great, but like that doesn't mean that you can't do anything else. And so I remember him specifically telling me that, because once he retired from his career, and he said, like, when he wanted to get into other things, so many people were like, what do you know? Like, you only know how to shoot a hoop. And so obviously he went on to be so successful in so many different avenues. And it was just inspiring to me, I think, just because I felt that way. Like, you know, just because I achieved my quote unquote lifelong dream at 18 years old, that doesn't mean that now I have to stop, you know, setting new goals and new dreams for myself. And I think when I was finally able to realize that I am more than just a gymnast, and that gymnastics and Olympic medals and none of that really defines who I am. That's just like something that I've done and an accomplishment, but it's not who you are as a person.
Oh, you guys are also
I want to share that I want to share that I have my kids' daycare report from yesterday where it says that she said shit on the patio. So it's following. She's only 4, so we are passing this down to the generations.
That is
too timely that I had to share it. But I think the only thing I'd add to that is that it took me a while to realize that empathetic leadership was a selling point, and that, you know, early in my career, as I started to become a manager and an editor, I was told, you know, you have to be tougher on people. You can't be everybody's friend. You know, being maternal is not the right approach. And I really, no matter how much I tried, I didn't have that in me to lose that sort of empathetic faith in people and in their abilities to improve and evolve. And finally, I realized that was my strength. You know, all these white men who were telling me basically, you need to be tougher, you need to be harder on people, you need to crack the whip. Like, I am a beloved leader because of my empathy. And I think women often are put into these situations where we are expected to be people we aren't in order to conform to sort of traditional standards of leadership, you know, to be extra tough, to not be maternal. And you know, being a mom has been just obviously game changing for me in a million ways, including my vocabulary. But it has also taught me that that kind of leadership is of such great value in the workplace. And I think we need more workplaces nationally, internationally that embrace that.
Well, that's why we need more women in power, because we do we're led with empathy and with a warmth. And I think that what's inspiring me right now, even just hearing all of you, and even hearing you, Tiffany, say that you were the quiet one, you were the one that wasn't quote unquote the leader, it's inspiring to me because it's reminding me that there isn't one path, there isn't one road, there isn't one way. And it's challenging. Like for me, for example, I'm building this show, or I've been building businesses for a while, and you're like, there are all these people who come in, it's usually a white man, hilarious, and they tell you how it's supposed to go, and you're trying to like force a circle into a square, and it's like, this doesn't feel right, and I don't know how to do this. So then you disempower yourself and like, well, I must not be good enough at this, or I must not be right for this. But that's clearly not the case. I mean, Drunk Elephant is one of the biggest brands in the world. And so, you know, and everything you all have accomplished has been so incredible. So I think that's such a huge takeaway, even for me, to be reminded, because we have to remember, like you were saying, Chanel, we have to remember constantly who we are. And we have to remember that we were leaders, because people keep beating us down along the way in our journey. And part of that could be like mini tests. So like to see, are we going to rise? Right? Because it isn't always going to be sunshine and rainbows, like you said, Kendra. So we have to keep reminding ourselves of these things.
Well, and what I loved about every single one of you is that we have all identified where we've walked into a room and nobody looks like us. We've been in that role. I remember in the early days trying to go and get funding, and I walked in and, you know, here I am, this Southern girl. At the time I was a lot blonder, but this Southern Texas girl who was starting a jewelry line. And I mean, they would look at me like literally I could see them smiling, thinking she's not smart, or she's this or that, you know, like I knew what there was in there, or at least I thought it was in their heads, but I was like, I am going to show them who I am. And I am not going to be someone I'm not. And I'm going to wear a dress. I'm not going to wear a pantsuit and come in and try to look like them. I'm going to look like me. And I'm colorful, and I got a big personality. And you know what? If they don't like it, tough. And a lot of them didn't like it. A lot of them didn't like it. But
I would add to Kendra that with like the main thing for me with Drunk Elephant was that, you know, being true to your own vision and knowing that you know, you don't want to fit in. You want to stand out and be yourself completely. And I had people, you know, I had a publicist one time ask me to hold she said, it'll be $30,000 and we're going to do a focus group to find out what your new name's going to be. Because we don't go to work, you know? And so it's one of those moments where you do go up, you know, then you realize that when you stay yourself and when you stay, you know, stick to your vision and don't let anyone talk you out of it. If I was going to fail, I needed to fail as Drunk Elephant because Drunk Elephant is me. And I didn't want to make it and be successful just for a minute at trying to be someone else or being, like Maria said, who they told me I'm supposed to be. Nobody thought in a million years Drunk Elephant, the name, would work. And even the philosophy, they sort of rolled their eyes at. But I do think it's important as an entrepreneur to remember, no matter what, you have a DNA and you have to stick with it or else you go off the rails. It's actually obvious.
I always say we have a unique fingerprint for a reason. And we're supposed to leave our mark, our own mark. And it doesn't mean that I would say if we're doing what everybody else is doing, we've already failed. We've got to be disruptive. We have to be bold. We have to not be afraid to color outside of the lines. Every single one of you are exactly those things, which is so exciting. Tiffany, with you on this next question. So, you know, I always say that, you know, this entrepreneurial mindset, there's a level of risk, right, that's involved when you're doing all these things that we're talking about. You have to be brave. You have to be courageous. But along the way, not all the time, just like I said, when I walked in some of those rooms, I didn't always walk out with an angel investor or a loan from the bank. Many times I got no's, a lot of no's. My first business failed. That I started when I was 19 years old after 5 years of trying to make it work. And I think it's so important that we talk about those failures along our journey, because for anyone watching this today, this has not been just, again, the rainbows and butterflies, and we just decided to do all these things and we just landed here and it's great. We had to go through struggle. And the struggle makes us stronger. So Tiffany, can you talk about a little bit, and then and we'll just go around about some of the struggles or failures that may have led you to the success that you have today?
Yeah, you know, of course, when you're launching products, you're going to have a failure sooner or later. Of course you are. I think what defines you and the brand is more how you handle it. Obviously, it's in life too. My first failure was when I had, you know, a string of great launches that were all very successful and popular. And then I got, you know, a little bit, I didn't follow my gut on a product. It was a cleanser. And I just didn't follow my gut. I knew deep down it was not the best I could do. We were on a timeline and with the retailer and we launched it. And it was not good. And I knew that day, my consumer and I are very close. I'm listening to everything they say. It was a mistake, and in more ways than one. It was not a great formulation, and it wasn't a great package. And so I had a choice right then and there. I think a lot of brands, entrepreneurs immediately try to find a sugarcoated. What should we say to the consumer? And I remember somebody in my team saying, what are we going to say? And I thought, you know, this is our opportunity to just tell the truth. What are we going to, you know, let's just tell the truth. We messed up. It's not a good formulation. You deserve better. It's not a good package. We're going to fix it. And actually, we went out there and basically said, you know, exactly that. It's not our best. We're working on a replacement. We're going to fix it. We didn't just try to sell it in the meantime. We just basically said, and then to make more light of it and to shine more, you know, spotlight on that, you know, what we were deciding to do for the consumer was that we named it Bestie number 9. So it was Bestie, and then we changed it to Bestie number 9 because it was 9 formulations to get there. We thought it was a great way to let them know that we're listening to you and we're owning it and we're accountable and we're not going to try to hide when we make mistakes. We're a team. You know, the consumer's sort of my boss. So it was great. It was the best experience ever because it was something I was so scared about doing. And then remembering, like, look, just being upfront with the consumer. They're spending their money. You owe them that. And it was a great lesson. And it was hard to go through it, but it turned out, you know, really great.
I love that.
I love that transparency. I mean, that's something like you really don't get enough. That's really incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, mine is I spent most of February and March of this year sobbing. I left my job in January, a really safe job that I'd had for 10 years. to launch the 19th. And I knew I had to raise $10 million in 2020 to make it work. And I had this incredible January where, I raised almost $1 million, almost $1.5 million. And then we had a big fundraiser in New York, and we came home to Austin. And within a couple days, my husband was like, "I'm not feeling well." And then suddenly everybody went and got tested for COVID, and my husband had COVID. My daughter and I were in the house with him. He was quarantined for 2 weeks. I was on fundraising calls trying to stiff arm my then 3-year-old out of the screen. Our fundraising that had been super strong in February and March was $37,000, down from $1.5 million the months before. We had corporate partners lined up for our launch who evaporated overnight when the markets tanked. We stopped, we stopped and thought, maybe we're just going to have to start from scratch. Maybe we're going to just have to throw in the towel, launch this a year from now and see where we end up. And I was in sort of deep despair. I thought there was no way this was going to work. And then we realized by basically about April that this pandemic was going to hit women in virtually every arena harder than it hit men. In every arena other than mortality rates, women were going to be hit hardest. And we decided we just had to power through with a skeleton crew, with a much smaller team than we anticipated launching with. And we just went for it. And, in many ways we were able to make a lemonade out of lemons, but it was severely dark days, and a moment when I thought there was no way we were going to be able to pull this off.
Amazing.
I'll go. So mine was actually 4 years after I won the Olympic gold medal. I had taken a few years off of training and competing just to, take advantage of the opportunities that were coming my way after winning. And I knew that I wanted to try to make a second Olympic team. So I started training again and competing again and got all the way to Olympic trials. So this is 2012 at this point. And going into my second Olympic trials, obviously I had, a little bit more pressure and expectations and eyes on me now that I was the best in the world, essentially. And I put a lot more pressure on myself. And so on my very best event, the uneven bars, I actually fell off the bar and landed flat on my face. And I remember literally laying there just and so many different thoughts and feelings and emotions were going through my mind very quickly. Immediately I knew I had only 30 seconds to get back on the bar and finish my routine. My dad, who was my coach my entire life, the first thing he said was "Are you okay? Are you injured?" And I was like, "No, I'm fine." And the dad instinct immediately came out in him, and he was like, "You don't have to finish." He just wanted me to be safe. And I thought about it really quickly, and I was just like, you know what? No, my parents, they always taught me that no matter what you do, you always have to finish what you've started. So there still, I remember being so embarrassed and so mortified. I just wanted to crawl underneath the podium. Millions of people were watching, 20,000 people in the arena. Everybody had just watched me fall literally flat on my face. And so I got back up and I finished that routine knowing that, this routine didn't even matter. I wasn't going to make the Olympic team. That dream was over. And I landed on my feet on my dismount. And for the very first time in my entire life and career, I got a standing ovation for the worst routine of my entire life and career. And I remember being I literally looked around the arena thinking, oh, somebody else just went on a different event and had the best routine of their life. And not a single person was going. I was last up on that event. And I remember just looking around the arena at 20,000 people on their feet, clapping and cheering for me, thinking, why? My entire life, I always thought that people were only going to love and support and cheer you on if you were the best, if you won a gold medal, if you had an amazing routine. And so that moment of quote unquote failure to me just made me realize so much more, that life and you are not defined by accomplishments, by a gold medal, by a placement, by a salary, a job title, none of these things. It's that is not what defines any of us. And I think it took me literally falling on my face and having a failure and not achieving that dream for me to realize that. And I didn't really realize in the moment. It definitely took me some time to kind of understand. But, when I looked back 4 years prior when I won the Olympic all-around gold medal, yes, people were cheering, but like no one was standing on their feet. Everyone was just like, oh, great, good job. Like you did great. But the moment that I had when I fell on my face just made me, I think it was a more relatable moment because everybody is going to fall on their face, literally or figuratively. And it's about how do I pick myself up and keep going? You know, it's not necessarily about the outcome or where you finish.
Oh,
wow.
I love that so much. I'm over here and I'm almost like got choked up just thinking about, and you put us in that moment so beautifully. And I think for anyone watching this, they can think of that visual of you falling literally flat on your face.
You can watch it on YouTube.
But it's so true, because when you have those failures or horrible breakups or whatever it is that we go through as women, or job loss or whatever, it feels in the moment that but you physically fell on your face and picked yourself up. And what I love the most about that story is humanity, the love of humanity, that people, when you can be vulnerable, be authentic, that's what everybody really cares about. I mean, it's always cared about. And you were vulnerable in that moment, and you came through and did something that everyone in that stands could not believe that you did, that you overcame that moment so beautifully and gracefully. I just think that's such a great lesson for all of us to think about. And I will think about that story next time I fall flat on my face, which I'm sure will happen before we know it. So last question. And again, you guys, I just, these stories, I could talk to all of you for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And I know everybody watching would want to talk to you for hours and hours, but this is an important one, because I think we're living in a time now more than ever where we're seeing how important it is for women to hold hands, to lift each other up, to support each other, to root for one another, and to be there for one another. And I think, and not just women, I've had a lot of amazing men throughout my career that have believed in me, that supported me, that, were there for me as well, including my own father, including my first investor, who was an incredible advisor to me for years. And I look up to him as an amazing businessman, man who gave back to his community in such an incredible way. And so I think what I'd love for you guys to share throughout our journeys, we all need those people in our life, right? We need those people that will hold our hands or believe in us in those moments when we may not believe in ourselves, because we will all have self-doubt at times, or feel that we're not good enough or smart enough or all of those things, right? But we have to have those people in our life that we can turn to. And what I would love is to kind of go through and just see who was there to support you as you grew into your dream, into your vision, in your business, your brand, your career. Who are some of those people that you turn to? And I'd love to hear those stories, because I think such an important message is having good mentors and surrounding yourself with good people that see you, that really see you. So could you share with us? Chanel, would you mind starting for us?
Ooh, that is so good. I long for the day post-COVID when we can do something like this in person, because then after this is over, I would love to go have cocktails and pick your brains. This will be such an amazing of women, Kendra. So please invite me back again. This is phenomenal. So I heard somebody use the phrase thought partners, and I thought, ooh, that's good. You need a good thought partner. And I think, looking back, a lot of us are so fortunate and blessed to have people who believed in us along the way. Not everybody, but you only need a good voice or two of people you can go to and who have your back, if you will, and who really see you, like you said, Kendra. For me, my mom, my parents, and I'm really close with my grandmother and my grandfather, but my grandmother is in Wichita. She's turning 91 this year. And even now she'll call me, whether it's, oh my gosh, what lipstick color was that, to, ooh, you're speaking too fast and your grandpa, he's 96. Remember, he can't understand what you're saying, because clearly, forget the other millions of people. It's just my grandparents who I'm reporting to. But you need people like that who have always been there. But I also think it's important to find new mentors and new people who you can meet along the way. I got to a point not too long ago where my mentors were saying, I'm great in this local news station, but you need to find some people at the network. You need to find some people even outside of the news business who have these entrepreneur ideas like you do, who can help you. So I feel like it's important to kind of keep your heart open to meet new people. You know, I'm like literally looking at all of you guys on this screen. I'm like, oh, she would be a great person to know. She, you know, just to pick their brain and to, you know, just encourage each other, because you cannot do this alone. The good Lord did not put us here alone. And we are, as cheesy as it sounds, better together. When I was in local news, one of the other girls came up with this phrase, no girl on girl crime. And it has always stuck. Like, there's nothing better than sitting next to another woman and you're not trying to compete with her. You know, in the news business, for example, you guys lift each other up. She can laugh at your jokes. It's better when you're watching people who get along, and in the boardroom, wherever it is, to know that you've got a sister girl who you can either call or who's on the other side of that room who has your back is priceless. And you want someone to do that for you, and you have to promise yourself that you'll be that for someone else. And the last thing I'll say is, whenever I'm in a funk and if something didn't go right or I'm having a pity party, I call someone else who I feel like needs my call and forget about myself and just, how are you doing? And by the time I'm finished talking to them, I feel better, because it puts things in perspective. And when you're there and when you're a sister for someone else, before you know it, they're doing it for you. So be a sister to somebody.
That's such a good shift. I love that. Thanks for the plug for Better Together, by the way. Because I truly believe that. I finished my first book, which, funny enough, the publishers were telling me I was writing a bad book at first. And I did the same thing, Tiffany, where I was like, I would rather fail on my own accord than fail by going your way. And of course, I ended up being a New York Times bestseller for, like, I think it was 10 straight weeks in the hardest category. Apparently I was in advice category and I didn't even know. But I ended that book with, I feel like we're all here to help each other. And whether it's through my networks at AfterBuzz TV, mentoring all of the young hosts, I mean, thousands of them at this point, and helping them along in their journey so they don't make any mistakes that I've made, or helping guide them because it's a challenging landscape. Or with this show, Better Together, I've had my husband first and foremost, who's been my pillar, like my other half of myself, where when I come home and I feel, you know, lesser than, or I've been hurt, or I don't believe in myself anymore, he will like get me back into my place. And I think we all have that one person, hopefully, in our lives that does that for us. But then I really made a conscious effort 3 years ago after brain surgery, when I started kind of this journey into self-help and healing and self-improvement, to bring on people onto my show that I wanted to get to know better too. So I created my own Heal Squad and kept bringing in more and more high vibration people into my life so that they would elevate me, and they see me and I see them. And seeing people is the greatest gift you can give somebody, I believe. And so I love having all of these people that I'm bringing in, the best experts in the world from all areas of life, whether it's relationships or health or wellness or finances. And I'm now with these high vibration people at all times. They become my friends. We help each other, and we form this network, this like Heal Squad together. And so I feel lucky that I have a lot of people kind of in my corner, you know, blowing a little wind at the sail, if you want to think about it like that.
We all need a little wind in the sail sometimes, right? Especially for Misty, I know that you've got probably some good stories of folks, and you've already mentioned that you've had great mentors, but have there been others, just even outside of gymnastics, that have really helped give you that extra boost or confidence when you needed it?
It's funny, I was going to say most of my teammates, just because we're all now in different areas and aspects of our lives. And it's so cool now to be able to experience that together. You know, we shared something that was so special and meaningful, and we have this bond now for the rest of our lives, like whether we like it or not. But it is so cool because, you know, some of my teammates are moms and wives, and some of them are still training, some of them are, you know, starting businesses. And it's just so cool because we know at the end of the day, like, we will always be honest with each other and say, like, we either love that idea, or, you know, I think maybe about it this way, or I'm not a mom yet, hopefully, fingers crossed, one day. But it's just so cool being like, one of my teammates, Sean, I'm the godmother to her child. And so being able to experience this next kind of like chapter of her life together, and not have to compete against each other anymore. And I think that's something that I love so much, is like the first 22 years of my life, it was all about competition essentially. And so it's like, I love that, like, I think a few of you guys mentioned this, but it's just, let's stop competing against each other for real. And, you know, just trying to like lift each other up and support each other, and support whatever it is that you're doing. And so yes, a lot of my, I guess like inspirations and mentors have been people that have just been in my life. And I think like that is so cool, because we get to constantly build each other up now instead of competing against each other. But I think also just listening and learning from others. You know, I love reading books and podcasts, and just constantly, whether or not I know that person's industry or the job or anything, I think we can all learn from each other. And, you know, whether, like, I always kind of tell people it's not about trying to become an Olympic gold medalist, but I think it's truly the lessons and the, you know, everything that you learn through everything that you have gone through can apply to so many different things. And so just constantly listening, you know, listening to others in the room, I think is so important. And to be able to not only share your story, but when you're listening to others, be like, just the relatability, you know, I'm listening to all of you guys and I'm just like, wow, yeah, like I experienced that too, or I felt that way, or, you know, whatever that is. So I think it's just really cool to have such amazing role models still in my life, and ones that I continue to meet on a day-to-day basis, or virtually meet on a day-to-day basis, that I just am constantly feeling inspired by other people's stories.
And I think adding to that, I mean, being inspired by stories of, I think at this age for me, I'm even more drawn to people who have been through it before and who are markedly older than I am. I mean, I had a day earlier this month where I spent the morning with Dan Rather and the evening with Gloria Steinem. And to be able to like bookend your day with those two people is like the most uplifting experience you could possibly have. And to hear, I mean, both of them have been through so much and have such great insights, but like to hear Gloria Steinem talk about aging and how you really find freedom as a woman after age 60. You know, she's in her 80s now, but to hear her talk about sisterhood and relationships, and you were talking about sort of getting rid of the competitive edge, how much that falls away at a certain point. It was really, it made me super hopeful and excited. And I think those voices are still so important to have in the conversation.
Yeah, and you know, for me, one story that pops in my head, just about helping people, was when I was just starting out. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
I was instigating, and I called this facialist. She's very well known, and I thought I was talking to her receptionist. I was just asking about her product and how it should be used. I wanted to hear the sort of the way they worded it. I was just curious, and it was her, and she figured out it was me. She asked my name, and I said she figured out who I was, and through a friend, another friend who knew I was launching a line. I was mortified. I literally was like, oh my gosh, I just got busted. Like, she's gonna think I'm trying to copy her. And she was totally the opposite. She was like, oh my gosh, I know what you're doing. I've been doing this for years. I will give you anything. I will tell you who my chemist is. I will tell you who my manufacturing person, you know, she did all that. I was like, I started crying. I was like, she goes, just remember, like, you can call me anytime. There's no reason that we can't always help each other in this business. And of course, I remembered that. And then flash forward 2 years, I had launched the brand. It was getting to be well known. Another woman who was starting her own line called my publicist and said, can I talk to Tiffany and just pick her brain? And of course, it was an immediate, they were like, no, you shouldn't do this. You should not talk to her. You should not give your secret sauce kind of thing. And I was like, absolutely not. I would love to talk to her. I mean, that's the way I learned things from that conversation. I gave her all my information. Are you scared someone's really going to go copy you? Are you really, it's not, I think we have that inclination immediately when we make it, or when we become successful. It's this sort of, you know, I'm not going to tell anybody my secrets or how I got, you know, that kind of thing. It's the opposite. And of course I told her everything, and guess what? We're incredibly good friends. She online, it's been great. And there is no competition like that. You know, there's enough room for everyone. And I think that was one of the main things for me. Has been such a pleasure, again, is helping people. And if you can help people in all sorts of ways when you're in this position, and it's such a shame to not, you know, when you have the opportunity. So
I think
love that.
What a great thing to close on, because I think that's what it's all about, right? Is being there and helping each other. And I tell a lot of our students, you know, if you admire someone or look up to someone, pick up the phone. You'd be surprised at the human nature. We want to help. And I think, again, now more than ever, women are helping and supporting each other. We are competing against the world. So why not lift each other up and help each other? I can't thank you all enough today, because you have been just beyond anything I could have dreamt. I already knew this was going to be an amazing panel, but y'all have completely blown me away. Again, I wish we could sit here and talk for so much longer. I know there's so much more that you have to share, but what you shared today for everyone watching is truly such a gift, and to show them how the entrepreneurial mindset can work in anyone's life, in just in your own life, whatever it might be, career or non-career otherwise, and really how you've overcome so many incredible obstacles, what your journey has looked like. And again, that great message of kindness, of love, support, and being there for one another. You all are true inspirations. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for participating today and for being part of the Women's Summit, for the first annual Women's Summit for the Kendra Scott Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute. And you all are all of those things. So many, many thanks. And I hope to see you all soon for cocktails somewhere together.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Have the greatest day.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here at the start of something very special, the Kendra Scott Institute at the University of Texas. And now it's my great honor to introduce Kendra Scott.
Our mission is to strengthen the next generation of courageous, creative female leaders. We have an amazing day ahead of us, an incredible panel of powerful women for you to get excited about. Wherever you are and what you achieve and you want to do, we want to help you get there. Tonight, we are making history, and the future of what Texas women leaders will look like will change forever because of what we're going to do here. Thank you all so much, and hook 'em hard!
Hi, my name is Evie and I'm a junior studying business honors in MIS.
Hi, I'm Amy, a junior studying business honors in finance.
And we're the co-founders of Thousand Thread, which is a location-based clothing rental platform.
Our first tip for entrepreneurs is just to jump right into it. Don't wait until you have a final product or service in order to test and promote your idea. The best way to learn is just to do.
Our second tip is to really get to know your customer. And this is something really important to do, especially if you don't have a product yet. And you can do this through interviews, surveys, and just any conversations you can have with your customer.
Our last tip is to keep on persisting. As women in entrepreneurship, we know the struggle of people not being able to see the need in our target market. You'll be told no so many times, but you are the real expert in your problems, and so keep on persisting.
Thanks for listening. Join the thread and hook 'em.
Around the world, women are connecting.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Women's Summit. I'm Liz Matthews, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Brand and Experiential at Dell Technologies. And it is an honor to be here with all of you today. I mean, I hope you've had an amazing day. I know I have. And this event is all about empowering courageous, creative female leaders like you who are looking to change the world. And we're so honored because Dell Technologies is the official technology partner for the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute, right here at the University of Texas at Austin. And our mission is very much aligned because at Dell, we believe technology drives human progress. And that progress depends on you. And it depends on innovation. And it's innovative thoughts and ideas. And with the help of amazing, innovative people like you, we can create technology that changes the world. But here's what we know. That true innovation can't happen in a silo. We have this great saying at Dell that says, the value is in the seams, not the silos. And we know, just like entrepreneurship, it takes a community, a network, and a support system that will help you break down the barriers and take that leap. And that leap can be anything you want it to be. It can be starting your own business or pioneering an amazing career with breakthrough ideas at mid-sized companies or large companies. Because at the end of the day, entrepreneurial leadership truly is a mindset. And that foundation for breakthrough innovation is happening right here, right now, as we gather together to share ideas and, most importantly, empower and support each other to grow and learn and make an impact. I mean, I am completely inspired by being here with all of you today and being in the company of such strength. I'm inspired by the women who came before me and the women I work with every day, both in the community and at my job. And all of you who are studying and working hard, not to follow in our footsteps, but to truly lead us into the future. So I'm going to take one moment because we have a special giveaway to honor one of those young women. So congratulations to Ana Vallejo. You're the winner of a brand new Dell XPS laptop. It's thin, it's powerful, it's beautiful, and it's 13 inches, and I promise you it will fit in your purse. And we hope that this will help you on your journey to help change the world. Now, I'd like to shift our attention to a discussion you're about to listen to. It is amazing. We brought together a group of powerful female entrepreneurs, including one member of our Dell Women's Entrepreneur Network. And the topic, oh, it's so timely today. It's what makes a brand truly thrive. We're going to talk about the secret sauce that's keeping their companies at the forefront of the conversation, and especially in this crazy year we've all lived through. And I'll give you a hint. The secret is passion and people, because when you mix the two together, you really can't go wrong. So thank you again for having me here. It's been such an honor. And now let's hear from the CEOs on the secrets to their success. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Kendra Scott WEL Institute Women's Summit. We are so excited to be here with you. I'm Liz Matthews, and I am the Senior Vice President of Brand and Experiential and Advertising at Dell Technologies. And I couldn't be more honored to be here today to share the most amazing panel and some of the most inspiring entrepreneurs you're going to hear of today. So we are going to talk about the secrets to a successful brand and the passion and the people behind it. What makes a brand truly thrive? And I am really, really honored to introduce our three amazing entrepreneurs. And you're going to get to know them and you're going to learn their secret sauce around what's keeping their companies at the forefront of this conversation. So I'm going to introduce them and then we're going to jump into their stories. So first, I'd love to introduce Abigail Cookstone. She's the CEO and co-founder of Otherland Candles. Just amazing,
beautiful experiential candles. Tiffany Taylor, who's the CEO and founder of Tiff's Treats. And I am sure there isn't anyone on the line that hasn't had a Tiff's Treat. And I'm really, really honored to introduce Janice Omedeki, who is the CEO and founder of the Mentor Method, such an inspiring company. So welcome, welcome all of our panelists. It's awesome to have you here today.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Okay, so let's get started. So when we talk about entrepreneurship and we talk about building businesses, we often talk about the importance of passion. I mean, all of you have shared that with us. And when you have a passion for what you do, no matter what it is, it shows. So I really want to go around this panel and talk to each entrepreneur and find out, you know, how did you harness your passion to build your company? So Tiffany, let's go ahead and start with you. You started Tiff's Treats while you were at UT, so we got to give everyone a big hook 'em. But I think you were taking orders over a cell phone. So, you know, tell us your story and what was your passion to make you create Tiff's Treats?
Yeah, well, I have an interesting story. So when we started, we were sophomores, me and my husband, we were the co-founders. We were not husband and wife then, boyfriend and girlfriend though. And we were sophomores at UT and I stood him up on a date. So I came over to his house to apologize. My mom told me that was rude. You should do something to apologize. So I used to bake cookies for fun. It was just a hobby. I don't know if I would call it a passion, but it was a hobby that I was kind of known for throughout high school. So I baked him this set of chocolate chip cookies and I drove him over to his house and I get there and all's good. And then when I get back to my house, he calls me up and the cookies just so happened to still be warm by the time I brought them over to him. And he called me up and he said, you know what, we should do this as a business. We can do exactly like pizza delivery, but with cookies. And we'll do bake from scratch, warm, fresh cookie delivery to all the students at UT. So I immediately said, no, I do not want to do that. Not interested at all. I was in the middle, I was only a sophomore. So I was just in the middle of just being a college student. That's really all I wanted to do. But he's a very persistent person. And he and I disagree about this point. He says that he would have just let it go and that he was like, oh, okay, no, that's not the way I remember it. I remember that he was like, no, we have to do this. This is why. It's going to be easy. It's going to be fun. We're going to make tons of money. None of those things happened, by the way. Those were all completely false. But he was pretty persistent. And so I started thinking about it a little bit and thought, well, it does sound fun. If nothing else, it does sound like a little bit of fun. So then I spent the rest of the day just kind of pricing out how much do even ingredients cost? How could we package it? What other flavors besides chocolate chip can we make? And then we started, and I called him back, I guess, and said, here's the deal. You know, here's some of the intro pieces. And he came right over and we spent the rest of the next couple of weeks just researching these things. And then 2 weeks later, we started out of his college apartment. So we had absolutely no overhead. We just sprung it up out of nowhere. We bought a cell phone, which we didn't have. So I should mention this was 1999. So this is a long time ago now. We did not have a cell phone. So we bought one so that people could have a direct line to call us and place their orders. And then we bought the ingredients and we printed out a bunch of flyers at Kinko's. And we distribute them all around campus. We were students, so that meant that we could go into any dorm we wanted because nobody knew any different. And we stuck them under all the dorms. We got kicked out of a couple, but mostly we were kind of incognito there. And then we started straight from there and just as small as you can possibly start.
That's an awesome story. I mean, talk about passion for baking and then, you know, passion for one another, right? That really have grown into what it is. So that's fabulous. Thank you for sharing. So Janice, let's go over to you. I mean, the mentor method, wow, you know, tell the viewers out there, you know, a little bit about what drove you to tackle this problem and what does the mentor method do?
Sure. So I think there are two key components to how I got to building the mentor method. First off, let me start by saying that I was an accidental entrepreneur. I had studied entrepreneurship from MIT, but that was to help me build a better brand internally as a corporate designer and developer. So I thought that was going to be the extent of my business knowledge, and just sort of kept pursuing a career as a graphic designer in the DC metro area. And then I was taking a disruptive technologies class at Harvard, where our final project was to pick an industry, pick a market, and how would you disrupt it? This aligned actually around this season, where I typically sit down and write thank you emails and thank you notes to mentors and people who have helped me in my career. Given my tech background, I was like, what are people doing now to connect? Because early in my career, when I graduated in 2009, my only mentors were my parents and Marie Claire magazine's, career articles. And that was really it. I really had to work hard to find corporate mentors. So I looked at the market, realized that there was something there, got an A on my final, no surprise, but really felt pulled to build this. And I didn't understand why I was waking up at like 3 a.m, excited to think about business names and look at the market and sort of pursue this as much as I wanted to. So after taking a moment to just sit back and reflect on it, I realized that my path was always leading me to create this, because I'm a byproduct of tech and mentorship myself. My parents immigrated from the Congo in the 1970s through college scholarships from missionaries. So for those of you that don't know, the Congo is a third world nation. For them to go from a deficit to just making it in America was a big deal. And so early on, there were 6 of us in a 2-bedroom apartment. My dad was working 3 jobs to make ends meet. And he connected with a gentleman at one of the jobs where he was working, who then sponsored him to take computer classes free of charge. Just through this one interaction and this one human connection moment. And then over a 3-year span, my dad went from 3 part-time jobs to getting a security clearance and working in IT at the Pentagon, which changed our lives from, 6 people in a 2-bedroom home and not the best neighborhood in Arlington, Virginia, to 5-bedroom home with a yard and a good school district. So I saw firsthand, and when you're small, you don't really recognize the lessons you're learning, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah. I realized that as a living intersection of tech and mentorship, that was always ingrained in me to find ways to keep pushing the ladder down and sideways. And I would do it informally, but I realized that there was a way to leverage my tech background to see that impact at scale, since I knew firsthand what it could do.
What a powerful story to have such an incredible role model, and for you to recognize that and merge those two. And I loved how you talked about it being a path, right? Because at the end of the day, these are all journeys, and what an incredible story to tell. So thank you for sharing. So Abigail, over to you. Which I learned in talking to you, you definitely have a passion for art, which I'm incredibly envious of, because I look at art and I love it, and I feel like I know nothing. But tell us your story and how your passion drove you to create your company.
Yes, absolutely. And so I have been, I'd say, mildly obsessed with candles, the power of scent and art for my whole life. And so when I was in my 20s, I really found myself burning candles every day. And so it passed the so-called toothbrush test of everyday use. So I'd do my morning meditation, maybe with the Headspace app, I'd light a candle. I'd come home after work, plop down on the couch, turn on Netflix, light a candle, and suddenly it's me time. And I felt like, and this will go into a little bit of your next question, but I felt like there wasn't a brand for me. On one end of the spectrum, you had these brands that had really fresh, sophisticated scents that I loved, but they were so expensive that if you could even afford to buy one, you'd be afraid to burn it. And so that was on one end. And on the other end of the spectrum, the more affordable brands had these really sweet, cloying scents, very artificial smelling, that I didn't really connect with either. So it was really recognizing that there was this opportunity in the middle to work with the same master perfumers as the expensive brands, but do it at a much more accessible price point. And then I think the trick for me was bringing in the art component. So I've been a lifelong lover of art. It was something that my mother instilled in me, and really saw this opportunity that with selling scent online, where people, you know, they want to smell a candle before they buy it, that we could use art to tell the story of each scent to create an emotional response from our potential customers that inspires them to buy. So we work with a different artist for each collection, and I can show you in our packaging. This is a key part that changes with every collection, along with the different labels that are created. So we really tell a story with each collection, and it's bringing that art background into the product that really inspired me. So it was seeing that there was an opportunity that brands weren't really selling online, and they weren't bringing in this sort of fresh fragrance perspective. And so that's how Otherland was born.
Oh, that's an awesome story. And you are so right. Scent is one of the most powerful senses we have to create emotion and to anchor feelings, right? And so you definitely captured that. So you hit on something super important around this idea of, hey, how did you disrupt the industry in the white space? And so you, like you said, no one was combining art and storytelling, art and sense. So you saw an incredible opportunity to do this online. Maybe I can jump to Janice, and in telling your story, where did you see kind of the miss? Like, where was the true opportunity that no one was tackling?
People were very focused on mentoring based on demographics. So the four of us would be matched to mentors based on either our age, race, or gender identification, versus us all being very driven, passionate, high-performing women. And when you match people based on those external parameters and completely ignore where they want to go in the future, their career goals, what makes them them, what sort of chemistry is required for them to get on with other people, then you're completely missing the mark on mentorship. That's not even mentorship, that's just a waste of time. And so, you know, my theory has always been and remains the same, that in order to build a successful and sustainable mentor relationship, you need to have that chemistry component. You have to want to meet with that person. And those external parameters aren't enough to necessarily get you up and get ready for those meetings. You really want to feel like your mentor or your mentee, that person's invested in your success and they want to see you win. And by being able to foster those relationships through the mentor methods, patent pending technology, we've seen that, and we've been able to disrupt the market and capture a lot of that white space.
It's awesome, because you're so right. It's often built on other demographics or triggers, and you know, in life in general, one of the most important things you can have is human connection and chemistry with people. So that's amazing. Tiffany, what about you? I mean, your story was phenomenal, and I loved how you know, it started with baking a set of cookies, and you love to bake, but where did you really see that opportunity? Because your company is growing. You've been continually funded, and it's exciting.
Yeah, you know, when we started, so it was a different landscape then, right? So this was in the 90s, and for as far as delivery goes, there was pizza and maybe Chinese food, and that was about it. And so I think when we started, there was this huge empty space where nobody's delivering any of this other stuff. And then the fact that the cookies were going to be warm and straight from the oven, that was the niche. And that was the thing that we wanted to capture on. Nobody was doing that. And even today, as many years as we are later, relatively at a wide level are not doing that still, baking to order and delivering them straight out of the oven. It's tricky, and it's not super easy to do. There are easier ways to operate a bakery, I think, than the way we do it. But that was always so important to us, those warm cookies. But then I think what happened along the way was we realized we weren't just delivering warm cookies. What we were delivering was warm moments between people. And I think that's what keeps our brand evolving, is that connection that people are finding between each other. When we started, we didn't even consider gifting. A customer asked us, hey, can I send my order to somebody else? And we thought, oh, I don't know, why not? So that's not the way we orchestrated it when we began. We were just thinking of snacking. But customers were telling us, here's how I want to use you. And the more we began to listen to that, the more we began to understand what we were providing to the customer. Yes, a delicious treat, but more than that, it's a way to say, I see you, I'm thinking about you, I'm here for you. And especially right now, this year in particular has been extremely tough for almost everybody. And you'll see that showing through now with those cookie deliveries. There's a lot of isolation going on, and we were able to at least say, here's something warm and comforting. So we do a ton of joyous occasions, and we also do a lot of, condolences and things where you need cheering up. So that's what we really found, whereas ultimately the white space was that human connecting moment. So we call them warm cookie moments, and customers tell them to us all the time. We get the coolest stories about how people have used our cookies to connect with somebody else in a really meaningful way.
Oh, that's awesome. And I admit I use them quite a bit. Abigail, tell us.
I just wanted to add something quick. So I felt like, at the beginning of this candle journey, I had done my research. I had talked to my Uber drivers, everyone I knew. I had done SurveyMonkey, everything. I felt this deep conviction that there was this white space. But let me tell you, so many people that I spoke with, particularly men, told me, there are a million candle brands out there. We do not need another candle brand. There's nothing here. Keep moving. And I think particularly as women, when we have ideas, we've got to get behind that gut instinct that we feel, where we know that there's something there. And doing your own research and making sure you're taking feedback and advice from people, but pursuing that conviction. This one thing, it more than anything else in the world, and you're the expert. So to trust your gut and to move forward with that.
Oh, that's awesome. That is great advice. And I know everyone out there watching, that's what they want from today, right? They want to understand the secrets and the advice. So I'm going to switch gears a little. We've talked about your businesses, but now we want to talk really about the human aspect and the people aspect of your businesses, because it's so important, especially as entrepreneurs. And so, you alluded to it, Tiffany. 2020 is almost over, and I think we're all so looking forward to that, because this year has brought so much change. It really helped us build our resiliency muscle, and each and every one of us was completely thrown into new worlds of remote work, virtual learning, social distancing. Literally, there isn't an aspect of our life that hasn't been touched. And we know this has psychological impacts on all of us. Even at Dell, we had to move 167,000 team members to work from home in just a matter of 2 weeks. And transition and transformation is massive. And we know that technology has played a big piece in that. You hear Janice talk about the role that it plays, but what we fundamentally believe that it's really ushered in this new era of almost human transformation. And so the questions I want to ask now is, given this last year, it's kind of a twofold question. What role did your team members play in really solidifying and maintaining your brand? And then secondly, did you change the way you engaged with your customers or your team members, just given this crazy year? And why don't we go, Abigail, we'll start with you.
Sure. So definitely it's been a wild year. And one thing for us as a brand, because we started selling direct to consumer. So now we're also at Nordstrom and Sephora as of last week, but we started direct to consumer. So really building that direct connection, and in particular on Instagram and our social following, we knew that that was going to be important. Our first hire was someone to do social. And that is where we are so focused every day in creating those connections. And so we have something, it's a shared album with our team internally called Customer Love. And we literally are screenshotting like almost every post we get about the product. And we all talk about that every morning. We also take different turns doing customer service on social, but that is where, you know, you see the stories of how joyful it is to do the unboxing, or how someone has fallen in love with the scent or a gift, particularly in the last 6 months. We're seeing so many gifts of someone sending a sweet bit of sunshine to a family member or colleague or someone who's far away. And so really having that connection, getting excited with the customer about their purchase and receiving it. We also get feedback too. We've made a lot of product changes based on what we've seen on Instagram. So for instance, we realized that when people received the candle, that they couldn't remember what the scent notes were that were on the website when they made their purchase. So we started adding them, the scent notes, to the lid, so that as soon as you open the box, you could see right there, rose, peony, pear water, and you could have that there and remember that connection. So I think that in particular, social has been just this great place for those human connections, learning about our customers, their stories, what makes them happy, what's creating joy. And our whole team has really rallied around that this year.
Yeah, I think that's a reoccurring theme, probably with a number of companies, right? The rise of social and the importance of engagement and the joy it brings, and sometimes also the challenges it brings. So awesome, Abigail. Tiffany, what about you? I mean, you have stores. You had to deal with a lot of challenges this last year, and like you said, continuing to deliver warm moments when people needed it most. So what did you learn about engaging with your customers and team members this last year, and what had changed, if anything?
Yeah, it has been a crazy year for anybody who's in retail of any sort. Changing overnight is a requirement. So if you look back to March, things were just crazy, and we had to, on a dime, change it to totally interaction-free delivery. How do you do that? How do you make sure the customer is getting their fresh items? Safety seals. We need, the face masks. We needed face masks when they didn't have face masks. So we were looking around, how do we source these when nobody's making these? If you rewind back so long ago when those things weren't commonplace. So a lot of fast moving parts. I have to hand it to our team. We have an unbelievable team that was able to get together, get all the things we needed. We were making changes overnight. We were making so many changes. We would put up a new poster of policies almost every day. Well, not almost every day. We were putting something new. And so our team members accepting all that new information coming through. It was a challenging, very challenging time. And for customers as well, if you look at all the uncertainty that is still going on, but especially back in March, I think one of the first things we did was in interacting with our customers was we knew we needed to send out a letter. So everyone was sending out letters and saying, here's our new sanitation protocols, and we're going to do X, Y, and Z. And we sat and we thought on it for a little while, and we thought, I don't think that that's really what our customers need to hear. I think they know that we're going to do that, or at least they trust us well enough to know we will be doing those kind of things. And instead, we just sent out a letter just straight from me and Leon, not necessarily from the company, but from us, just being vulnerable and saying, we don't know what's happening either, but we are seeing positive things. So we were able to deliver so many warm moments. We had the opportunity to really be there for our customers. And that was something we talked a lot with our team about too, because it was a tough time. It was a tough time for everybody personally. It was a scary time for everybody to be doing anything. And it really kept our team going, knowing this is important for our customers. They need us now more than they've ever needed us. They can't see their loved ones. Think of the people that are sending to their grandparents in nursing homes. You cannot see them. People were celebrating birthdays that were going by. Sweet 16s were going by. Eventually graduation went by. Mother's Day went by. Nobody could see anybody during all of this time. And so it was really inspiring for us to be the conduit for people to have these moments together, even when they couldn't. And I think we were pretty transparent in our initial message, just saying, we know this is a terrible time. We're scared too. We don't know what's going to happen, but we do know there's goodness in the world because we're seeing it. So we get to see that even when things feel really crappy. We still get to see all that love that's coming through between people. And so we're in a unique position to see that. So it's been kind of a wild year. A lot of ups, a lot of downs, but we get to see some really sweet stuff.
It sure has. And I think you hit on something so important that probably every human being and every company and every brand realized, is that the importance of authenticity. And, you know, like I said, we believe that there's just a kinder, gentler communication connection that will come out of this, because like you said, you have to be vulnerable as a leader. And you know, I found myself even sending emails to my team members all on mental wellness and mental health, and getting off a Zoom on certain things I've never ever had to communicate in my career, and those were the most important things I was talking about. So that's really inspiring. Janice, what about you? I mean, tell us how you know, this rapid transformation, because you have a tech platform, right? And
Correct.
that became, you know, technology was a topic in these last couple of years or couple months. So, you know, tell us how your world transformed.
Our world has transformed in terms of the magnitude of our pipeline, which has been wonderful for business. There is still some of that survivor's guilt. You know, we've seen the numbers on how this has impacted women, people of color, and small business owners. But we're grateful that, you know, our fight in seeing more equitable workplaces has actually increased, especially as we see people shifting to this work from home environment. We're honored and humbled to play a part in that, because despite, you know, being holed up in your apartment as I am now, and as, you know, we're all in our homes at the moment, we still want to connect. We want to feel heard, we want to feel respected, we want to feel valued, and we want that security. And so if you're in front of Zoom, you know, 10 hours a day, like I was yesterday, or, you know, just connecting with people over laptops and technology, it's still good to know that there's a tool that will help you find people who genuinely have your back at your place of work, not just because you're in the same cubicle section or because you're, you know, have this number of followers or connected to these people, but really because there's that ethos alignment that is palpable and hard to replicate. So, you know, one of the cornerstones of the mentor method has always been treat everyone, whether that is the executive assistant or the overworked program manager that's doing the scope of work document, procurement to get us paid, or the actual executive making the decisions. Everybody should be treated as assets and not checkboxes. The same way we expect our customers to treat the diverse employees that they're mentoring through the mentor method software. I will say that I think it can be easy to just focus on the numbers, right? And think about your sales funnel and almost forget about the global pandemic, or maybe feel as though you're experiencing this global pandemic and this wild year, but perhaps your customers aren't. So a big thing that we've done is just adding in time for compassion, right? Like we know if you're setting up a meeting and there's a clear agenda, you will get to those agenda items. It doesn't hurt to take 5 minutes and just ask and genuinely want to know how someone is doing. You know, see if they're having a long week. Send that overworked program manager Tiff's treats and a dozen flowers, you know, to let them know that there is something warm that's, you know, that we're grateful for the opportunity to work with them. So it hasn't changed a lot for us, but I think for those that are very focused on like the sales and growth side of the house, making sure that we are elevating the level of compassion that we're bringing before getting down to business. And that's actually been a great value add for us.
I love that you time for compassion. And I will say, Tiffany, I sent more tip streets in this last month than I think I've sent my whole career. And it's important, right? That connection is important because I think as leaders and as entrepreneurs and you guys are, your businesses are on the line every day, that human connection and that human leadership has never been more important. And I often talk about, I actually think this made me a better leader, right? Because I had to care about things that you kind of take for granted. So that's just awesome, Janice. So you talked about impact and the pandemic and the impact on it. And this next stat that I'm going to share with you is a really hard stat to talk about because we know women more than men have actually are increasingly infected by the impacts of this year. And in fact, approximately 865,000 women left the workforce in September alone. And that's 4 times more women than men that stopped working. And I know this is something that really we work on and focus on and talk a lot and have a lot of programs at Dell making sure our women feel supported. We have a huge goal out there that by 2030, we want 50% of our global workforce to be women and 40% of them to be people leaders. We're only about 2/3 of the way there. And so we still have work to do, but I can tell you it is a top priority. But as female founders, I really would love to hear your take around this critical issue because we know women are facing more obstacles today. They're juggling work and life, and in some cases, uncertain business landscapes, in some cases, thriving business landscapes. So, Janice, why don't we start with you? What advice can you share for women looking to build a business right now?
Well, first, right, leading with compassion. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help. I've had my business for 4.5 years now. So if you're just starting out, please find a way to get in contact with me, and I'm happy to do anything I can to support. In terms of leveraging this moment to make it a positive versus what it can be seen as, I think it's important to lean on and leverage the institutional knowledge of other women. I'm very humbled by the network of women that I have around me, building me up, giving me the critical feedback that I need in order to be successful, opening their networks and their hearts and their arms when necessary as I have been growing the mentor method. And I think it's important to find those people because I can't even imagine starting the mentor method now in the middle of a global pandemic. I would not have been able to grow the way that we have been without those mentors and those friends and people in the trenches. So I think it's important to find those resources as soon as possible. I also think it's important to learn from those who are in a similar space. When I first started the mentor method, yes, of course, I had mentors that were light years ahead of where the business was, and they were very helpful in giving me a clear path on how I could achieve the same level of success. But those peer mentors, I learned so much from my fellow founders that were in their first, 6 months to a year of building their business because they have those growth hacks, right? I mean, at that point, all you really have is time and ambition. So you really learn how to make what you've got work for you and to make it bigger and scale faster with limited resources. So I would say try to learn from others as much as you can. Give yourself some credit. Like I said, your body recognizes that there is a global trauma taking place. Building a business is traumatic enough without a global pandemic. It is hard, right? I mean, we're all nodding because we've done it, but it is hard. So cut yourself some slack. Maybe don't read the Vox or Fortune article about, the mythological unicorn founder who, was living off of ramen, blinked, and then was making $4 million overnight. Give yourself some room and some compassion. Yeah. And lastly, despite what's going on, I would love to see women business owners and professional women in general make sure that they're making decisions that are strategic and will help them long term. I think it can be easy to take the deal that's just given to you because like you need the money now, right? I understand that. I've been there, but I think it's important to think about short-term value, but then also that lifetime value of every decision you make. Because when we're out of this pandemic and when your business is successful and flourishing and you're on another panel for, you know, the next Kendra Scott Summit, you want to feel proud of the decisions you made. And the best way to do that is really to think strategically about the direction and make decisions based from that.
I love it. I love it. Give yourself some grace and think long term, right? That's awesome. Abigail, what about you? What advice would you give to a female founder right now following their passions to build their business?
Absolutely. So there's so much uncertainty right now. And one thing that I think has been really interesting that it has bred sort of an environment for is experimentation and taking a risk, trying something new. And I think that can apply to, you know, getting your feet wet. Other than I learned how to make candles in my kitchen. I bought all sorts of supplies, and I was in business school at the time. I ended up selling them to different classmates, but starting just trying it as it can be a side hustle. And I think research has even shown that starting something as a side hustle, working with what's called an MVP, a minimum viable product. What is the most basic, you know, incarnation of your product to bring to market, so you can start to get some feedback, some data, and start iterating and developing on your product. That keeping something as a side hustle for as long as, you know, possible as the business is growing, that has been shown to help in the long-term success. And so, you know, the world is changing now, and you can take that step and sort of tap into that alchemy of things changing and try and experiment. And one thing I would say that I saw on our side was, and I'll talk about this a little more in our next question, but I have been sort of personally I've lacked some confidence in terms of social media, putting myself out there, working on my Instagram content. And at the beginning of the pandemic, my co-founder, who's my boyfriend, he said, "I dare you to tell everyone that you're going to go on Instagram Live." And so I started doing Instagram Live. We call it fireside chats. So I started doing it a few days a week, and then it became 5 days a week. And we started reaching out. I figured, you know what, I'm going to ask some of my female founder role models, people like Ariana Huffington or B. Dixon, Sophia Amoruso, Rebecca Minkoff, and even people like Haley Duff and Lo Bosworth. I'm going to reach out and see if they'll come on my program. And through that, which is something, you know, I never would have thought I'd ever go live on Instagram. I think grown a lot. It's enlarged our community, but using this opportunity to take the risk, do the experimentation, put yourself out there and see what happens.
I love it. I love it. There's a reoccurring theme. There's a lot of reoccurring themes, but that vulnerability, right? And to not be scared. And what I also heard is someone there encouraging you to do that. So that's awesome.
We're all scared.
So Tiffany, what about you? What advice would you have right now to women trying to build their business?
You know, I think one thing that Janice kind of alluded to that we can take advantage of right now is there actually is a little more grace right now for your personal life that's going on. I'll say yesterday, we had a board meeting yesterday, and I had a personal childcare situation that sprung up that meant it's possible that I was going to be trying to Zoom that board meeting, but also do virtual school at the same time. But I knew because of where we are as a society, it would have been okay. Everybody would have said, yeah, I know why that is. And maybe a year ago, something like that, maybe not so okay. It's like, make it work, right? But, and even though we're going to juggle things and make things work, if you've got I know right now, if one of my kids walks through the background of this, no one's gonna be frowning about that. They know, like, that's just the way it goes. So there is a little bit of that going on right now that you could take advantage of. But one thing I think I would say, and this is the same advice I would give at any time, which is, for me, I think you can only be as successful as you want to be if you pick what you want to focus on. And I think you can do many things at once, but I don't think you can have equal focus on everything and expect it all to be amazing. So I know when we started the business, we were very lucky because we were extremely young and we didn't have any children. And we were so dumb that anything was possible, which is great. But we put everything into it. We worked day and night, nothing else, no friends, no social life, no money, nothing. It was just the business. And it really worked for us because it meant we were putting every last thing into it. And that's not a reasonable expectation for many people. We do have families, we do have other responsibilities, but I do think you have to pick and choose the right time. Is it the right time for me? Can I devote the amount of focus that's going to make it successful? If I can't, or if I don't want to, then maybe it's not exactly the right time. Maybe this waits, or maybe that waits. And I think you can do multiple things, and you can do many things. In fact, you can do everything, but perhaps not perfectly and all at the same time. So I do think there's a little bit of picking and choosing and sacrificing. Which one do I want to do? Am I all in on this? Then this should be one of my main priorities.
Yeah, I love it. Focus is huge, right? And it's probably one of the reasons you are incredibly successful. So that's great advice. All right, I can't believe this, but we are literally almost out of time. It feels like it has gone so fast, and I could talk to you ladies, and I know everyone out there would love to listen for hours longer, but we actually do need to wrap it up. So look, one final question, and I know everyone out there wants to hear, like all entrepreneurs, it has not always been easy, and you've learned some hard lessons. So what's that one piece of advice you would tell your younger self that the entrepreneurs out there who want to start a business could learn from? So Tiffany, we'll start with you.
So mine's probably more personal to my personality, but maybe other people share the same thing. I think if I look back on my young self, I would tell me, relax, know that it's going to work out, and have fun with it along the way, because you know you're going to take that next step, and you know that next step is scary, but it's going to happen anyway. So you may as well just get ready and get used to saying yes to opportunities and have fun as you're doing it. And I still struggle with that even now. So even now we get all these new opportunities coming in, and I'm like, can I do it? Can we do it? Are we ready to do that next step? But guess what happens? We do it. We do all of that stuff. All that next step happens. But in the meantime, I've spent my whole time worked up and worried, can I do it? And I think, if I could go back and say, just relax, you're going to do it. You can do this. You've got people around you that can help you do this. You will do this. It's going to happen. And just say yes and move forward and take that next step. And maybe you can even move a little faster. You can do more. I guess my ultimate thing is you can do more than you think you can do.
Oh, that's great advice to your young self. I love it. I love it. Janice, what about you?
I love that you can do more than you think you can. Yeah, thinking back to myself in my 20s, I would tell myself the things that make you different are also going to be your superpowers for how you grow the business. Being a woman and a Black woman in the tech entrepreneurial space, you will be discredited several times. Let your resilience be your guide, trust your gut, and don't let anybody talk to you the way you wouldn't want them to talk to your best friend. You have to be your best and first advocate. And I would also tell my younger self to focus more on that mental well-being, get into the grind, be all encompassed by your business, feel that passion, but also make sure that you're taking time to just continue maintaining overall well-being, because burnout is one heck of a ride. I'm sure we can all relate. Yeah. So finding ways to mitigate that early on, I would also say that, and just keep going. It's going to be fine. Breathe. It's going to be great.
That's awesome, Janice. And there's one thing that I think if you look back at everything you've talked about today, you have such an incredible grasp on self-care and awareness and that balance. And that's so important. So really, really great sharing. And I think as women in general, whether we're women entrepreneurs or you're a leader in a company or you're just working, we tend to be much harder on ourselves. And we strive for that perfection. And I think continuing to even have people around us to remind us that we're human is super important. So Abigail, as we close it out, what's your kind of one piece of advice you would have told your younger self?
Okay, so I couldn't pick one. I've got two short ones, but I promise they're worth it. So one would be believe in your own true, authentic perspective. What makes you, you, and your view on things. That is so important. And especially just starting a business, you may not have, you may not have you believe in it, but you may not have full confidence around all of these little consumer decisions and so forth. You hear a lot of opinions, you want to sort of go where the data goes, but you've got to be true to your perspective. And I think it was only when I learned that some of the most successful fragrances are actually the most polarizing ones that I started to sort of feel the confidence that I love this scent. I'm going to push forward with it, even though it may not be everyone's favorite or our artwork. It's bold. It's not for everyone, but that's what makes us unique. So being true to your perspective and your authentic self is so important. And then the other one, very quickly, I really wish I had done this earlier, especially if you have a consumer brand, is to start building your platform on social media. It is so important these days, and people want to connect with people, not just with a brand, but being the face, putting yourself out there, sharing your story. It doesn't need to look perfect. Like, nobody expects it to look perfect. It's authentic, your authentic self. So get out there and try to get comfortable with putting yourself out to connect with people.
Yeah, you're so right. That's awesome advice. And today's consumer can see through the inauthenticity like that, and it can make or break your business very quickly. Well, believe it or not, we are out of time. Tiffany, Abigail, and Janice, you guys have been amazing. I hope everyone out there has had as much fun as we have. I'm certainly inspired and honored to have shared the stage with all of you. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the rest of the Kendra Scott WEL Institute Summit. Thank you guys very much.
Around the world, women are connecting and evolving their businesses through the Dell Women's Entrepreneur Network. Celebrate your journey and navigate success with a global community of entrepreneurs and mentors who are sharing their inspiring stories at our live events and virtual webinars. Whether you own a startup or a scale-up, we know that doing more takes the right tools too. As a DWEN member, you'll have access to funding resources and tailored tech to keep you moving forward. It's your moment to own it. Join at dwen.com today.
To me, a class ring is a symbol of accomplishment.
I think it's a tradition. It symbolizes how proud the university community is of you.
We spend 4 years studying, working hard. At the end of the day, we want something to symbolize our accomplishments.
I want other people to see my class ring and say, wow. I want it to be something that really reflects my personality, my academic achievements, but also just me as a person in a ring.
The ordering process was super easy. I went to balfour.com, searched for my school.
Then I went to the official college rings page and selected the Kendra Scott collection.
I was able to pick the middle tone, pick the stone I wanted to use, and really customize it to be something that I could wear every single day.
I really like to be able to use jewelry to accessorize and be able to add a little bit of bling to spice up everyday outfits.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, it's perfect.
It was literally exactly how I designed it online. It just sparkles a little bit more.
I'm speechless. Like, it's really cool getting to see something that I've worked so hard for over the past 4 years, like, represented.
I really think that I'm gonna wear this forever.
Hi, I'm Margie and I'm a marketing major from UT.
Hi, I'm Ashley and I'm a finance major from UT.
And I'm Sydney and I'm an engineering major. And we're from Team Pocket Punch. Our first tip is to build a diverse team for your startup. So if you're looking for some other co-founders to help start your venture, you should look for a team with diverse skills. So I'm engineering and I help do the hardware for the product for Pocket Punch. Ashley is finance, which is a great tool for any startup. And Margie did marketing. So as you can see, having a diverse team can really strengthen your startup.
That brings us to tip 2. And so when you're starting a company, there's a lot that you don't know. And so you really need to utilize all the resources that are available to you. Luckily enough, here at the University of Texas, there's the Kendra Scott WEL Institute. There are a bunch of different resources as well. Additionally, take advantage of all the mentors you can get because they've done this before and they know that there will be challenges and road bumps ahead of you, but stay focused and stay on task.
And that brings us to our third point, to never lose sight of your mission. Of course, when you are starting a startup, there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of long nights, and you have to put a lot into it. And you have to, when you're putting in all that work, never lose sight of why you wanted to create this business in the first place, and never lose sight of your dream, because if you put in the work and you really put everything into it, you can make it work and you can make your dreams come true. And that's always important to remember.
We hope you found these 3 tips helpful from Team Pocket Punch. And with that,
power to your punch!
innovation is often used to represent new devices or high-tech objects. However, in today's competitive world, and particularly as we make our way through a global pandemic, organizations are searching to be innovative by identifying new ideas, new methods, new processes that's right, by you. So today, I want to talk to you about how you can be a change agent, how to innovate from within. My name is Katie Pritchett, and let's get started. So this is what we'll cover today, just to define internal innovation, and we'll look at an innovation imperative. We'll also define intrapreneurs and how you can harness specific tools and techniques to bring forth ideas into adoption within an organization. We would be remiss if we didn't also tackle this from the managerial side. So what can leaders and managers do to help ensure that those ideas get implemented? And we'll wrap up and do some Q&A. So let's get started on, what's innovation anyway? Let's look at this definition. I mean, we can call it a verb, or we can do whatever, but what I really want to call your attention to is the novelty piece is there. It's got to be new. It's got to have utility. And of course, it's at the nexus of also being implemented. If we don't have that utility and we aren't able to experience the innovation, if it's not at the nexus of these three. And so we're looking at introducing something new or to affect some change in. So that's the definition we will work from when we talk about innovation and innovation from within. Now, the idea that it is time for organizations to innovate, it's not new at all. In fact, that rhetoric has been around for a while, and I just have some snippets from reputable sources. You can see Forbes, Harvard Business Review, The Economist Technology Quarterly, and most recently from McKinsey and Company. You can see this spans almost the last decade, this imperative that's out there, that it's got to be now. The time is now. Time is of the essence. I mean, look at the dates, right? Well, this isn't new news, but we do know that the world, the more global, the more global we've become as an economy and more competitive, status quo will not stay. And so here are some examples of companies you may have been familiar with, because within the past 2 decades, most of these companies that were innovative for their time have gone bankrupt or been acquired. So let's look at a couple of these. So Kodak, for example. Kodak was actually the market leader in photography and in film. A lot of people think that Kodak's demise is because they did not move into or invent a digital camera until later. But in 1970, early 1970s, they did, but they kept it on the shelf. Kodak didn't introduce their digital camera until later in response to competitors who had put them out on the market. So they were late to market, and even after they had brought their digital camera in, they folded that unit into their customer products unit, and it languished because think about it. Think about how you experience photography now and how you use it to communicate and how it's a part of your daily life, that it's not a transaction or just a product that could be put on a shelf or in a specific area, but fully integrated into your lives with communication with social media like Snapchat, and so what photographs now mean to us and what that process looks like. Now, Blockbuster is interesting. They failed to innovate with their digital because they were looking at they had a lot of overhead, a lot of sunk costs invested in those big pieces. And they were looking at DVD postal services and early streaming that were coming on the market. But to compound that mistake, due to their market position, they were not believing that the fledgling company Netflix would do what they did. In fact, Blockbuster had a chance to purchase Netflix and on a couple of occasions and decided not to. If Blockbuster had launched a streaming service even 2 years earlier, Netflix may not have ever happened. And then even the decision to not acquire, and Netflix at one point was ready to sell 49% of their shares and take on the Blockbuster name, and it didn't happen. And so what we're seeing with these stories is this inertia, this idea that someone knew something. The competitive landscape was there, and maybe there were some squeaky wheels, some innovators within, but ultimately this has happened over and over again. And that's what we want to prevent, right? We really want to incentivize this ability for people, for change agents to use an entrepreneurial mindset within an existing organization. So I'd like to share with you a book that recently came out in 2019 called Driving Innovation from Within. It's one of the best that I've seen with the good data and actionable steps. So here's how this book is set up. So there's this myth, right? There's this myth that there's this innovator or entrepreneur who is typically young, gets an idea in college, moves out west, gets a garage, maybe a couple friends, builds a solution, and becomes a billionaire overnight. Come on, y'all. Like, that's outlier stuff. That's not typical. And so this book really breaks down what this looks like. And this is so fascinating. So the author recognized, so in that PBS did a special called the Nightly Business Report, where they had been on air for 30 years, and they wanted to look at the 30 innovations that have changed life most dramatically over the past 30 years. So they looked over 250 sectors, almost 1,200 nominations of innovations to look at, and they got a panel of experts to whittle it down to 30 of the best innovations, the ones that have been the most impactful for us over the last 30 years. And what happened is, of the 30, the truth compared to that myth is quite different. The vast majority of the innovations that have had an impact on society were conceived by employees, y'all. 73% were from intrapreneurs, employees from within existing companies, not entrepreneurs. These people pursued their innovations often later in life in small teams and in broader communities, but within the context of large organizations driven not just by profit, but by a passion to make a difference. In fact, only 8 of the 30 most transformative innovations were first conceived by an entrepreneur, where 22 of the 30 were conceived by employees. They're giving us that 73%. And so without their inventiveness, we may not have a mobile phone to reach for, or an internet to connect it to, or an email to send, or hey, if we got sick, to be able to get an MRI. All of these impactful innovations, again, from within. So the context, though, is important, and it's we can look at that with COVID right now. COVID-19 is presenting us globally with a crisis we've not seen before, and you can look at these numbers. McKinsey and company released these in April of this year. And the story that it's telling is that executives at the highest level in the C-suite are strongly believing that they'll return to some innovation-related initiatives after things have stabilized. But look, they have to weigh cutting costs with driving productivity. So go with me here, if there's less budget to hire outside firms, then maybe the innovation has got to come from within. So there's a lot going on here. There's a lot to unpack, but let's go ahead and talk to you who's in this session, because you're interested in being a change agent. You're interested in being an entrepreneur. So what are some actionable steps that you can take? Well, first, we've got to think about idea generation. Where does that idea come from, that novelty come from? So let's look at the first thing you can do as an entrepreneur. The first is to think big. The value of entrepreneurs begins with a deep understanding of your organization and the unique challenges that companies or organizations of any sort, nonprofits or student orgs, what do they face, right? So in order to become more entrepreneurial, the first step is to spend ample time researching, understanding, reading, talking to people about a specific problem to have insight into. What is the competitive landscape? Where are users or clients no longer finding value? Spend time getting to know your department's unique pain points in the larger scope of the business. Look at your boss and your boss's boss, if that exists, and understand what are their goals. What is your functional area need or is lacking that another functional area may have? Build your user knowledge. Understand the big picture so that you can get resources to support your ideas. And after all, it's easier to sell later if we understand that the efficiency, the new process, the new product, the new way of organizing a business model, how an organization can make money or keep people engaged, if you can align that to the larger mission and the larger goals. So we think big, and then we need to look inside out. So inside out means that, okay, so first, both entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs alike must apply qualities like passion and empathy, critical thinking, and collaboration, so that we understand that those attributes cut across. But we want to look at our own areas of expertise. Where's your domain knowledge? What hacks are you doing at work that are helping you to be more efficient? And can those efficiencies help another team? And if so, then expand your knowledge outside of your day-to-day team. Because this means if your area of expertise is a starting point at tackling a specific challenge, then we can see if it can translate. How does it translate to another area within the organization? Because if we can scale cross-functionally, then new opportunities could arise company-wide, organization-wide. So inside out, we've got to let this organic thoughts of expertise start to bubble up and start to change from within. Now, we've looked at some attributes that cut across both intrapreneurs and entrepreneurs, and one of those has got to be our comfortability with the F word, failure. We've got to have productive failure, iterative innovation, setbacks and learnings, whatever you want to call them, that's got to be inherent. It's part of the process. So it's truly not failure if we're continuing to learn from it. To me, it's failure if we stop learning. So if you want to be entrepreneurial, you can't be afraid to experiment and to try things out. You've got to recognize that this is stepping stones on the path to making some shifts. So when we think of disruptive thinkers, when we look at change drivers over history, your company will need these skills to weather market shifts or to meet a new customer's demand, or to help change the user experience so it's more seamless. These things are rarely nailed on the first time. So understand the creative paths that can help you and your team stand out in this type of business environment, whether it's using automation or digital, or sometimes we think we become overly anchored to the idea that it's got to have technology. But maybe we look at the flip side and we think about more simplistic, or we look at the opportunity to pare it down. Sometimes where we want to bundle, or make things higher tech, but sometimes the simplicity. So what does that look like, right? Experimenting with different levels. So, and if you want to position yourself as a change leader and as an intrapreneur, someone who's really excited about challenging and complex problems and being a problem solver on the team, we've got to build relationships. It's really important that you leverage your relationships on your team and that you hone empathy as a problem-solving approach. So if you are scaling or working with a cross-functional team to see if those efficiencies can be realized and it's not working, don't throw the process away. Ask why. Get to the heart of it. Help to understand what's going on with that team and how those efficiencies are or not working, because in and of itself, that's a learning mechanism that can help you then scale the idea at a larger level. So actionable steps that you as an individual can take. Now, what's interesting is this is a women's summit, and so I want to be thoughtful about discussing women in particular in leadership roles and what those attributes around entrepreneurship look like. And so I wanted to share some data with you. There was a consultancy firm, Zinger and Folkman, who collected 450,000 feedback instruments when they did 360-degree feedback from almost 16,000 leaders across the US, from whom 2/3 were male and 1/3 were female. Each participant on average received 13 respondents, so including their manager and direct reports, so 360-degree feedback. And because of the large sample size of this study, their difference shown is statistically significant. So what I want you to see is that that women were just as, if not more, effective in the organizational leadership role. And so I want to translate this to entrepreneurship, right? So let's think about this. About 6.9%, which is about 7% of Fortune 1000 companies have female CEOs. Those leaders generate 7% of total revenue of organizations on the list and outperform the S&P 500 index over their respective tenures. So then what are the work qualities? What are the attributes then that distinguish those innovative approaches? That's what I want to look at. Well, here are 16. So there's 16 of those competencies and attributes that were studied from this data. And of those, women scored higher than men in 12 of the 16. And so look at those. You can also see which ones are statistically significant. And we can look at things like taking initiative, displaying integrity, and honesty, driving results, practicing self-development. You can start to see these, right? Building relationship, inspiring others, collaboration, establishing stretch goals. So while you might not be surprised about a woman's nurturing competencies, it is clear that women also lead the way in areas that are vital for successful entrepreneurship, just given what we just talked about. And so female leadership behaviors drive openness and change. If that's what we are focused on in a modern organization today, this idea of speed, agility, experience, technology, responsiveness, customer-centric, these are things that are hallmarks of today's modern organization, then this is reflected in these types of attributes. Now, again, this is data distinguishing the difference between male and female, but anyone can possess these. And so a woman's ability or anyone's ability to be compassionate or to think more holistically can support a broader talent pool to drive consumer needs and think innovatively. So any leader, right? And so what we're seeing bubble up in the green based on this data is that as more women or as more people take on these entrepreneurial roles, these are the attributes and the characteristics that we'll start to see, the competencies that we'll see being recognized to drive results and champion change from within. Let me tell you a story to highlight some of these competencies and some of this as a story to help bring this to light. So being an entrepreneur and an innovator means that you're working with an established organization, right? And it helps you to potentially scale more quickly. So here's a story about Heather Davis. She was a senior managing director at TIAA, a leading manager of retirement funds. There's a 45 billion private equity fund that Heather helped to build. And because of that, they were the largest owner of wineries, farms, and other agricultural real estate. By investing in agricultural real estate and the technologies to increase farmer productivity, she was pursuing a mission to help prevent a world food crisis. So a very much social impact right there. But that was part of the business. But when a lot of farms started to underproduce and were having trouble recruiting workers and recruit a high turnover rate with workers, Heather and her team are like, y'all, this is not working. This is not operationalizing in the way and the efficiencies we want to see. And so Heather flew over because she said that she believed that the answer would actually be in the field, literally in the field rather than in the boardroom. So she flew over and she actually went out into an apple orchard and observed workers carrying heavy loads and performing repetitive tasks. Heather also happens to be the mother of an autistic child. So it became immediately clear to her and evident that, hey, this work in an apple form is ideal for people with autism. So she launched within TIAA, she launched an effort that is named Fruits of Employment, the Fruits of Employment program, which strategically employs people with autism and other disabilities at agricultural sites, such as orchards or vineyards. And so by doing this, TIAA not only benefits society and they're also their business. And Heather was able to achieve instant scale because she was able to use the resources and the structure of her company. She was able to achieve a level of impact that she might not have, that might have just been that might have taken her years to achieve on her own if she were to start an independent nonprofit or an independent business. So let's look at this. She thought big. She knew the goal of the business, not only to get that portfolio to grow, but also to address a social issue for the world. She acted on expertise, both professional and personal. As a mother, she experimented and built relationships so it could scale. So I'm hoping that this story is one that can be inspiring for you in that idea generation area. Now, we also know that it's not just about sparking the idea, but we have to have adoption throughout the organization, that idea of implementation that I had mentioned earlier. So if you're a junior employee, of not of the stature that Heather was, but if you're a junior employee, Rita Gunther McGrath, who's a consultant author and has a TED Talk out there, has used and coined the term of finding a Sherpa, finding someone within the organization to champion this idea and help to navigate the political context and the social capital context that might need to happen within an organization. So a Sherpa, if you're not familiar with mountain climbing like I wasn't, but Sherpas are people who are highly skilled and experienced climbers. Often in the Himalayan mountains, they're paid to do things like prepare the route for climbers, to fix ropes in place, or to carry things. So true champions, like truly preparing the way. And so if you like that analogy, then you can use it. And if not, you can really think about the champion idea that Nicholas Bry writes about in his book, The Intrapreneur's Factory, that came out recently. And Nicholas Bry says that, hey, if you are maybe a junior employee and you're looking to get someone to help you get a larger scale adoption of your idea within the organization, you've got to find the right person. And here are some things that you can use, 6 questions that you can use to vet that person and to find that person. So it's on the screen. I don't need to verbally go over them, but where we're looking for the competencies we're looking for mirror some of the things we already looked at. But we are looking at people who have visibility to the executive level, who've got a passion, who are not afraid to advocate, people who've got a strong network, who are willing to spend time on your idea and to remove obstacles, this problem solving, if you will, driving change, some of those characteristics and competencies that we saw earlier. So helping you to identify that champion is going to be really important as an entrepreneur. That will be something that you will need to do. So we've got idea generation, and then we're moving to idea adoption for the organization. Now, adopting and change is not easy. In fact, organizations sometimes are meant to just survive, and change can sometimes feel like a threat to that. So let me just do a very quick exercise, very quick. Stand up if you can, and if not, sitting is okay. But stand up if you can and do this. Just fold your arms. Fold your arms for me, like whatever is comfortable. Now that you're comfortable, what I want you to do is uncross your arms and 180 degrees, do it the exact opposite way to fold your arms. So try to do that and settle in. If you're standing or sitting, how does that feel? Maybe you're still even trying to figure out where to put your arms, right? And if I do this with a live audience, I see that as well. And people are laughing, or they're saying, oh, this is so awkward or uncomfortable. Yeah, because change, even good change, can be uncomfortable. And that's where we have to be mindful of barriers in organizations. So we can experience barriers to our entrepreneurship, both on a structural level or on a cognitive level. We might experience it culturally or with action. So you can see them falling into different buckets here on the screen. And I want you to be mindful of that, because an entrepreneur doesn't expect an easy path. An entrepreneur knows that resistance will come. It's how you deal with it. So we have to know that there's got to be some of this, and that's why that idea generation and the adoption is going to be so important. Now, I do want to shift, as I mentioned earlier, we'll shift to the managerial side of things. So when you are a leader, when you are a manager, what can you do to help break down some of these barriers and address some of these barriers? And I also think it's quite appropriate. Last summer, this was the front cover of the Harvard Business Review, and they were talking about artificial intelligence and bringing AI into organizations. But look right there on the cover, y'all. Look at that arrow. The main challenge isn't the technology, it's the culture. And so, okay, managers, leaders, and future managers and leaders, let's talk about that. If it's your goal to then develop a culture of innovation, here's tip 1. Make the group the guru. Bring the people on the front line who are doing the daily work into the fold. People are way more willing to accept the change that they're a part of. So make sure that those ideas are heard. Allow that idea generation to happen organically and invite it from within. Now, once we've got ideas on the table, okay, ideas are great, but we've got to act on ideas. Ideas without action aren't going to get you very far. So the next step in the strategy that promotes entrepreneurship is to dedicate an appropriate amount of resources. That could be in the form of time, budget, skill set from your team to properly start on this. There are large companies like AT&T, Google, LinkedIn that have their own internal incubator programs to foster innovation. And a surprising innovation incubator example you might want to emulate comes from Whirlpool. Whirlpool claims that most of their ideas come from structured ideation sessions that they allow and open up to employees, and they foster basic business case formation and competition, some good healthy internal competition, testing and experimenting and allowing failure to happen so we can learn and move to large scale commercialization. So those are some formal things that you might be able to institute into the structure for acting on ideas. And it's got to be a safe place to learn, right? Or fail, but failure and learning go hand in hand. And so we have to allow people to take those risks without fear of retribution. So we've got to maintain accountability, but how can we incentivize and encourage people to try? Well, one tip that you can use is to put it in a job description and/or put it in a performance evaluation. I like to think of 2 specific prompts that leaders can have when they do a feedback session with an employee, or if you're doing a performance evaluation. Ask your employees, tell me about something that you tried that didn't work, and they should have something. And the second part to that question is, what did you do after it didn't work? Now we're getting to the learning phase and really starting to think about that scale and putting ideas into action. And the last thing is to understand that resistance will happen. It is a natural part of the change management process. And so as a manager and a leader, what will you do to actively change and address? And calling it out and noting it's structural or noting if it's cultural, and what you can do about that resistance will be really important, that you set the tone from the top. So I know we're short on time, but I'm hoping to leave you with a little inspiration. I think that this captures the essence in a very eloquent and simplistic way of what I was just speaking about with the managers. If you take a moment to read that. And the people all remark, we've done it ourselves. And so we'll put a wrap on this, and looking forward to your questions. But just a reminder that only about 7% of the US population will become entrepreneurs and start new businesses or new products. But y'all, in the past, history's shown that 73% of the most impactful innovations has come from intrapreneurs, innovating from within, from employees. We're now at a point with this global pandemic that organizations are being invited to, and maybe even existence being threatened by not innovating. And so there is a stage set for someone like you. Innovators play a role, and there are actionable things that you can do, and there are actionable things that managers can do to foster this. And so I'm really excited to invite your questions, because I want to hear from you, change agents. What are your questions, and what are you thinking about, and how can I support you so that we can all be better and be innovative? Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for submitting your questions and for your interest in being an intrapreneur. We have a few questions, and I'm really excited to answer them. So let's just get started. First, let me go ahead and read this question. It says, I have an idea to help my department operate more efficiently that could save us money, but I'm not sure how to pitch it to my supervisor. Do you have any tips on making a pitch? And I love this question because, yes, I do have some tips for you. So I guess with this question, there's not too much context, but I'm assuming that means you have tested something, some of the things I guess we just talked about thinking big, realizing efficiencies, like those things I'll assume that's already happened. So if that's the case and you feel like you've got a solid, some solid information that you are ready to pitch to your boss, then you're going to need a champion. You're going to need a Sherpa. And so you'll need to go to your supervisor, who hopefully will serve at least as one of those in one of those roles. The most important things, I've got 4 things that you should be considering for a pitch. The first is to do your research. As I mentioned before, what you want to do should really line up with what your boss, your supervisor, and the larger organization's goals are. So we want to make sure that the things that you're going to be talking about and the things that you're pitching are going to align to those larger goals. And use data. Use as much data as you can. Especially if you've already realized efficiencies, you'll want to make sure that you can show that this has been, 25% more efficient, or has saved us, X amount of dollars at this small scale. The second thing is to make it relevant. You have to remember this, the WIIFM principle. What's in it for me? Your pitch must be able to answer that from the perspective of the person you're pitching to. That should be so clear to them. What's in it for them? What's in it for the company when you're pitching? The third thing about your pitch is you've got to be clear in your ask. The worst thing, and I've heard these kinds of pitches, is like, here's the data and here's what's wrong and here's the solution. Thank you. You've got to make a clear ask. What do you want now that you've set up the data, now that you've made it relevant, now that you've shown what the efficiency could be? What's your ask? You need a call to action. What do you really want? Do you need money for the innovation? Do you need autonomy? Do you need their support? Do you need a cross-functional team? Make that ask very clear. And the last thing is timing. You want to make sure timing on two fronts. First is you want to keep it short. You don't want to, spend too much time. If as their interest is piqued, they will ask questions. And the other part of timing is really about thinking about when you'll bring it to your supervisor. So without context with the question, what I want to just say is don't catch them off guard. Don't catch your supervisor off guard. You don't want to be brushed off entirely, and you want the stage to really be set for you. So again, your question was about you have an idea that you want to pitch to your supervisor, and you want to do your research, make it relevant, have a clear ask, and make sure that your timing is appropriate. So I'm hopefully that'll help you, and good luck with that. Way to go with already thinking about that idea. All right. The second question was actually on the flip side. So we had someone who wanted to pitch to a supervisor, and this one's fascinating. It says, I am a supervisor and never thought about having failure be acceptable. I like the tips that you gave. Are there any others about how to be more open about failure? So, I actually have read a decent amount of research on failure tolerant leaders. And these are types of executives, managers, leaders who in both the words and actions help people overcome their fear of failure, and in the process create a culture of intelligent risk-taking. And this type of intelligent risk-taking is what can lead to innovation, and we want to cultivate that. So these are not just leaders that accept failure, but they're leaders that also encourage it. So the studies out there, actually, there's some in business, there's some in politics, sports, and there are some common threads. So let's see. So one of the common threads about leaders supervisors who want to hone failure as a part of the innovative process. One of the first characteristics is the ability to define failure. Because we have to be clear. There's failures and then there's failures, right? So there are some mistakes that are lethal. And I think at no time really, especially what we're facing now with a global pandemic, is management can't be casual about issues of health and safety. So failure tolerant leaders must define, what is excusable, what are excusable mistakes or opportunities to learn, and what will we build upon to examine, to understand those kinds of things. So being very clear about what you mean. One of the other hallmarks of failure tolerant leaders that cultivate this type of innovation is that they're engaged. They are not on the sidelines. They're showing interest. They're expressing support. They're asking key questions. What's new with your project? What kind of problems are you having? Look at the long view. What are the next steps? Conversations are less about succeeding or failing. Did you meet this milestone? And more about what's learned from the experience, or what's been surprising to you on your project. So being engaged and asking those types of questions will demonstrate in word and action what you mean by setting up that for innovation. And it really is all about culture. We just talked about that. I showed you the front cover of the magazine. It's really about culture, where people can feel comfortable, have that psychological safety, where we encourage people to abandon their traditional ideas about what failure meant and about personal competition. I often think about the person at 3M who failed, in a sense, to create this adhesive. It was really an imperfect adhesive. And if that person had not shared with their colleague about the perfection of that adhesive, we might not have Post-it notes. And so thinking about it way less than about personal competition and way more about this collaboration. I don't know what kind of company this is based on the question, but if your company's agile and allows design sprints, these can be great ways to bring cross-functional teams together and show that collaboration, and in a 3 or 5 day exercise to hone failure as a showing of innovation and options. So for the supervisor out there who asked this very thoughtful question, to you, I say define failure, make sure you get engaged and ask the right questions, and work on creating that collaborative culture. So thank you. That's a fantastic question. And let's see, our last question comes from a student, and it says, the top 12 competencies that you shared from the research mirrors my own strengths. I am a graduating senior searching for a job. How can I use that information to help me when seeking interviews? Okay, this is awesome. So first of all, congratulations to the senior out there who said that their personal strengths actually mirror some of those competencies. So just so we're on the same page, what I'm expecting is those are taking initiative, driving results, motivating and developing others, building relationships, collaboration, there's collaboration again, teamwork, championing change, and problem solving. Key, absolutely key to innovation. Okay, so here's my advice to seniors, sophomores, juniors, freshmen. You're going to want these skills to be answered using behavioral-based questions. And the chances that you'll be given a behavioral-based interview is pretty high. You'll want to demonstrate these core competencies, so plan in advance about the times that you have demonstrated these skill sets. So one of the things that I've learned about students is they often prepare for job interviews by just answering questions, almost like flashcards, like, tell me about a time, or what's your greatest strength? And if you over prepare for specific questions, when you get one that you weren't expecting, it can kind of knock you off a little bit. And so we don't want that. We want these core competencies to shine. So I would say one of the best ways to prepare is to take each one of these core competencies and think about a time when you highlighted that skill. A team assignment in a class, in a student organization, in an internship, in a study abroad experience, or even just any little micro jobs that you've done around your neighborhood or work or anything like that. But you want to be authentic. You don't want to answer questions like, tell me your greatest weakness. And you're like, I tend to work too hard. So we want to think about, well, tell me about that. What does that feel like? And give it give an option. You want to tell them about a situation that happened and a task you took on. What were the actions that you took that illuminate these competencies and the results of that? How did that result in the change being implemented? How did that result in the problem being solved? How did that result in a strengthening of relationships or in motivating and developing others? So we'll often hear the STAR method with behavioral-based interviews, but you want those competencies to shine through your experience. And then for all of my students out there seeking internships or jobs, I would also recommend thinking about the questions you can ask. Usually at the end of an interview, organizations will say, do you have any questions for us? And the types of questions you ask will be illuminating to the kind of person you are. So people with an entrepreneurial mindset often get curious about the company's vision and where they're headed. They often get curious about the company's plan to get there, and the company's plan for growth and opportunities for growth at the individual and the organizational level. So those types of questions can illuminate the people who are interviewing you that you might have an entrepreneurial mindset. So I'm hoping that those are some helpful tips for our students out there who are seeking internships and jobs. And that was our third question. So thank you. Thank you for being so interactive. I enjoyed hearing from you today. For those of you who want to be entrepreneurs, I'm really proud of you. And of course, I must end by saying, hook 'em horns. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ariel.
And I'm Diogene.
And we are the co-founders of Remain. One business tip that we could give new entrepreneurs is to never give up and to create systems and structures around your workflow. You can't eat an elephant whole, so you've got to eat it one bite at a time. Creating systems and structures and learning how to prioritize is really helpful when beginning your entrepreneurship journey.
When creating your business, it's very, very important in the beginning to find a target market and community that you want to serve. It's important to do this because purposeful work is going to push you along this journey, because it'll be very difficult and you'll be up very late sometimes, but as long as you have that passion and that drive for this community that you want to serve, you'll be all right in the end. If you want to follow us further on this journey, you can visit our website at www.remain.co.
We are Remain, and we believe that with the right tools and the right knowledge, you can achieve anything. Hook 'em.
To me, a class ring is a symbol of accomplishment.
I think it's a tradition. It symbolizes how proud the university community is of you.
We spend 4 years studying, working hard. At the end of the day, we want something to symbolize our accomplishments.
I want other people to see my class ring and say, wow. I want it to be something that really reflects my personality, my academic achievements, but also just me as a person in a ring.
The ordering process was super easy. I went to balfour.com, searched for my school.
Then I went to the official college rings page and selected the Kinder Scott collection.
I was able to pick the middle tone, pick the stone I wanted to use, and really customize it to be something that I could wear every single day.
I really like to be able to use jewelry to accessorize and be able to add a little bit of bling to spice up everyday outfits.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, it's perfect.
It was literally exactly how I designed it online. It just sparkles a little bit more.
I'm speechless. It's really cool getting to see something that I've worked so hard for over the past 4 years, represented.
I really think that I'm gonna wear this forever.
Margie, and I'm a marketing major from UT.
Hi, I'm Ashley, and I'm a finance major from UT.
And I'm Sydney, and I'm an engineering major, and we're from Team Pocket Punch. Our first tip is to build a diverse team for your startup. So if you're looking for some other co-founders to help start your venture, you should look for a team with diverse skills. So I'm engineering, and I help do the hardware for the product for Pocket Punch. Ashley is finance, which is a great tool for any startup. And Margie did marketing. So as you can see, having a diverse team can really strengthen your startup.
That brings us to tip 2. And so when you're starting a company, there's a lot that you don't know. And so you really need to utilize all the resources that are available to you. Luckily enough, here at the University of Texas, there's the Kendra Scott WEL Institute. There are a bunch of different resources as well. Additionally, take advantage of all the mentors you can get because they've done this before and they know that there will be challenges and road bumps ahead of you, but stay focused and stay on task.
And that brings us to our third point, to never lose sight of your mission. Of course, when you are starting a startup, there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of long nights, and you have to put a lot into it. And you have to, when you're putting in all that work, never lose sight of why you wanted to create this business in the first place, and never lose sight of your dream, because if you put in the work and you really put everything into it, you can make it work and you can make your dreams come true. And that's always important to remember.
We hope you found these 3 tips helpful from Team Pocket Punch. And with that,
power to your punch!
thank you for being here at the start of something very special, the Kendra Scott Institute at the University of Texas. And now it's my great honor to introduce Kendra Scott.
Our mission is to strengthen the next generation of courageous, creative female leaders. We have an amazing day ahead of us, an incredible panel of powerful women for you to get excited about. Wherever you are and what you achieve and you want to do, we want to help you get there. Tonight, we are making history, and the future of what Texas women leaders will look like will change forever because of what we're going to do here. Thank you all so much, and hook 'em hard!
Hi, my name is Evie and I'm a junior studying business honors in MIS.
Hi, I'm Amy, a junior studying business honors in finance.
And we're the co-founders of 1000 Thread, which is a location-based clothing rental platform.
Our first tip,
Barbara, welcome. I'm so thrilled that we are getting to do this today. Last time I saw you, we were in the tank together and we had some exciting moments. You gave me a really sassy look at one point, but we had so much fun. It was so much fun. And I'm so thrilled because we've got this amazing group of young leaders that are going to be so excited to hear from you. And a lot of them have been working on actually their own pitches and pitching their own ideas and products. And I would love to just hear from you some suggestions that what they could do to actually improve their pitches and make them even better.
Well, not hearing the pitches, it has to be a general comment or two, but you always want to respond to the individual who's pitching and the words they actually say. But in an overall sense, I could tell you what bugs me and things I don't buy into is when the person doing the pitching talks too much. Terrible. I think you have to make your 3 major points on the front side and then spend the rest of the time supporting those major points. The next thing is I think you have to look the part. If you're selling a new food service, you better have an apron on. You can't be looking too fancy.
Or in our case, remember the guy who had the food science and then took that off? I thought that was kind of a good pitch too.
It was a pitch, but he didn't look the part once he took it off, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you have to look the part. But more importantly than all of the above is you have to know who you're pitching to. For you to go into a group you're pitching to and not understand their profile, what they like, what they turned down, what they bought into before, you're missing half the package. Because you might as well just go out in the street and start shouting your pitch. You need to tailor your pitch to the person who's listening. And what's the number one question they all have on their mind in common is, how do I make money? How do I make money?
Yeah, exactly. I think those are great. And I look at it and I think, one, what you just said is so important, being concise, really having that, they call it an elevator pitch for a reason in a lot of ways, because you should be able to give it by the time the elevator comes from one floor to the other. It shouldn't be that long. You should be able to have it very, very, condensed. But I love to also see somebody who's being disruptive in whatever industry that they're in, that they're doing something unique and filling a void in the market. And I always like to say, for me, when I started my business, I thought, I was missing something that I couldn't find out there. And a lot of times when somebody can really hone in on that, that's super important. And then a passionate founder. I think so many of us as investors now, business can be hard. And no matter how great your idea or product is, if you don't have that drive and that stamina and that perseverance to see it through, because there's lots of peaks and valleys, as we know, those are also key things that I look for in a founder. But I like what you just said on the pitch itself, which I think is so great. So,
Kendra, one other thing I'm thinking to piggyback on what you're saying. Myself, I love something disruptive, but ironically, in the 12 years I've been on Shark Tank, every disruptive business I invested in never made it. I like much more than disruptive, a entrepreneur who not only has passion, but I like an entrepreneur that on first sight, I think I have a loser. And I know that sounds weird, but it's a different kind of passion. It's a passion that comes with someone who has never been successful and is digging his way out of a hole and has something to prove. Those are consistently the best businesses I've invested in over the years where I'm making all my money. On the loser that has something to prove, who doesn't have a new idea, but just a better way of doing an old idea. So I'm biased maybe a little bit more in the other direction, just by the force of my experience now, being on the show so many years.
Well, and you have a lot of experience. I'm like, we were joking when I got into the tank that I was the baby shark. And through all of these very, but throughout the various pitches and how many we got to see and just watching you and the other sharks, I mean, you've been doing this for so many years. And I think that insight is so important. One of the things that, Kevin said too was, he liked me because I had a failure, similar to what you're saying is, the person who has gone through that struggle of having a loss or a failure or a business not succeed and trying to come out of it and then prove yourself, you have a different type of fire in your belly because you don't want that to ever happen again, or you want to overcome this last failure in a way that shows success. So I do think that there's something really interesting about what you're saying. And I agree that so many times when you see an entrepreneur that's never done anything or thinks, and we saw this in the tank, they know it all, but they haven't gone through that struggle, or they're not able to have that 360 perspective of their business, can also be something that I kind of get a little worried about.
Yes, I think you would agree with me when you sense arrogance in any form on that set. Something's wrong. I always put my money right in my pocket right away.
So, okay, so you look for these, you look for the pitch, you're looking for the three things you mentioned that I think are so important for our students to remember. You're looking for somebody who potentially has gone through failure. What other things that you're looking for to go, okay, when you're looking at the numbers, whatever it might be, what are some other things that these students could think about knowing? And I loved what you said about knowing who you're pitching to, which is also incredibly important. But when they're really fine-tuning that for their idea or their business, what other things do you really look for that could help them?
Someone who is over-prepared, grossly over-prepared. I'll demonstrate that by example. I bought into a business named Cousins Maine Lobster. They had been in business 3 months when they were on Shark Tank. They had sales on their one truck in LA for 3 months, and they were spectacular sales for a 3-month period. Here's the rub though. They hid one fact. They didn't say they had been in business 3 months. They simply quoted their monthly sales, and all the sharks fell for it. That was clever positioning. But much more importantly, after I closed on that business, and I think I spent $50,000 on a third of their shop, I found out in the due diligence, they had watched every season of Shark Tank for the 5 years leading up to them. And they had written down every question every shark had ever asked on the show. And they wrote 3 alternate answers to each question. And they each practiced answering and decided who would answer that question. And when they put their feet in that arena on Shark Tank, no surprise that we all thought they had been in business for years. They were rock solid on their feet. They were the least likely people to be interpreted that way, but their over preparation came through for them. Every answer was perfect, just what we wanted to hear. And of course, with that kind of a work ethic, what do you think happened to that business? They're now like a $82 million business, franchises all over the country, also restaurants. They're rocket entrepreneurs, but they're over-preparers in everything they do. That's the way they approach their business. I can't underestimate. That's a gross, exaggerated example of my best entrepreneurs, but they all prepared. And so over-preparation, I am just a believer in, very much so.
And I think that's such a great thing to really, dig in with our students, is that, you have got to really think about everything you do and go beyond. There's a saying called fake it till you make it. And a lot of entrepreneurs can, and that is a great example, but faking it but doing it where you're really doing your research, really looking into what you're supposed to do is clear. I mean, I remember selling into Nordstrom, same thing. And they had no idea that I was still shipping out of my dining room. I wasn't going to tell them that. And I think I'd shared that funny story with you where they called, my mom answered the phone and they needed shipping and receiving. And she picked it up like she'd been doing it all day saying, Janet, this is shipping and receiving, right? But it was part of that of, we are going to know everything we need to know so that we can sell into one of the major retailers in the world. And they believed in our ability to do it. And we did it. We never were late on a shipment. We did what we were supposed to do. So I agree with you 100%. I think that's such an important thing for everyone to know is do your homework. And here are students, they don't want to hear that probably, but do your homework, right?
That's not homework.
Okay, I've got some more questions for you. Okay, so you just talked about this incredible company. Was there anyone else on Shark Tank that you felt like the pitch just blew you away? And what were maybe some of the elements of that pitch that blew you away?
Yeah, 2 seasons ago, I was pitched by 2 brothers. One was a photographer and one was unemployed for a long time. They were called the Comfy Brothers. And when they came on the set, they sang a jingle. They were hysterical, pure entertainment value. And I thought, okay, this is one of the pitches that the producer put on to entertain the folks at home. But when we asked our usual questions, what are your sales? None. What does it cost to make? We don't know. They had handmade 2 comfies, handmade, which was an oversized wearable blanket with a hood. Okay? And then we said, who are you going to sell them to? We don't know. But the world is going to love them and we're going to make a fortune. Well, they were laughed almost off the set until I gave them the $50,000 for a third of their business. They wanted to sell 5%, I think. I'll take a third for $50,000. Truthfully, I was buying in, not because I really thought I'd be making money with them, if ever, okay? But I was buying in because I thought they deserved to be rewarded for putting on a good show on Shark Tank. We're all vested. And I thought that'd be a fun guys to have a beer with.
I love it. A $50,000 beer.
Well, they were great guys, you could tell. Not businessmen, but great guys. They have $87 million in sales in their 3rd year. I've made more money with them than any other investment in all the years I've been on Shark Tank. Did I see that coming? Definitely not. Did every other shark laugh them off the set? Absolutely. And they deserve to be laughed off because they were very funny and not serious. But lo and behold, they were right on their long-term view that the world would fall in love with the Comfy. and it's the hottest item and doubles every month in sales. It's remarkable. And if I put their profits, their alone profits, combined with all the other 88 businesses I bought on Shark Tank, they make more money for me than all 88 together. So go figure. Is there a rhyme or reason to why some things happen? No, miracles happen. And that for me was a miracle. And for them too. They're more surprised than I am.
That's an amazing story. And, you know, I think right now with COVID and all of us at home, nothing sounds more appealing to me than a blanket with a hood on it. So I mean, after we're done, I think sales are going to go up even more because I want one of those right now.
Yes, you should have one. They're so fun to wear. They're great. Yeah.
Okay, that's going to be with the next thing I need to see you in, Barbara, is your hooded blanket. And
go on my social media. I'm always in it. Come on, wear them well.
So, you know, when I was in the tank and we were able to see this episode 2 of season 12, and I really felt like Ellie with Boudet Bag really came in. She was super prepared. She was very honest about her, you know, what they were doing right and where she needed help. And I really appreciated that. I appreciated her integrity of being able to be transparent while still showing that strength and her ability to overcome. I don't know, that was a moment for both of us. I think all of the sharks were pretty engaged and intrigued by her pitch. She had great product. What I really loved about her, though, beyond the product, was she had an ability to engage people and her customer and harness what I was really saying was almost like a movement, which is a really remarkable thing for an entrepreneur. When we were in there together, we were almost partners in that business. And I remember us looking at each other like going, because one day, if I get to come back in the tank with you, maybe, will you give me another chance to maybe be your partner?
Oh, you don't have to worry about that at all. I like to fly alone anyway. It was my attempt to make you feel comfortable. And there was one piece of her that when you decided to take the whole deal out yourself, that gave me a note of relief, honestly, between us, with talking as girls. Girl power is, she was a privileged child. She had raised a lot of money to get that disruptive business up and going. And I have found that most privileged children don't have the equal shot at making a big success as the underprivileged person that has nothing, nowhere to go but up. And so there was a touch of arrogance between the lines. Maybe you didn't feel it, I felt it. And I think it came from the attitude that she had arrived there. And I think she arrived there with a lot of help. And so for me, I didn't want to lose it, but I thought maybe I dodged a bullet on this one. So you'll have to let me know how you do.
Wrong on that one. Oh, Barbara, I can't wait to prove you wrong on that one. I love her. She is spunky. She's going to sell lots of underwear.
Just as well, you send me the first financial statement.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it just for you.
A little harsher than you are on things.
I have one last question, because I know we're limited on time. I could literally talk with you all day, and I know the students that are watching this are like, more. But one question, I want to know a little fun fact that you can tell me, tell our audience about behind the scenes at Shark Tank. Any favorite stories, anything that, you know, we don't get, the normal person doesn't get to see, that you get to experience with your 9 seasons, right, on Shark Tank?
Yes, no, there's been 12 seasons, actually. I've been on from day one. 2 things immediately came to mind, all right. One was the naked model.
Yeah.
Because one night they walked a naked man right out on a art sketching business, and he was butt naked. Totally naked and good looking. Of course, I could almost not concentrate, all right. When they showed it on air, they put a grape leaf there. They zoomed it in or something. But I still, to this day, can't imagine how they got that through Disney and legal. To this day, how did they do that? But that was the most shocking moment. But the most surprising moment behind the scenes, I must say, was 3 smart guys walked in and made a pitch. I don't even remember what the pitch was. They were into the pitch 5 minutes. They were doing a spectacular job. One guy talked, then the next guy talked, and then the third guy goes to talk and faints. Well, we knew it was a gimmick. It was hysterical. We couldn't stop laughing until they brought in a stretcher and took him out. He had really fainted from the pressure. And so I assumed, because we never had that before, that we'd wait until they came back in and pitched again. And that's when I discovered what reality TV is all about. It's real. There was no second chance. It was a reality TV show. And so those poor 3 guys left and never got the chance again. And so crazy things happen on sets, but that was so discouraging for me that day. And what an unfortunate experience that the kid was not good under pressure. Really, yeah, really,
Well,
really shocking. Yeah.
An article came out this past week about my stomach flipping in the tank and my hand shaking. And it's a very intimidating space. And all of you are such powerful, amazing people. And for a lot of these, entrepreneurs, this is they feel is maybe their first or only chance to get their business off the ground. But, I know that, you've got this side of you that can be such a tough, shark, but you are also one of the kindest people. And you were so incredibly kind and welcoming and made me feel so comfortable in the tank. And you helped my stomach quit flipping and my hands quit shaking with your nods of encouragement. You'd throw me a smile here and there. You'd give me a positive look, and you have no idea how much that meant to me. And I think, the Women's Entrepreneur Leadership Institute is truly about that. It's women supporting women, no matter where they are or what's going on in their life. And I want you to know that you are one of those women for me. And I'm just so glad that we got to share your story today with these students. And I think it's a great message for these students out here that women, when we hold hands, when we lift each other up, truly anything is possible. We can overcome so much, and to continue to support each other. So thank you for being here today and sharing your time and helping us get our students ready for their big pitch.
Okay, well, your students are dreaming and they're putting the action behind the dream. And I can tell you, every time I stepped forward in building my own empire and making myself rich, it was a result of reaching out and helping the next guy. It all comes back. There is a universe out there, as you well know. Yeah. And so, I hope your people not only are so concerned about making their own pitch, but what could I do for the next guy? What could I do for the next guy? Because it always comes back. It always comes back. It's just, life is fair like that, It
is. Good things happen to good people. I say it all the time. And I think it's such a great thing to be able to use the things that your knowledge and to help others. So, and that's what you've done today. So Barbara, thank you. I hope to see you in the tank in the future.
And thank you for all the people listening. I hope I made your time worthwhile today. Thank you, Kendra.
You absolutely did. Thanks, Barbara. Have a great day.
Ciao.
Hi, Kendra. Hi, ladies. Sorry I couldn't be there on the panel, but I'm sending this message from my bed. Well, why? Because I was able to record this during one of my Bed Talks Instagram live series. So, hello, and I wanted to do a quick shout out to all of you with one of my best pieces of advice for women. Don't think of yourself as a woman in business. Think of yourself as a person in business, as good as, if not better, than anyone else. Be confident in who you are and what you can do, because I know for sure if you have a dream and you have drive, you can make anything happen. Hope you all have a great day. Sending love. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Evie and I'm a junior studying business honors in MIS.
Hi, I'm Amy, a junior studying business honors in finance.
And we're the co-founders of 1000 Thread, which is a location-based clothing rental platform.
Our first tip for entrepreneurs is just to jump right into it. Don't wait until you have a final product or service in order to test and promote your idea. The best way to learn is just to do.
Our second tip is to really get to know your customer. And this is something really important to do, especially if you don't have a product yet. And you can do this through interviews, surveys, and just any conversations you can have with your customer.
Our last tip is to keep on persisting. As women in entrepreneurship, we know the struggle of people not being able to see the need in our target market. You'll be told no so many times, but you are the real expert in your problems, and so keep on persisting.
Thanks for listening. Join the thread and hook 'em.
Around the world, women are connecting and evolving their businesses through the Dell Women's Entrepreneur Network. Celebrate your journey and navigate success with a global community of entrepreneurs and mentors who are sharing their inspiring stories at our live events and virtual webinars. Whether you own a startup or a scale-up, we know that doing more takes the right tools too. As a DWEN member, you'll have access to funding resources and tailored tech to keep you moving forward. It's your moment to own it. Join at dwen.com today.
Hi, my name is Ariel,
And I'm Diogene.
and we're the co-founders of Roommate. One business tip that we could give new entrepreneurs is to never give up and to create systems and structures around your workflow. You can't eat an elephant whole, so you've got to eat it one bite at a time. Creating systems and structures and learning how to prioritize is really helpful when beginning your entrepreneurship journey.
When creating your business, it's very, very important in the beginning to find a target market and community that you want to serve. It's important to do this because purposeful work is going to push you along this journey, because it'll be very difficult and you'll be up very late sometimes, but as long as you have that passion and that drive for this community that you want to serve, you'll be all right in the end. If you want to follow us further on this journey, you can visit our website at www.remain.co.
We are Remain, and we believe that with the right tools and the right knowledge, you can achieve anything. Hook 'em.
To me, a class ring is a symbol of accomplishment.
I think it's a tradition. It symbolizes how proud the university community is of you.
We spend 4 years studying, working hard. At the end of the day, we want something to symbolize our accomplishments.
I want other people to see my class ring and say, wow. I want it to be something that really reflects my personality, my academic achievements, but also just me as a person in a ring.
The ordering process was super easy. I went to balfour.com, searched for my school.
Then I went to the official college rings page and selected the Kendra Scott collection.
I was able to pick the middle tone, pick the stone I wanted to use, and really customize it to be something that I could wear every single day.
I really like to be able to use jewelry to accessorize and be able to add a little bit of bling to spice up everyday outfits.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, it's perfect.
It was literally exactly how I designed it online. It just sparkles a little bit more.
I'm speechless. It's really cool getting to see something that I've worked so hard for over the past 4 years, represented.
I really think that I'm gonna wear this forever.
Thank you everybody for joining us today. My name is Amanda Golden and I am the program manager in the Herb Kelleher Center for Entrepreneurship in the Macomb School of Business. The Kelleher Center exists to encourage entrepreneurial thinking through outstanding teaching, research, engagement, and experiential learning. We offer inspiration, resources, and opportunities that help all students on campus develop the skills needed to launch a venture or to innovate within established organizations as they begin their professional careers. We are so excited to be part of the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute Women's Summit and to have our exciting panelists joining us. Vanessa Ogle is the founder and CEO of Enseo, one of the fastest growing companies in America providing technology services to people places, including hotels and schools. Vanessa graduated with degrees in marketing from the Macomb School of Business and Spanish language and culture from the College of Liberal Arts at the University of Texas at Austin. Blanca Lesmes is the co-founder and CEO of BB Imaging and Healthcare Consulting, which strives to make healthcare more accessible to women and to achieve excellence in patient care through ultrasound imaging and consulting services. Blanca received her undergraduate degree in international business and Spanish from St. Edward's University and her MBA from the Macomb School of Business. Raja Atluri is a recent graduate of the Macomb School of Business and the College of Liberal Arts, earning degrees from the Canfield Business Honors Program in Macomb's and Plan 2 program in Liberal Arts. While at UT, she co-founded Sway and in November 19 won first place at Disrupt Texas, the undergraduate pitch competition hosted by the Herb Kelleher Center for Entrepreneurship. She is currently working at a startup in California. And last but not least, Vaishnavi Lakshmanan is currently enrolled as a public health major in the College of Natural Sciences. She is the founder of Box EDU, a box subscription making test preparation for college admittance more affordable and accessible. In spring 2020, Vaishnavi participated in the first cohort of the 40 Acres Founders Pre-Accelerator program offered through the Herb Kelleher Center for Entrepreneurship and came in first place at the end of semester pitch competition. Thank you all for being here with us and willing to share your experiences and guidance to help encourage other female founders to believe in themselves and pursue their entrepreneurial passions. We know that there are both external and internal barriers faced by women when considering whether or not to pursue launching a venture. Typical internal barriers, which appear to stem from a place of internal doubt, include defying social expectations, imposter syndrome, owning your accomplishments, balancing business and family life, and coping with a fear of failure. I'd like to start our conversation with each of you describing a little bit about your entrepreneurial journeys. Where did the idea for your startup come from? What were the biggest internal barriers you had to overcome in building your ventures? And Vanessa, I'd like to start with you on this question.
Well, I had a startup that started 20 years ago, so it was quite a long time ago, and the business norms for women 20 years ago was significantly different than it is today, which I'm so excited to see these incredible young entrepreneurs here on the panel with me. I'm honored to be here with them on the panel. I didn't know that I couldn't do it. So fear of failure wasn't ever anything that I saw because I didn't allow myself to accept that that was a possibility. If I'd known then what I knew now, I might have made some different decisions because it's hard. And all those things that they're worried about that you mentioned, there is fear of failure. Imposter syndrome is real. I lived it every day for more than a decade as the CEO of a business, wondering every day when someone was going to realize I didn't know what I was doing. But the reality is I do know what I'm doing, and I'm a great CEO and I'm a great entrepreneur. And as soon as I recognized that and just relaxed into who I am, I built an incredible team around me. And that team, instead of, they challenge me all the time, they support me, they do their thing. But really, it's just been a fabulous journey. And to be sitting here again 2 decades later in the middle of what is significant crisis, but with this incredible team around me because of having gone through these hardships personally, it's been a fabulous journey.
Blanca, what about you?
Yeah, so I've been in business for 15 years, and I would say 15-year startup. That's really resonating with me, Vanessa. And again, I'm super happy to be here with all of you ladies. So when I started the organization, I was really trying to solve I actually saw an opportunity in the ultrasound space. My husband was a sonographer at the time. I grew up in a family in the food service industry. So my parents had a mom and pop restaurant. It was not fancy, it was not Instagrammable. We probably would have closed if Instagram was available back then because it was so lowbrow. But I learned a lot for what it meant to run a business and have a team and hire team members and that type of thing. So I always knew I was going to have my own thing. I knew it was not going to be in food service, but I didn't know what that was going to be. And so I think I was always kind of looking for what would it be like to have my own business. So I always had that in my mind. But I will say when I started the healthcare company, I did not have a healthcare background at all. And I absolutely struggled with the idea of that I was at the helm of this small organization, when it's one and, a husband and then one extra employee. You really, it was hard to get that thought in my mind that I was at the top of it when there was only two people. It didn't feel that way. I actually didn't put president or CEO on my business card until about, I think it was probably 6 years ago. I just didn't feel comfortable with it. And now I think, God, what was I thinking? Like, I sit in some of these meetings sometimes and I was like, really? I was worried about not meeting up to that, And so I think that's something that as women, we battle that, our own critic being the biggest stopping point. So that's kind of a bit about my journey.
Wonderful. Raja?
Sure. So while at UT, I founded a startup that was seeking to bring more sustainability to the fashion industry. And so the way we were trying to do that is help college women rent and share clothes between their peers for different events. And so I started working on this my sophomore year, and we were able to raise a little bit of money, get paying customers. Unfortunately, during my senior year, that's exactly, when COVID hit, and events were canceled and college campuses were shut down. And pretty much overnight, we kind of realized that no one really had a need for what we were doing. And kind of in that moment, in some ways, it's like the worst possible situation because it's all of like the fears I had of like the business failing and like it not being successful kind of come true. But and obviously, it was really hard to go through that. But kind of going through that experience, I feel a lot more resilient in that, this like worst case scenario kind of in a way happened. And so I feel better equipped to kind of advance my entrepreneurial journey from here on out. And currently now I'm working at a startup in Silicon Valley that has like a similar mission on sustainability. And so that's kind of how I transitioned from my kind of founder journey to kind of my working at a startup journey.
That's great. Vaishnavi?
Yeah, so I've always been passionate about education. It's just been my thing like ever since I was in high school. And so I've always, been involved when it comes to like curriculum or like mentorship and things like that. And also I've always been kind of like irked by like the gap in the education industry. Because I came from like a Title I school background where a lot of my peers, couldn't afford the same things I could afford. And so just seeing that over and over again, like getting to college, seeing the same thing is kind of why I decided to start my entrepreneurial journey with Box EDU. And it was a little bit hard for me, I think, just like starting off, just because I felt like I didn't have the education. I felt like I wasn't a business major. So I was just like, I don't know what I'm doing. It took me a while to even seek mentorship. I think that was one of my barriers too, was just like to ask for help. And even then, just like understanding that a lot of people have different opinions. And so you don't have to like take everyone's opinion into account. You just have to, just like think about it and think about your business and things like that. And so because of that, I was just like, I started becoming like really encouraged to try new things, like applying to the accelerator. That was something I wasn't going to do, and I ended up doing it. And yeah, so it's been like a lot of ups and downs, kind of that barrier of just like thinking I wouldn't have the right education to start a business, or I wouldn't even try to have a successful business. But I'm here now, and it's going great, and I'm definitely like working on it. COVID definitely has halted things a little bit, but there's still stuff going on. So yeah.
Yeah, and I love stories like that where I hear students say, I wasn't going to try that thing, and then I did, and it worked out really well for me because you came in first place at the pitch competition for that pre-accelerator, and it was because you pushed yourself to do it. So congrats, and I'm glad you did apply for that. We know that mentors and role models are important tools in encouraging those individuals typically underrepresented in entrepreneurship to explore this professional avenue. So who were some of your mentors and role models while you worked to explore and launch your businesses? What impacts did having or not having a mentor who you felt represented your experiences have on your journey? And, if you can think of, what sort of advice did they give you to help encourage you? Blanca, we'll start with you on this one.
Yeah, so interestingly, I had children pretty young. I had children in my mid 20s, and funny enough, their preschool teacher was the person who really saw that I was trying to kill it and doing this crazy mom balance thing, and I was kind of failing at doing both. And she was really the first person that encouraged me to really be who I was unapologetically. And she was the one who told me to go to McCombs. She was like, you've got to go get your degree, do it now while the kids are young. They're going to need you when they're teenagers. She was so right. My kids are now 16 and 18 and in college. And that was really key. That's evolved for me now. One of the things I used to shy away from in terms of mentorship was, I don't know how to say this in a delicate way, but like the traditional white male. Like I really shied away from that. And now I just recently have added some formal advisors to my team, and it is amazing what it is to have that perspective and this idea that, wait, there's an easier path if someone can walk you in that door. And I think I didn't realize you could do that without it seeming opportunistic, that there really are people who are willing to help you. So I think there's this balance of finding people who are like you, who can, encourage you along that path. But then I also think that there's some allies out there that you shouldn't dismiss, who could maybe make the path easier. Like, it's just two different types.
I love that. And I love the focus on allies as well, because I think that's an important piece that many people don't think of.
Yeah, agreed.
Raja, what about you?
Yeah, so one amazing mentor that I had while at UT was actually Professor Jan Ryan. So I took her Women in Entrepreneurship class my senior year, and it was a really transformative experience. I would recommend it to anyone. And something that really stood out to me about her was that I had a lot of different mentors and people who gave advice, but she seemed to be really supportive and excited about me as an individual and not just an idea I had. So it wasn't really all about the startup or all about what I was working on, but like me as a person and like me as someone who's trying to learn. And I really felt that difference. And something about like her class and like the way she taught is that she really had us learn by experiencing, like doing things and really in a hands-on way. And I think that's the best kind of experience with learning that I've had at UT. And especially like in relation to entrepreneurship, I think one of the best things you can do is like actually make something.
That's great. Vaishnavi?
Yeah, so I've had, I guess, like my fair share of mentors, but I think I had a mentor over the summer. I did a fellowship with like this P&G program, and I had a mentor, and it was the first time I had a mentor in like my industry of just kind of like that packaging, shipping type of situation. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like I'm that person that needs to hear like cold, hard facts. Otherwise, I won't address my problems. And so I would just be talking to her, and she'd be like, if you want to do it, you wouldn't make excuses to do it. Like you'll plan your life into it, and you'll put effort into it, and you'll do it. And so she told me, she really like pushed me in terms of like cold, hard facts. And she also, anytime she would talk to me about the future, like she'd be like, well, you're a founder, and that's a really big deal. And just like getting to this place in your life, that means that you can try to accomplish more as well, whatever you put your mind to. And I don't know why, I just feel like I really needed to hear that like multiple times. But it was like a really interesting experience. And I think just that like push, like I think about it every day, like her piece of advice, it's always in the back of my head, like anytime I do anything. So yeah, she's really great.
That's great. And Vanessa, I imagine the mentoring landscape for women has changed since you started 20 years ago.
It certainly has, but I think at the same time, I'm really going to go back to what Blanca said. I'm going to encourage people to find people who support them and who believe in them and who have wisdom. I don't care what color. I'm Latina, but I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if it's an old white guy. If it's an old white guy and he's going to teach me what I need to know. And most of my mentors were old white guys. They were my dad's business partners and the people that ran the business with him, because they saw me working in his business since I was 19 years old. And when I graduated from UT at, the crazy age of, 20 years old, I was actually 19 when I graduated. And so they saw me as a teenager coming in just full of ideas and excitement. And they understood me enough to know that they could just, they could just calm me down a little bit, get me focused a little bit, ask me, okay, all right, well, we get that you want to push, but what is the ROI going to be on that? The what? What's the EPS going to be on that? The what? The earnings per share. I don't care about earnings per share. I just want to finish this product because I can sell it. Give me the resources to finish the product. But they did absolutely mentor me. And then once I started my business, I found this really wonderful attorney, and she also was a graduate of the UT Law School, Brenda Collier, and she was just this fierce advocate, not just in the legal boardroom, but also just as a human being. She was a fierce advocate, and she wanted me to be a bigger, fiercer advocate for myself. And I saw how unapologetically she advocated for me, and it made me want to do more of that for myself. And then about 5 years, maybe 7 years ago now, I joined an organization called YPO, which is Young Presidents Organization. And probably one of the most transformative, I love that word, Raja, thank you. One of the most transformative things that's happened to my career, because I am now sitting at the table with all of these other CEOs, and I'm in a small group with eight CEOs every month. And we sit down and talk about, we talk about everything. We talk about our health, we talk about our families, we talk about our businesses, and it's this raw, unplugged version of everything that's really happening. And when you can be vulnerable and really say what's happening and what you're excited about and what you're scared about, terrified about, threatened by, and get honest feedback from people who care nothing for anything, not for their jobs, not for your job, just about you. So anywhere you can get someone that is a valuable advocate just for you, that they believe in you and that they just want to see you succeed, that is a wonderful place to get feedback and coaching. And now if you can find, now there are some women CEOs out there, there are some women in the business world now. So absolutely, if you can get some people in the business world that you feel like have a similar journey to yours, and they're willing to spend time with you, that's wonderful. But remember, there should be more of you coming in now than there are of us in the field. And so you can't wait for there to be enough women in the field to mentor you. Find great people that you need to listen to. And that's the best place to get coaching, but it is incredibly valuable.
I love the theme across all of your answers, touching on the importance of finding people who believe in you and what you're working on. Because I think that connection is so important and goes a long way in making the mentor relationship successful and helping you both get the most out of it. That's great.
Yeah, and if I could just add one tiny little thing on, and that's,
Absolutely.
Raja, it's not about the business idea being successful, right? Because in any company, do you know the most successful ideas are not the ones that I say yes to. The most successful ideas over 20 years are the ones that I said no to. And so there's always the failed idea here and there, and just making your way all the way through that's the journey. So I'm so glad to see you with such a great attitude where you are, because you're doing exactly the right thing. And that is what's going to make you resilient and successful.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And Vanessa didn't realize it, but that's a great segue into our next topic. Wonderful. So we know that one of the biggest barriers women have to overcome in pursuing entrepreneurship, or really any big step in their professional pursuit, is a feel of failure and disappointing themselves or others. I believe that this became particularly important in today's climate when we see many founders having to make significant pivots to answer to the changing economic and health climate due to COVID. And I know, several of us have touched on that already throughout today's panel. But how have all of you dealt with failures and disappointments that you've experienced? How, if at all, has COVID impacted you? And how did the experiences you have previously help you make it through the obstacles you've experienced because of the current situation we're facing with COVID? And Raja, I'll start with you because you had a very great example earlier in the panel.
Yeah, as I touched on before, it definitely was hugely disappointing when my startup failed. And it's something that I put a lot of time into, and I was really excited about it. So that was definitely something that I struggled with this past spring. But I think for me, I was like looking for a way to like kind of pull myself out of this feelings of like frustration and sadness. And for me, that was really evaluating like, what is it that I liked about doing this startup? Like, what were the skills that I enjoyed learning? What made me excited every day to work on it? And for me, like a lot of it was like creativity. Like I enjoyed social media. I enjoyed doing different things like that. And I enjoyed like talking to people and getting their feedback. And so I thought, why don't I try to use this as a way to kind of try to find those things in a startup, and so I can still enjoy those things that I liked at my own startup, and just continue to learn and grow in these ways. And then eventually down the road, like maybe like I can kind of maybe pursue the founder journey again someday. But in the meantime, I still wanted to kind of keep doing the things that I liked. I don't think there's a reason just because your startup fails that you can't like keep trying to learn in the things you like.
Absolutely. Vaishnavi.
Yeah. So for me, when it comes to failure, I tend to take my failures like very personally, and just like really let it affect me. And so one thing I really learned, I think especially from like the startup experience is, I used to let it like affect my work. Like I used to always think about it. But I realized that, nobody has a traditional path. So that's something I feel like that's been ingrained in us, like from like, I don't even know when, but just like the stereotype that there's a traditional path and you always have to do this traditional path. And I really understood that there's so many ways to achieve your goals. There's so many ways to like address problems, fix issues. And you could be like looking at other people and thinking they're doing it all, but you don't know what what challenges they're facing as well. And so I just like really started talking to people. Actually, I think networking really helped me when it came to overcoming my failures. I talked to so many like founders, CEOs, like all ages, like all like ages of startups and everything, and just like hearing about how like different people have overcome different obstacles just really helped me, and it still like motivates me to this day to overcome like any issues or problems that I have with my startup. So yeah, just like talking to people for sure.
That's great. Vanessa.
Well, my core business right now is the sale of technology into hotels and schools.
So there were some impacts.
And we thought, this is a great secondary business to get into, schools, because of course schools isn't on the same economic trajectory as the hotel and the commercial segment and the retail sector and real estate sector. But who could have seen COVID coming? And of course, the schools were hit pretty dramatically. So I had a brand new product that was launching, what was a safety product, that it's a button that the teachers wear on their neck. And when they have a problem in the classroom, they can push that button. It geolocates them and then sends a note out to first responders immediately who is in trouble and where are they in trouble, so that first responders can get there as soon as possible. So we had 50 schools. We just gotten it to 3 schools. We had it go 3 school districts, and we had it going into 50 school districts this last summer. And of course, everybody pulled their funding and said, we've got to figure out how to teach our kids. We can't, we don't like, we don't even know if they're going to be alive, much less they can hit the button. So we have to bear down on some fundamentals. Our hotel clients were tragically affected. And there's news everywhere, right? That every single major hotel company had furloughed 80 to 90% of their team. Hotels across the country are closing. So it made massive impacts to the business. But wisdom does count. Previous learnings do matter. It does make a difference, I promise. I started my business right before 9/11, and we were in the financial services industry. And then I was there in some other sectors in 2008 when the market crash happened. So the one thing that I knew was we had to act quickly. It was a little bit complicated by the fact that my daughters got sick. I got sick with COVID. So all three of us were sick, and we were, I was trying to keep my kids safe and healthy, hooked up to oxygen at home while I was on the phone in a meeting much like this, but with all of my team. I set them in 3 different meetings so that I could have announcements to my friends and family about layoffs, furloughs, major, massive changes to the business to be able to survive until we didn't know when, because we didn't know. So instead of waiting too long and running the cash out, we made really aggressive moves very, very quickly. And it was about communication, right? Communicating transparently, letting them know we're going to be here to fight for you to bring you back, but we just don't know. So you're going to be on the team that stays, you're going to be on the team that waits at home, and this is what we're going to do, and it's the plan. And again, all along, I've got my daughter on a dog bed behind me with oxygen up her nose. And anyone can tell you that, well, you said, Vaishnavi, you said that you took your, failures personally. It's personal. It is personal. Anyone who says it's just business, I don't know who that person is. They must be a private equity guy, right? Because they're not a founder. They're not an entrepreneur, because it is personal. You've put your heart and your soul and your sweat and your tears into this business. You've got your friends and family to put their money into this business. It's personal. So, and when your friends who you care about, or your family that you care about, or just people that work hard that you care about, when you have to tell them that they have to go home, it's personal and it's horrible. And I think that is one of the ways that women just thrive in times like these, because it's not a weakness that it's personal. It's our strength. It's absolutely our strength, because the people that I sent home, they knew that we would be doing everything we could to bring them back. They knew, and they waited, and they tried, and the people that were here, we have developed more new products in the last 6 months than we've developed in the last 3 years combined. People have worked their butts off from home. My people don't need me looking over their shoulder, because it's personal. They care. They're invested. And we created a culture before we had a need. We had a culture with accountability and independence. And it makes all the difference. And that's how you survive in these tough times. But yeah, when you fail, it hurts. And when you stub your toe, it's awful, and it's real pain. It's not fake. And anybody who ever says it's just business, I don't get it.
Blanca, healthcare, I imagine there were some impacts on your company as well.
Yeah. COVID has really been it feels insane. It feels like it's been years and a day, like both at the same time in this really weird way. I think what it has highlighted for me is that as a leader in an organization, whether you have 2 people that respond to you or that reply to you 80 or 800, I think that it's very important to take that your voice is it is a tool that can be used for good and for not good. And it is incredibly moving to realize that you have the power to send people into a burning building. And I think that was the very humbling message that came out of that for me, is that we were out of the protective gear. We see pregnant women as, it's what we do. We do high risk populations. So them just not getting healthcare is really not an option. There was a lot of unknown, and really within, a weekend, we are kind of making things up because no one knew anything and sending them back in. And so having that incredible responsibility of knowing, like, I don't even have all the answers of what this means for them. And still, because I'm saying go to work on Monday, they show up to work on Monday. Like, you realize the incredible responsibility that is. And that weighed very heavy on me in those first weeks of March, like incredibly heavy. I was feeling incredibly guilty, and like, I'm an administrator, right? So I'm in the safety of my home working remotely, and I've got a team across Texas and Kansas and Missouri and Oklahoma. And some of these people I've never even met in person, and they're still listening to my directive that we're going to go back in, and I'm trying really hard to get you PPE. I don't know when we're going to get it. Please do the best you can. Wash your hands. Like, are you kidding me? Like, that's the most absurd messaging. And I think that it still kind of bugs me a little bit. I feel like I've got a little bit of residual, like, oh man, that's so heavy, because I think I realized what my leadership, like the power of my own leadership. And I think as women, if we can recognize and harness the power of our own leadership, I think we can do amazing, momentous things. In the same way Vanessa's saying, like, we did more in the last 6 months than we have in the last 3 years. Like, I think that speaks to it. Like, what does it mean to be leading at our best? Like, if we're using all of our best leadership skills, what does that instill in others when we do that? And so I think that's what COVID really did for me. It has scared the crap out of me. It continues to scare the crap out of me, quite frankly, because I've got team members that are in healthcare, and I do worry, I think, like a mom in that sense, in that, speaking to that, it is personal. These people are, I'm providing for their livelihood. There is an exchange of value happening here. And I have to try to ensure to the best of my ability that their environment is safe for them. And that's a very interesting thing to contemplate. Mm-hmm. And maybe to over contemplate, a little bit. So I think that's been the key learning for me.
That's great. I love that what came up was that when you approach those obstacles, it can feel personal. Like, that's okay. Because I feel like sometimes we tell women and young women, like, don't take the failure personally, but it's okay to take it personally. You're putting so much of yourself into that. Of course you're going to take it personally. Sure. But learn the lessons and figure out a way to move on, I think, was another really great lesson from a lot of your responses, was learn from that and figure out how to incorporate the lessons as you move into, as you move forward in your pursuits. I think that's great. So the next question is more, I would say, practical, because we have students watching from all majors that are interested in business and entrepreneurship, but business in general as well. And a lot of you have experience with either business classes or utilizing resources on campus. So what business classes or concepts do you recommend for those students to explore if they feel like that's an area where they need to build their skill set a little bit? And I think, Vaishnavi, we're starting with you, if I'm remembering our rotation correctly.
Yeah, I think the first thing I want to say is, like, don't let your background stop you. Like, your background, if you want to do something, like, do it, go for it, try it, see if you want to do it. That was my issue, right? I thought, like, I came from a science background. I was like, this is not going to work. But yeah, and so I would really, like, in terms of, like, resources, I think, like, mentorship and just really talking to people is what can, like, start, like, your curiosity, like, pique your interest. And I think also really analyzing just, like, what you're passionate about. So I think, like, it really helps to think about your passions when you hear people talk about their passions. And so even, like, simple, like, workshops, people coming, I know, like, at UT, like, somebody from Alamo Draft House came, I believe, to talk. Like, I remember that.
At Tim League, yes. Yeah.
And it's just like really motivating to hear people speak about their businesses. And then just like receiving that mentorship to actually understand like what you want to do and why you want to do it too. And so definitely like I would recommend like doing workshops and just like one-on-one sessions with mentors.
Great. Vanessa?
Well, workshops are wonderful. And the access that we all have to some of the brightest minds in the world just through the TED Talks world, it's amazing. And so there is a tremendous amount of ongoing education that you can get to in this digital world, this online world, YouTube world, where you can literally just click and listen to someone's story and get some really incredible value from that. I'll touch a little bit back on the Macomb side of the world. One of the classes that I found the most practical use for was international business law. There was so much great, very gritty, very detailed things that I would not have understood and may have made some huge missteps in as it relates to exporting, importing, shipping, the importance of those tiny little letters, FOB, Xworks, at the bottom of an invoice so that you knew what the real cost of what you were either buying or selling was going to be on one side or the other. But there was a lot of just detail things. So sometimes just taking a class is the right way to go. And so don't shy away from some classes that you might think are the drier classes. I think it's sometimes much easier on the softer side of marketing to be able to consume some of that information from a seminar perspective or from a storyline perspective. But the actual coursework actually, and Blanca knows more about that since she got her MBA, but it can really be helpful.
Blanca?
Okay, so I will say I've got a short list of like must. I would say take a finance class. Take a finance class. You'll hate every minute of it. Some of you will love it. Some of you will love it. But for those of you who like your first reaction is like, I'm not going to do that. You're the ones who need to take a finance class.
Yes.
Take a finance. Make yourself do it. Make yourself do it. It's so essential. You don't have to master it. You just need to know that concept exists so you can go find somebody to implement it for you. So please take a finance class. I would say, like, of anything I wish I would take again, because it is my weak point. And when I meet women in business, most of the time what they're complaining about is not understanding some concept in finance. So I'm going to encourage you guys to that. There used to be a class called New Venture Creation where you could kind of do this startup exercise. I don't know if that still exists.
There is at both the graduate level and undergraduate level.
Okay. That is a spectacular opportunity to be with business majors and non-business majors on thinking about a startup. Even if you don't have an idea, you could jump on a project and watch someone else let it evolve. So I think that I would totally think about that. And then the Herb Kelleher has the Entrepreneurship Center. So if you need to talk to a mentor, they actually exist on campus already. I've long mentored there. I'm off this semester. I'm taking a little break, but there's office hours that run pretty much every day, Monday through Friday. And I've met some really interesting fellow mentors there that I have connected with. So I would really encourage you to use that resource. It's on campus. It's in the McCombs building. Like, you could do it around your classwork. Would totally encourage that. And then the last one, I know it's a list, but I feel so passionately about this piece of it.
Great.
But Dr. Lewis Martins teaches innovation and creativity. And I should say, I don't know if it's still called that, but there's an innovation and creativity class somewhere on campus. I think for those of you who also may not be business majors, but you're really like in that mindset, where you're thinking like, I've got a really great idea, it can really help you harness that and start packaging it into a business format. And you can meet other people from the business school who you could add to your team. So I would say kind of look into those resources because they could be really helpful, especially when you're starting your journey.
Yeah, and I will say the entrepreneurs in residence through the Kelleher Center are still having meetings with students virtually right now. And there is an undergraduate level class that is innovation and entrepreneurship, which is likely very similar to the class Blanca that you mentioned and is open to both business majors and non-business majors. Raja, any suggestions?
Yes, so earlier I mentioned the Women in Entrepreneurship class. I really enjoyed that, so I definitely recommend that. Another class I wanted to touch on is I took Longhorn Startup Lab, taught by Joshua Bear, and that class you basically have to kind of like try out to get in, apply, sorry, and but during the course of the class, you can like earn real class credit for working on your startup, and so that was a really cool opportunity, and it provides like a weekly mentorship kind of system, so that way you're always having like mentors who are checking on you. And I think the cool thing about a class like that is sometimes you can get a lot done in like a single mentorship session with someone new, but it also really helps to have mentors who are consistent, who you see every week, and you can really dive into those deeper and bigger problems with that might take too long to explain in like a 30-minute session. And so having that option too with these mentors that I was able to kind of meet with every week was super, super helpful. So I definitely recommend that class as well. And then in general with CBHP, I was able to take a few different classes kind of in regards to all of different kind of different parts of business. And something really helpful that has been helpful to me over the years has been like kind of being familiar with Excel and knowing Excel in terms of like organization and like running like a numbers-based business, and not just on intuition, which is definitely important, but also using data. And so that's something else I would recommend, taking a class where you have to use Excel even if you don't really like it.
That's great. These are all wonderful suggestions. And this has been such an inspiring conversation.
My name is Ariel.
And I'm Diogene.
And we are the co-founders of Remain. One business tip that we could give new entrepreneurs is to never give up and to create systems and structures around your workflow. You can't eat an elephant whole, so you've got to eat it one bite at a time. Creating systems and structures and learning how to prioritize is really helpful when beginning your entrepreneurship journey.
When creating your business, it's very, very important in the beginning to find a target market and community that you want to serve. It's important to do this because purposeful work is going to push you along this journey, because it'll be very difficult and you'll be up very late sometimes, but as long as you have that passion and that drive for this community that you want to serve, you'll be all right in the end. If you want to follow us further on this journey, you can visit our website at www.remain.co.
We are Remain, and we believe that with the right tools and the right knowledge, you can achieve anything. Hook 'em!
To me, a class ring is a symbol of accomplishment.
I think it's a tradition. It symbolizes how proud the university community is of you.
We spend 4 years studying, working hard. At the end of the day, we want something to symbolize our accomplishments.
I want other people to see my class ring and say, wow. I want it to be something that really reflects my personality, my academic achievements, but also just me as a person in a ring.
The ordering process was super easy. I went to balfour.com, searched for my school.
Then I went to the official college rings page and selected the Kendra Scott collection.
I was able to pick the middle tone, pick the stone I wanted to use, and really customize it to be something that I could wear every single day.
I really like to be able to use jewelry to accessorize and be able to add a little bit of bling to spice up everyday outfits.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, it's perfect.
It was literally exactly how I designed it online. It just sparkles a little bit more.
I'm speechless. It's really cool getting to see something that I've worked so hard for over the past 4 years, represented.
I really think that I'm gonna wear this forever.
Hi, I'm Margie and I'm a marketing major from UT.
Hi, I'm Ashley and I'm a finance major from UT.
And I'm Sydney and I'm an engineering major. And we're from Team Pocket Punch. Our first tip is to build a diverse team for your startup. So if you're looking for some other co-founders to help start your venture, you should look for a team with diverse skills. So I'm engineering and I help do the hardware for the product for Pocket Punch. Ashley is finance, which is a great tool for any startup. And Margie did marketing. So as you can see, having a diverse team can really strengthen your startup.
That brings us to tip 2. And so when you're starting a company, there's a lot that you don't know. And so you really need to utilize all the resources that are available to you. Luckily enough, here at the University of Texas, there's the Kendra Scott WEL Institute. There are a bunch of different resources as well. Additionally, take advantage of all the mentors you can get because they've done this before and they know that there will be challenges and road bumps ahead of you, but stay focused and stay on task.
And that brings us to our third point, to never lose sight of your mission. Of course, when you are starting a startup, there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of long nights, and you have to put a lot into it. And you have to, when you're putting in all that work, never lose sight of why you wanted to create this business in the first place, and never lose sight of your dream, because if you put in the work and you really put everything into it, you can make it work and you can make your dreams come true. And that's always important to remember.
We hope you found these 3 tips helpful from Team Pocket Punch. And with that,
power to your punch!
thank you for being here. The start of something very special, the Kendra Scott Institute at the University of Texas. And now it's my great honor to introduce Kendra Scott.
Our mission is to strengthen the next generation of courageous, creative female leaders. We have an amazing day ahead of us, an incredible panel of powerful women for you to get excited about. Wherever you are and what you achieve and you want to do, we want to help you get there. Tonight, we are making history, and the future of what Texas women leaders will look like will change forever because of what we're going to do here. Thank you all so much, and hook 'em hard!
Hi, my name is Evie and I'm a junior studying business honors in MIS.
Hi, I'm Amy, a junior studying business honors in finance.
And we're the co-founders of Thousand Thread, which is a location-based clothing rental platform.
Our first tip for entrepreneurs is just to jump right into it. Don't wait until you have a final product or service in order to test and promote your idea. The best way to learn is just to do.
Our second tip is to really get to know your customer. And this is something really important to do, especially if you don't have a product yet. And you can do this through interviews, surveys, and just any conversations you can have with your customer.
Our last tip is to keep on persisting. As women in entrepreneurship, we know the struggle of people not being able to see the need in our target market. You'll be told no so many times, but you are the real expert in your problems, and so keep on persisting.
Thanks for listening. Join the thread and hook 'em.
I want you to close your eyes and imagine this. You're walking down the hair care aisle searching for a shampoo, conditioner, or spray of some sort. And you look at the shelves filled with hundreds of products, and you start to feel overwhelmed. You're unsure of which one to choose.
So you pick one up off the shelf. It could be a recommendation from a friend, one you've seen on TV, or the one you always end up buying. And you walk to the checkout with hopes you made the right decision. But what if it doesn't work for you? What if you didn't make the right decision and you wasted some money in the process? What are you to do now? My name is Yaljane Cook.
And my name is Ariel Lee, and we are the co-founders of Remain.
And this is exactly what millions of women and men with kinky curly hair experience when caring for our natural hair textures.
Instead of flooding the market with more shampoos, creams, and conditioners, we help consumers navigate through this crowded market and find products that they'll love. We do this through giving them personalized product recommendations paired with all of the tools and techniques they'll need on their hair journey.
We make these recommendations based off of an assessment a user takes when signing up for our platform. We ask them questions about the current state of their hair, their lifestyle and activities, hair goals and preferences, and lastly, any values they hold when purchasing products. Upon completion, we generate a hair profile that displays all of their unique hair variables, a recommended care plan, including steps they need to take to reach their goals, and product recommendations tied to each of these steps that align with their values. So Ariel, what's our backstory for building Remain?
Diogene. I remember when I'd just moved to Austin in 2016 and I was in a new city. I was at a new school and I had no community. And to top all of that off, I had to care for my own hair when previously I'd had a whole community of women to help me with that. I felt so overwhelmed and disempowered and just frankly, like really frustrated with my hair care journey. And at that moment, I vowed to commit to learning more about my hair and self and helping others take more agency over their own self-care rituals.
I can totally resonate with that motivation. Our company was born out of a real need, a need that you and I experienced with our own hair. And we knew our stories, but decided to interview over 200 Black men and women to understand their unique experiences when caring for natural hair. And our findings were painfully familiar. Users would reply, "I'd rather not wear my hair out because it won't grow," or "I wear my hair under wigs until it grows out." All of these individuals expressed feelings of insecurity, frustration, and confusion due to the overwhelming hair care information and millions of products marketed for natural hair, making it difficult to understand what's uniquely for them and preventing them from creating a consistent care routine. This point of friction is where Remain was born.
That truly can pose a challenge to anyone on their journey. Diogene, what's one of the biggest challenges that we faced during our journey?
I remember back when it was just you and I.
Ooh, yeah.
I honestly felt like we would never make it to the point of where we are today. The problem we set out to solve just seemed so big and daunting, and all I could see before us was all the work that needed to be done. I think back then we definitely had this shared feeling of imposter syndrome because we were pitching our business to all of these different audiences and getting these great opportunities. And we felt like we didn't deserve the growth we were experiencing because our product wasn't finished. I think our biggest challenge has definitely been overcoming this mindset and understanding we need to bring others on to share the success as well as share their skill set so we can focus on the bigger things.
I remember when that feeling of imposter syndrome made us think that we needed to learn linear algebra. I'm so happy that we did not learn linear algebra. I think one of the biggest challenges that we've had, like many founders and business owners, was in the beginning of the pandemic, everything changed. We were previously a packaged good and we had to shift our whole company to being a data-driven service. During the time we were preparing to launch our product and everything looked great, but then our supply chain disappeared. And so we were forced to pivot to a more data-driven model. But I'm so happy that we were flexible and we were able to make that pivot.
Yes, the good old pivot. And let's pivot a little bit with this conversation and shift to what your experience has been like being a woman in entrepreneurship.
Ooh. Being a Black female founder in this space truly is an intersectional journey. Not only are there not enough female founders,
there aren't enough Black female founders.
Exactly. And whenever I step on a stage or do a competition, there rarely, if ever, do I see many female-led teams, many minority-led teams. And so Diogene and I have truly thirsted for diverse experiences that have mirrored our own to look up to as we go on our journey. And one of the biggest challenges that we've faced is many of times, not only do we have to prove the viability of our product, but we often have to educate a person on why it is that the pain that we're solving for matters and why they should care. We have to shatter their expectation of what a founder looks like, of what a tech company looks like, and really mobilize them and energize them around the mission of what we founded our company on.
Let's look a little bit more on this idea of change. So how would you say you've witnessed yourself change throughout this process of entrepreneurship?
Yeah, so throughout this process of entrepreneurship, I have seen myself change immensely. I'm not necessarily a different person, but a heightened version of who I was before, from being the vice president of my Quidditch team to selling art trinkets at Art Walk. I have always been looking to innovate and shake up spaces. I believe that entrepreneurship has allowed me to put more bass in my voice and believe in myself as I chase my goals and go towards things. And just furthermore, claim the milestones that we set out to reach. So watch out for our billion-dollar valuation in a few years.
Yes, watch out. And personally, I feel like I've gained so much self-confidence through the process of building this company. I remember back when I started college, I was this bashful, shy, indecisive introvert, and I never would have thought that I would be the budding entrepreneur that I am today. I've pitched in front of multiple audiences and spoken to executives from Fortune 500s and managed a growing team of bright young women. I can honestly see myself becoming the woman I've always admired growing up, and I'm very proud of myself.
So, only honest answers. What is it like working with me?
I think we both know that in the beginning, we definitely had to work on our relationship as friends and individuals and prioritize that over working well as just business partners. And this meant getting to know each other, getting to understand what the other did to decompress, how they communicated, what their love language was, and just what are the things that they enjoyed doing outside of Remain. I definitely think putting in this upfront capital of enjoying each other as humans has bred a very strong connection and bond between us that reflects the trust that we've built within each other.
Truly, I totally understand that. Entrepreneurship can be so isolating, and I'm so glad to just have you as my business partner to go through all of that with, because many people will not create a business in their lifetime, and oftentimes your business can consume many aspects of your life. So I'm just so grateful to have someone else to go through this experience with.
All right, Ariel. So what's next for Remain?
We have a lot of stuff coming up for us. Currently, we are in 2 boot camps to finish the development of our service. We are set to launch in early January. We are also currently growing our beta testing collective, a group of men and women that we are co-creating and testing our service out with. We are currently in a growth phase, which is always exciting. Our growth has not looked very linear, but rather cyclical. So I'm just really excited to be in this phase.
Yes, this growth spurt has definitely been very wonderful for us. And we're actually going through a second round of recruiting to expand our team so we can have way more hands on deck with content creation and business development opportunities so we can focus on building our beta version of our platform from scratch.
Our ultimate goal with Remain is to eventually make a livable salary from what it is that we're doing and put all of our energy into just moving for this company and the mission of the problem that we're solving for. We hope to be the industry standard, the single source of truth for hair care, and really be an innovator and mover in the beauty tech space.
We're so grateful for all of the opportunities we have gained over this journey and are confidently looking toward the future.
Hi, I'm Evie and this is Amy, and we're the co-founders of Thousand Thread.
I'm currently a junior in the Business Honors Program and also a finance major at UT. We actually both met through the Business Honors Program.
Yeah, so I'm a BHP and MIS major getting a certificate in digital arts and media.
So just to tell you a little bit about myself, I grew up in a family of 6 with my dad in the Air Force and my mom as an elementary school teacher. They're originally from Vietnam, but me and my siblings grew up in Austin.
Funny thing, me and Amy were both raised in Austin and lived only 15 minutes away from each other, but we didn't meet each other until just 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Just a little more about myself. I always thought of myself as a STEM person, but I had these businesses in high school where I'd sell cookies or keychains or shirts, and so I thought McCombs would be perfect for me. And some of my favorite hobbies include baking and sewing my own clothes.
And my parents are originally from Taiwan, and I have one older brother. I was always surrounded by entrepreneurship and fashion since my mom owns her own wedding accessory company. But my main passion was always dance. It wasn't until college that I started experimenting with things like photography and filmmaking and other kinds of digital art. My mom also recently started teaching me how to make my own clothes.
And that's something that we have in common, and we actually have so much in common. So we both love experimenting with fashion, and we both love making our own clothes. And so we realized that we should start a company together since we were surrounded by entrepreneurship activities since the beginning, basically. And that's how Thousand Threads started. Evie, do you want to describe our product?
Yeah, so Thousand Thread is a peer-to-peer location-based clothing rental platform. So in other words, we make it easy to buy and rent clothes from people all around you through an app. For example, if Amy needed an outfit for a birthday party tonight, but she didn't want to go buy something new, she could just go on the app and search for whatever she needed, and results would show all the available items for rent from people around West Campus, and she could just schedule a time to go pick it up immediately.
Yeah, we came up with this idea because of some personal experiences. Freshman year, Eve and I were living in the dorms, and we had so many new events to attend. We were buying new clothes, we were borrowing stuff from friends, and we quickly realized that this was unsustainable.
Yeah, I remember wasting so much money on things I would only wear once.
Yeah, and if we ever let our friends borrow our clothes, we would never see them again.
So clearly there was already a problem with finding outfits, but also on top of that, if you didn't already know, the textile industry is the second largest polluter in the world. And on average, it takes 650 gallons of water just to produce one new cotton t-shirt.
So Evie and I wanted to come up with a better way to express ourselves through fashion without harming the environment or wasting our time and money. So we decided we wanted to impact UT students by giving them an alternative to buying new clothes.
And the UT community was a great place to start because there are so many students already near each other who have these items that they only wear once, especially things like formal dresses and Halloween costumes. So we saw an opportunity where students could make money by renting out their clothes and save money by wearing what the community already had.
It's been 2 years since we've begun, but the journey hasn't always been easy, especially in the beginning. We were looking for a really good front-end developer who believed in the mission of our company and could commit 100%.
Yeah, so what we did is we reached out on Facebook pages and GroupMes and just any family or friends who knew anyone that could help us out.
Eventually, we found a family friend who could help us out, but he was a professional full-time developer, so he didn't really have the time to commit 100% to our project.
Yeah, and another student we were talking to didn't really align with our company values and culture we were trying to build.
Yeah, it was pretty discouraging, and we were about to give up since our app was our core product and we didn't really have the time or the knowledge to code it ourselves. But thankfully, after about a year of searching, we found the perfect 2 developers through an organization called Convergent. Evie, do you want to explain what Convergent is?
Yeah, so Convergent is an organization that connects students with a business idea to students who can help with the technical aspects. So we were connected with a few amazing computer science and electrical engineering students at UT who were willing to dedicate their time and efforts to the overall mission of the company.
So in the end, what we learned from this, it's definitely better to wait for the perfect fit because starting your own company is a huge and personal endeavor. And you definitely need someone who's willing to commit 100% to the team.
Another challenge we faced is being women in entrepreneurship. As women, it's more difficult to explain the need to others who may not face the same problems. Like, Amy, do you remember that one time during the pitch?
Oh my goodness, that one judge just could not see the value in our product for our target market. So this judge interrupted us in the middle of our pitch, and he basically interrogated us on why people would even use our product and why they would want to rent secondhand because he felt there was a stigma around it. It was pretty discouraging and it was really hard to carry on afterwards.
Yeah, it definitely ruined our flow. And even after we finished pitching, all the questions he asked were about things that could go wrong with our company instead of the possibilities.
Yeah, and this is just one of the instances where we face difficulties as women in entrepreneurship. Many studies have shown that women are typically asked prevention questions, which aim to find all the wrong in the company, whereas men are asked promotion questions, which aim to find anything that could go right with the company, like the growth and the trajectory. And this has happened so many times to us. Even during like casual conversations, just telling people about our products, they ask us what can go wrong with it. And it's not at all encouraging.
Yeah, and we've even had to adjust our pitch to appeal to men because most investors are men. But we encourage women to keep on going and even consider careers in investing, to sit in on those decision-making chairs and blaze a path for women entrepreneurs.
Even though we've definitely faced hurdles, we were able to run a minimal viable product through Instagram, which actually gained a lot of traction. And we had, I think, over 50 rentals over the course of a month. And our customers would tell us that our product was so useful because they had a football game or something and didn't have the time or the money to buy new outfits.
Yeah, I had such a great time meeting all our customers in person and seeing their happy faces when they got something to wear. Amy, I think we've really come a long way.
Yeah, I can't believe it's already been 2 years. It seems like yesterday that we met at Kirby Lane, and we actually found out that we had a mutual childhood friend, and we lived really close to each other, and we had a class together at 8 a.m.
Yeah, econ. That class was so early, but it was fun because we got to do it together. And now we're best friends.
We started doing everything together and got really close really fast. My favorite thing to do with Evie is to go out and eat crawfish.
Yes, one time we did this right before our pitch at Texas Shark Tank, and it was not the best idea, and we felt a little queasy afterwards, but the pitch went well at least.
I think that was my favorite pitch I've done with you. But aside from pitching, we work really well together because we have different skills. Typically, I manage the logistics and flesh out the finances, whereas Evie handles a lot of the technical stuff as well as the front-end design.
Yeah, I think it's important to have these different skill sets because there are so many moving parts in starting a company. And I definitely didn't always have these skills. Starting Thousand Thread has taught me how to take initiative and learn things by myself. When we first started, we were just 2 freshmen with 0 business knowledge and an idea to make impact in the community. Over the past couple of years, I've taught myself skills such as UX design, marketing, and storytelling. I've learned that starting anything is not easy, but we can really do anything we put our minds to. What about you, Amy?
Yeah, for sure. I've definitely learned a ton of skills, but another thing I've also learned is that the entrepreneurship journey is much more familiar now, and it's a lot less intimidating. Like before coming to college, I thought starting a real company was something that only Silicon Valley, like college dropouts could do. But after coming to UT with resources like the WEL Institute and Genesis and Convergent, all organizations who have helped us in our journey, it's a lot more attainable than I previously thought. So, Evie, what's next for Thousand Thread?
So we're currently finishing up our mobile application and we'll be releasing the beta version soon to start testing.
We're waiting to launch because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but when the time is right and we can establish safety measures, we will roll out the app in full swing.
At the end of the day, our mission is that the community can find new ways to express themselves through fashion while saving some money and being environmentally conscious.
Thank you so much for listening and join the thread.
Do you remember your first day of college? Do you remember who you sat next to?
You never know who you'll meet on your first day of college. You might just end up starting a business with them.
Hi, my name is Ingrid Villarreal, and I'm a student in the College of Natural Sciences in the Health Science Scholars Program, majoring in biology. And I'm a student in the Macomb School of Business pursuing a business and healthcare certificate. And I'm a pre-medical student.
My name is Becca, and I'm a pre-PA student in the College of Natural Sciences. I'm majoring in nutritional sciences and public health.
We're the co-founders of Sweat Time Serve, along with Isabella Villarreal, who unfortunately could not join us today.
Ingrid and I met in our general chemistry class freshman year and happened to sit next to each other in the very front because we were both anxious to start the semester off right, giving our full attention to the professor. We introduced ourselves and we started to realize that we had so many similar interests.
Becca and I quickly bonded because we had so much in common, especially health, fitness, and our future goals. It was a meant-to-be relationship when we both found out we were certified fitness instructors, Becca Barr and I Yoga Sculpt.
I got my bar certification in high school, and it was definitely an experience that pushed me out of my comfort zone because I was the youngest instructor, and that caused me to feel out of place at times. But it helped me to grow, and it gave me lots of confidence once I got the hang of it. So happening to meet Ingrid on the very first day of college, and she was also a group fitness instructor, helped us to bond super quickly.
Yes, definitely. I completely agree with Becca. Fast forward to this past spring, COVID-19 was fresh off the press, and we saw the terrible effects COVID had on both our community and individuals who were physically separated from their friends and family. That's when I decided to partner with Becca and Isabella to create Sweat Time Serve, an online fitness studio offering donation-based fitness classes taught by certified instructors throughout the nation. 100% of our proceeds benefit the University of Texas at Austin, Dell Medical School's COVID-19 Emergency Response Fund.
All three of us are fitness instructors in our specific class forms. We thought that we could use our unique talent to help with the COVID crisis. Moreover, as pre-health professional students, we wanted to find a way to directly help with the COVID, even if we couldn't physically be together.
Exactly. What is really unique about Sweat Time Serve is that Becca, Isabella, and I were able to combine our passions and become social entrepreneurs, innovating the current ways that individuals can unite and give back to their community. As Becca mentioned previously, we're all pre-healthcare professional students, and we were overwhelmed by the selflessness and the dedication of the frontline healthcare professionals. Our mission with Sweat Time Serve is to virtually connect individuals through mind, body, and spirit, while also giving back to their community. Sweat Time Serve allows individuals to do just that, do something good for themselves and their community at the same time.
Yes, totally, Ingrid. I think that since we are all having to be so isolated, it can be easy to lose your sense of purpose and just feel lonely and unmotivated in general. Personally, exercise has helped me to take time for myself, refocus, and just feel more grounded when I'm going through a hard time or feeling anxious. People are sitting at their desks more than ever now, and we're glued to our devices. We're lacking the vital physical movement that we really need to be healthy, productive, and energized. It's important for mental health to take a break from the screens. Everyone can carve out 30 minutes for themselves, and in return, they'll feel better both mentally and physically, and they'll perform better as well. Ingrid, how do you think that being a woman has affected our journey?
I'd love to talk to you about that. We started Sweat Time Serve in May with the purpose to create a safe and inclusive environment for all individuals, regardless of their gender. However, our audience has mostly been women, and this has actually allowed us to create a tight and supportive community for women to connect with each other while taking our fitness classes. This has been especially important for us as the fitness industry is oftentimes very one-sided towards women and tends to promote unrealistic body expectations. A study from the National Organization for Women found that at age 13, 53% of American girls are unhappy with their bodies, and by 17, it grows to 78%. We want to encourage women to get involved in fitness classes, not because of the physical appearance, but for the mental clarity, the feeling of strength, and the community they can obtain from physical activity.
Yeah, it can definitely be difficult to not compare yourself to others on social media and Instagram, especially when everything is virtual. I know I've struggled with striving to attain this perfect image in my head that was probably just fed to me through scrolling through endless pictures of influencers and models. But our goal is to provide a platform that is both positive and comfortable for anyone to move their body.
Yeah, that was precisely one of our goals with Sweat Time Serve. When I was 10 years old, I was actually diagnosed with scoliosis, and throughout middle school and high school, I had to wear a prescription back brace to prevent my spine from further degradation. I remember feeling self-conscious about my appearance and my condition. Today, the curvature of my spine is still noticeable. However, as I have grown older, I have learned to overcome my insecurities. Now I'm in a unique position to help other people overcome theirs. And I'm doing just that with Sweat Time Serve. In fact, because of this supportive community we have created with Sweat Time Serve, we have been able to partner with multiple high school organizations throughout the nation to provide advice for young women entering college and encouraging them to incorporate fitness into their daily schedules. While we definitely have had amazing opportunities connecting and strengthening our community, we've also encountered difficulties. Becca, do you want to talk a little bit about the difficulties we have faced so far?
Yeah, so we face small obstacles such as the best ways to advertise for our company, All three of us don't have any background in advertising or in graphic design, so it's definitely been a learning curve for us. However, since our marketing is primarily done through social media, we have learned to use editing services and graphics to create content for advertising, and we're still continuing to learn as we grow. In addition to that, managing our time and balancing our rigorous course schedule has definitely been the hardest part for all of us. We're still learning how to divide the weekly tasks that need to be attended to. Ingrid, how do you think that working with us co-founders has been?
Sweat Time Serve has 3 co-founders, Becca, Isabella, and myself. Working with Becca and Isabella has been lots of fun. We have weekly Zoom meetings to discuss our agenda for the week and objectives. We're all very like-minded and driven, and that has actually enabled Sweat Time Serve to continue to be at the forefront of innovation. We're able to easily communicate and jump ideas off each other. Communication is a big part of Sweat Time Serve, as us co-founders have to communicate with our network of instructors around the country. Staying organized is also an important component of our work ethic. It has been amazing to grow our friendship while also creating a current-day Texas nonprofit organization using virtual experiences to better the community. Becca, how do you think founding Sweat Time Serve has made you stronger?
I'm probably most proud of how innovative we have been during this time of uncertainty and fear. We started off with the idea of simply using our teaching talent to teach online classes just to raise money for COVID reliefs. Now we've grown to include a national variety of instructors and audiences to connect them all for this one cause. It has been amazing to see just how connecting with individuals through our fitness classes and just to see the faces of their friends and family members, as this is the first time they've seen each other in so long over our Zoom classes.
We created Sweat Time Serve in the midst of uncertainty. We stayed true to our passions and followed our intuition to create a platform to help our community during this time. Now I am certain that I can accomplish any obstacle or challenge that might come my way. We have been able to turn virtual experiences into a way to strengthen and support our community. We're continuing to innovate and create the best methods for individuals to unite, even in the midst of a pandemic. Becca, do you want to share about what's next for Sweat Time Serve?
We have recently just launched our newest segment of our organization called Savor by Sweat Time Serve. We'll be offering cooking and baking classes with your favorite food influencers and chefs. These classes will be taught just like our Zoom fitness classes, and they'll be 100% proceeds going to the University of Texas Austin Dell Medical School's COVID-19 Emergency Response Fund. These classes are meant to bring the community together just through food while giving back at the same time.
We're also so proud to announce that we have officially become a Texas nonprofit organization. In the future, in a post-COVID world, we plan to integrate our profits to benefit other important social causes that promote social and racial justice, mental health, public health, nutrition, education, and disaster crises. We're thrilled to be able to use our platform to bring awareness to these important issues. We hope that by sharing our story behind Sweat Time Serve, you are inspired to combine your passions to innovate, strengthen, and help your community.
When you're able to combine your passions with community service, it's both rewarding and fun. Make sure to give us a follow on Instagram at SweatXServe and to stay updated on our new baking classes.
We can't wait for you to sweat and serve with us soon.
Over 60% of Americans report feeling lonely. At Big and Mini, we're changing that. Hi, my name is Aditi, and I'm the co-founder of Big and Mini, a startup that seeks to bring seniors, bigs, and young adults, minis, together virtually to share stories, exchange wisdom, and combat social isolation and loneliness. In early April, the world changed. The COVID-19 pandemic completely transformed society and altered the way we build connections and spend time with those we love. I felt helpless sitting at home, unable to physically volunteer, donate, or do anything to help remedy the situation. Meanwhile, I struggled to adjust to the completely virtual format, feeling lost without the accessible guidance and mentorship being on a college campus provided. To be quite frank, I felt a bit lonely. I knew I wasn't alone in this feeling, seeing countless posts and stories from other students and friends detailing similar experiences. Regardless of the difficult situation, I remained optimistic that something could be done. Having volunteered at senior living communities throughout high school, I developed a deeply rooted fondness for the stories and bits of wisdom seniors were ever willing to share. Whether it was hearing about life in West Germany from Mr. Becker or listening to my grandparents' stories about how they founded companies of their own, the cross-generational relationships I made were a constant source of inspiration. When I saw countless news articles coming out about how many older adults were no longer able to see family, friends, or anyone for that matter, I thought about how much those connections had meant to me and how lonely and terrible that situation must have been for them. It was at that moment I knew something had to be done. I always believed that the kindness and advice I had been given from older generations was incredibly valuable to shaping my future and was something that everyone should experience. It was at that moment and those ideas coming together that resulted in the spark that led to the launch of Big and Mini. To put it simply, Big and Mini is a platform that facilitates virtual intergenerational friendships. Initially, interested Bigs and Minis can go to our website and sign up with just an email or phone number. From there, each person can fill out a short profile with information about their interests and completes a training to make sure that both parties stay safe throughout the process. Finally, the magic happens. Bigs and Minis are placed together based on shared interests and diverse perspectives for messaging, video calling, and overall communication. Through a unique platform that allows for one-click access, Big and Mini makes sure that anyone, anywhere who's interested in connecting across generations is able to access it. We've accomplished more than I could have ever imagined, from appearing on the Today Show to facilitating over 800 successful matches. However, the path to get to this point hasn't always been easy. Starting out was especially challenging for me, especially since I didn't have any experience with startup culture. As a bit of background, when we founded Big and Mini, my only goal was to help people find connection during an isolating time. I remember thinking back in April that if I could help maybe a dozen or so people, I would have made a difference, and quite frankly, that was enough to make me happy. Hence, when Big and Mini was launched, the platform was a rough website with a Google form sign-up. No frills, and quite frankly, just enough to get by. Initially, this worked great, as in the early days when we saw our first big influx of signups, we were able to get them matched and talking right away. However, about 2 weeks later, I found myself completely overwhelmed with the number of matches we were getting. I remember spending hours every day going through emails and trying to make matches. After a few weeks of nonstop emailing, I was pretty much burnt out. It was clear that the lack of pre-planning had caught up to us. Our platform wasn't at the point where we would be able to successfully manage the huge growth. Meanwhile, we had a very limited amount of time to make Big and Mini into a real business before people lost interest. I remember staying up late, researching how to create a business plan and sending out countless messages trying to recruit people to help us with the platform. Initially, my lack of experience served as a barrier for my Big and Mini's growth, forcing us to try and learn and innovate simultaneously while slowing us down. However, after multiple all-nighters, a ton of coffee, and an infinite amount of reading, we managed to convert the platform from a single-page website to a scalable, fully functional website that we have today. Although this process only took us around a week, there were definitely many moments throughout this time where I doubted my ability to make the platform successful. With such a steep learning curve and little time to make the platform successful, to say the least, I was stressed. There was times where I questioned if all the work was worth it. However, I kept the mission of Big and Mini in mind. That week, we got an email from a Big telling us about how much he loved her first call. Although short, the email had a few powerful words. Those words were, "Those 48 minutes with my Mini flew by. I haven't had that much fun in years. Thank you so much for doing the work you're doing." It was this message that kept me reminded that Big and Mini was actually changing lives. Since then, things have been no different. My desire to help others and use Big and Mini as a force of good has propelled me forward, enabling me to keep going even when things get difficult. In addition to the stories from Bigs and Minis, a large part of the reason I've been able to get to where I am today is due to the women who have supported me along the way. Thinking back, some of my first memories and lessons in life originated from the confines of my grandmother's kitchen. I remember hearing her tell me about her experiences working in her family business as she ground colorful spices and rolled out puris. Her work ethic inspired me to persevere no matter the cost, and her advice to pursue whatever I wanted, regardless of societal expectations, stuck with me after all this time. My mother was the same way. The strongest and most independent woman I know, her drive and ambition to constantly excel at her career and make a name for herself while helping others is what I aspire to be and has really inspired what I choose to pursue. Both my grandmother and my mom's experience are a source of inspiration for Big and Mini's mission and continued goals. If I had learned so much from the simple conversations I had with them, I could only imagine what the wealth of knowledge and others my age would be able to experience from weekly calls with older generations. Regardless, as a woman in entrepreneurship, at times it's been a bit difficult to garner the same respect as my male co-founders. However, being surrounded by powerful women throughout my life, I've been fortunate enough to have the confidence to work my way through obstacles and really make sure that I'm excelling as a minority in entrepreneurship. Beyond the relationships I had with the women in my family, several other relationships have really shaped the direction of Big and Mini. Being college students, most of the people that we know were young and happened to be in college. This obviously made finding older adults to join the platform a bit difficult, especially early on when we didn't have any experience with the aging industry. I remember sending out literally hundreds of emails to every senior living facility and person who worked in the aging space I could find. Initially, we got a ton of non-responses, which, although expected, was a bit disheartening. So when I went back to my inbox, sending even more emails and calling people point blank to try and get on our platform. Eventually, after bugging people more than a couple times, there were a few individuals who decided to take a chance on a new organization and gave us the initial connections we needed to grow. For example, one of the people we reached out to, Dr. Karen Fingerman, connected us with our first bigs. 5 months later, we're still calling her on a regular basis, and she continues to help us grow Big and Mini. It was these connections that got Big and Mini to the point where we are today. And thinking back, without them, we would have been where we are. So to think that it originated from a few emails is really incredible. Beyond that, one of the coolest things I've learned as part of Big and Mini platform was the beginnings of a network effect. Bigs and Minis are sharing their experience with others, posting on their social medias, or chatting with others in their friend groups about their matches. Not only have these things helped bring more Big and Minis on board, but it's shown us that our mission is really resonating with people, which has been really cool to say the least. We've even had Bigs and Minis join our team, helping us write our blog, generating new ideas, and writing out our newsletter. Obviously, throughout this experience, I've learned an incredible amount. Beyond just the basics of making a business model or forecasting sales, I've learned so much about what it means to be an entrepreneur. I've learned the joy of seeing your users actually benefiting from your platform is like no other. For example, earlier this month, we got a video message from Claire, a mini from Michigan, and Joe, a big from Jordan, talking about their experiences with Big and Mini. They shared that in the 5 months that they've been meeting, they've done everything from cooking recipes together to playing board games virtually to even solving advanced math problems collaboratively. They now consider each other lifelong friends and look upon each other as family. The coolest part of this interaction is that Claire and Joe are over 6,000 miles apart and come from completely different cultures. It's not just them, though. 2 weeks ago, Nicole and Connie, who happened to share similar birthdays, had a joint virtual birthday party over the Big and Mini platform. Daniel and Elva are learning about ancient Roman history together and consider each other the best part of their Saturdays. And there's hundreds of more stories like this. We've managed to make an impact on the lives of so many people. It's the difference that we've made and these connections that we've facilitated that have been the best part of Big and Mini by far, as it shows our work and dedication is actually changing lives. I've learned that the advice and support you receive from others can be truly life-changing. Looking back, some of those cold emails we sent out at the very beginning of Big and Mini has really shaped our journey and resulted in really strong mentor relations that have changed the future of Big and Mini's goals and help us reach hundreds of more people. Had it not been for these initial supporters, we definitely would not have been able to get to where we are today. With that in mind, I've also learned the importance of keeping your mission at heart as you grow. Throughout this process, I've heard countless words of advice that could have potentially strayed us away from the main purpose of our social impact. However, by reminding ourselves of Big and Mini's mission at all times, I've managed to make sure that all the decisions we make and have the Bigs and Minis at heart. This process has allowed me to grow so much as an entrepreneur. I've gone through the challenges associated with creating a startup, learning a seemingly infinite amount of information throughout this process and come out even stronger. And as Big and Minis grows, I can't wait to continue learning. Obviously, with the help of all the support, we've been able to accomplish more than I could have ever imagined. We've been featured in The Today Show and over 40 other news outlets. We've developed partnerships with the AARP, several universities, and so many others. And more importantly, however, 90% of our Bigs and Minis have reported feeling more connected as a result of our platform. And we've received countless emails and videos on a daily basis detailing the positive experiences that Big and Minis using our platform have experienced. However, there still remains so much to be done. As we've grown, we've realized that the key to our success lies in organizational partnerships. To maximize the amount of people we reach at all time, we've tried to partner with several different organizations who work in the aging space. We've already partnered with over 10 organizations currently and have developed the Big and Mini for Organizations platform to a point where we're about to start some pilots. Throughout this process, we can evaluate our impact and hopefully make a difference in the senior living space. Once we have these seniors on board, we can continue to expand to different networks and hopefully eventually reach thousands of bigs. Simultaneously, we're developing out a campus ambassador program to hopefully find thousands of Big and Minis who want to join our platform and continue to make a difference. Most importantly, we're working on an initiative to bring technology to Bigs and Minis to those who might come from communities that don't have access to these resources to stay connected. Many of the older adults in these demographics are some of the most socially isolated in the US, and we believe that providing them with technology and the resources to connect, we can make a huge difference in their lives. Simultaneously, by working with young adults who have not had access to traditional mentorship in the past, we hope that we can help them thrive. Someday, we hope to be in every school and senior living facility in America. This is just the beginning for Big and Mini, and I can't wait to see what happens next.
Hi, my name is Neethi, and I'm a junior here at UT Austin studying Business Honors and Computer Science.
Hi, my name is Rashu, and I'm also a junior studying Business Honors, Finance, and Math.
And we're the co-founders of Stories of Austin, a storytelling platform on Instagram and Facebook to share the journeys of small business owners here in Austin.
Bear with me for a moment. I want you to picture your favorite food truck in Austin. Do you have it? Now, I want you to picture the owners of that food truck. Have you ever wondered what inspires them to come to work every day? How they started? What obstacles they've had to overcome? Well, that's exactly what we wondered, and that's how we started Stories of Austin, so we could share these journeys with y'all.
So our account was actually inspired by Humans of New York, and I think, Rashu, you even emailed Brandon Stanton, the founder, at like 3 a.m. one night.
I did.
Both of us love Humans of New York, and the reason why is because of their ability to make us feel connected to random strangers on the streets of New York, even though we've never even met them before, and that connection is really, really important to us.
And we wanted to take that exact connection and translate it here to our small business community in Austin. And I think one thing that both Neethi and I have realized, along with our friends, is that when we feel this emotional connection to the small business owners, we see them as more than a product or service, but we see them as an integral part of our community.
So Stories of Austin actually started back in May when Rashu and I were both really disheartened to see small businesses struggling to stay afloat, especially some of our favorite small businesses on campus were shutting down. And I think one thing that I was always thinking was, are these owners okay? Like, what's their situation like? You know, I just wanted to know more about their background.
And honestly, it's crazy to think about this, but this is really cheesy, but we really just had this itch, right? To help small businesses figure out what we could do to help them. And one day, Neethi texted me. She's like, hey, I have an idea. Can I run it by you? So we hopped on a FaceTime call, and it turns out both of us had ideas of ways to help out small businesses. So literally within an hour on a Sunday night in May, Stories of Austin was born.
Yeah, that was just the beginning. Since then, it's been 4 months since we've been running the account, and we've loved every second of it. And I think the best part is that our goals throughout these 4 months have stayed the same. The first is to connect with as many small business owners as possible. And then the second is really to encourage our followers to integrate shopping local into their daily lives.
And although we started actually working on this idea back in May, we didn't actually launch our account until July 7th. And during that time period, we were basically just collecting stories, talking to small business owners, and getting all the stories that we could. But honestly, I think there were so many instances where we thought we'd fail. We thought people wouldn't want to follow our account. We thought small businesses would say no to us. But one thing that really did inspire us to keep going was actually getting overwhelmingly positive feedback from all the small business owners, especially JP.
Oh, JP's story is crazy. So JP from JP's Pancakes was actually one of the first calls that we made during that May to July 2-month prep period. And I think it was supposed to be an hour-long call, and it turned out to be a 3-hour call because he was just so generous with his time and his advice. And he just offered to kind of be a mentor for us and help us, you know, with social media advice, the direction that we should take Stories of Austin, even things like branding and logo. And we were just overwhelmed by his generosity. And I think that really speaks volumes of the entrepreneurship culture here in Austin. And I think one thing that he said, I don't know if you remember, but I always remember, he said, how big do you think Stories of Austin will get? And we both were like, I don't know, maybe a couple hundred followers. And he said, no, you have to picture Stories of Austin with hundreds of thousands of followers. Like, that's the only way you'll be successful. And it was just unbelievable to us how kind and helpful he was.
JP, along with so many other businesses, were really vital to us launching Stories of Austin. And when we actually did launch on July 7th, Honestly, it was probably one of the most memorable moments, I think, for both of us, because we got so much positive feedback from our friends, from the UT community, and also people just randomly texting us and saying, hey, I'm so excited for Stories of Austin. I think it really just made the whole experience a lot better. And we've learned a lot over the past 4 months. I definitely think we have. But one thing that I would say is the challenge that we faced has been encouraging people to continue to support small businesses beyond just reading the stories on our account. Because oftentimes people are scrolling through Instagram, they read the posts and then they move on. But we want to encourage them to follow the small business journey beyond just reading the story. So it's been a little tough, but we're working on some things. We've been working with some small businesses to start some initiatives. So I don't want to give away too many of the details, but stay on the lookout for a little bit of that later.
Yeah, I'm really excited about what's to come. But I think at the end of the day, we can both agree that, likes and follows are great, but that's not a metric of success for us. I think for us, if we can even inspire one more person to go out and shop local regularly, that would be amazing. And I think we've had a lot of really great unexpected consequences as well. Like, this is totally unplanned, but most of our people that we feature on our account are female founders, and I love that. I mean, we've had such a great time learning from these amazing women about what it means to be a woman in entrepreneurship and just hear about their journeys, and we've just had a really great experience, but I know, unfortunately, they haven't always had positive experiences.
Yeah, one of the experiences, unfortunately, that we hear far too often is that a lot of these female founders often face backlash for their products. People say they don't belong in the industry, they're not qualified to be serving this product or service, and it's really just disheartening for us to see that, because I think they deserve, their products are great and deserve a lot for their products. So one thing that Neethi and I have actually done is this has actually shaped our goal for Stories of Austin, and it's really shaped where we want to take it. So now every story that we share is very intentional, and we want to draw light with our platform towards the racism, sexism, and other forms of discrimination that these female founders unfortunately face.
Yeah, that's definitely an important mission for us. But I would say at the end of the day, I love being a female founder. I think the flip side to some of these negative consequences is that it's made us much more empathetic, and we've been able to meet a community of amazing female entrepreneurs. And I've honestly just found products that I didn't even know I needed. Like, for example, Reka from Reka Beauty makes natural skincare products, which we both love, and I wouldn't have been introduced to this without meeting her.
Yeah, and Reka is actually a South Asian female founder, which is great for both of us being South Asian females, because growing up, I didn't really have that type of representation in my life, especially within entrepreneurship. And I think everyone deserves having and seeing more female founders in the space, just in terms of being inspired by them. But honestly, I think another thing for Neethi and I that we both love is just working together. I mean, I hope she agreed with that. But honestly, I think we didn't know each other very well before Stories of Austin. I mean, we had a couple of mutual friends. I think once I even knocked on your apartment to borrow your laundry machine because mine broke. But other than that, I think Stories of Austin is when we really started to get to know each other. And I would definitely say that the beauty of our friendship is that not only do we work well together, but we also build off of each other's creativity.
Yeah, 100%. It's so fun working on Stories of Austin. It doesn't even feel like work ever, because it's both of ours passion project, and we always come to work, with a lot of energy and just really excited to hang out with each other and also work on Stories of Austin.
Yeah, and I mean, if you show up to one of our meetings, highly likely chance that you'll probably have to wait 30 minutes before we actually start talking about Stories of Austin, and we go on a few too many tangents, but that's just what makes working with each other so much fun.
Another thing that we love about working on Stories of Austin is not only working with Rashu, which is amazing, but also interviewing the small businesses, because at the end of the day, that's what really matters the most to us. And at this point, we've interviewed over 30 small businesses, which is just incredible that we've been able to form these connections. And I think we've also learned so much from them. And one of the most important things that we've learned is that while one-off actions like, a photo op or a hashtag are great for publicity, they really don't do much in the long run to provide consistent revenue to support these small businesses. So we really are focused on trying to get our followers to integrate shopping local into their daily lives, not just once. So this could range from things like the next time you have a profit share, instead of partnering with a chain restaurant, partner with a local restaurant, or something that you buy regularly instead of going to your, commercial department store, go buy it from a small business. I think these are really important lessons that we've learned.
Yeah, definitely. And Neethi, although you're actually from Austin, I'm not originally from Austin. So for me, getting to learn about so many small businesses that I would have never met otherwise has honestly just been a really humbling experience. I think I speak for the both of us when I say that I don't think there's a single story or a single detail of any story that we've forgotten over time, because these small business owners really do have an impact on us with everything that they're willing to share with us. And the top example that comes to mind for me is Chef Kayla from Key Desserts. She is an amazing baker here in Austin. She's incredible. You guys should definitely try out her sweets. But I think for her, what really stuck out to me was that not only does she pour her passion into her food, but she really does give back to her community and pours her heart into it. And for me, I think that really has inspired me to continue to support local in my day-to-day life, because I not only want to support Chef Kayla for all the love that she puts in with her great product, but also all the love that she pours into the community. And that's inspired me to continue to shop local and encourage my family and friends to do the same. Yeah, Stories of Austin has also made me so much more conscious about where I choose to spend my money. Like, for example, my mom's birthday was a few months ago, and instead of, just going to like the mall and picking out a pair of earrings, I remembered that Lily from Be Beautiful has amazing earrings, and I picked out a pair and my mom loved it. So it's really been a great experience. But I think we have a lot to grow. Right now, Chef Kayla is a great example of the UT's community rising up and supporting small businesses, but we'd also love to expand to the greater Austin area and hopefully even like nationally or internationally. I mean, think about how crazy it would be if people in other cities replicated the same model of Stories of Austin to support their local communities. So I think in order to achieve this growth, we're focused on two things. The first is obviously, reaching out to as many small businesses as we can. And the second comes from y'all, our followers. So if I could ask you to pull out your phones right now and go follow Stories of Austin to join us on the journey to support local businesses, you won't regret it.
Hi everyone! On behalf of the Kendra Scott WEL Institute, we thank you so much for tuning in today. That concludes the main stage portion of the Women Summit. We hope you enjoyed today's talent-packed sessions and are leaving feeling empowered and inspired.
Our social media Thursday for an extra special post-summit announcement. Also, remember to fill out the post-summit survey for a chance to win Kendra Scott jewelry. So be sure to check your inboxes tomorrow.
If you want more, make sure you check out our Watch Whenever sessions that feature powerful female entrepreneurs and UT faculty.
Also, be sure to register for our Empower Hour on November 30th, presented by the Alumni Advisory Board. That will focus on how to pick your startup team. You can register on our website.
Most importantly, thank you to our sponsor and partners at Kendra Scott, Dell Technology, and the Dell Women's Entrepreneur Network. This day would not be possible without you.
If you registered for the civic dinner that starts in a few minutes, we look forward to seeing you there. We hope you had fun and we'll keep empowering women to lead and encouraging the world to follow. Hook 'em.
thank you for being here as part of something very special, the Kendra Scott Institute at the University of Texas. And now it's my great honor to introduce Kendra Scott.
Our mission is to strengthen the next generation of courageous, creative female leaders. We have an amazing day ahead of us, an incredible panel of powerful women for you to get excited about. Wherever you are and what you achieve and you want to do, we want to help you get there. Tonight, we are making history, and the future of what Texas women leaders will look like will change forever because of what we're going to do here. Thank you all so much, and hook 'em home!